Welcome everybody to Conversations on a Bench. Man, I don't even know where to begin on this. So for the next 24 hours, I'm going to be sitting or standing by this bench. I don't think I can sit for 24 hours straight. To kick us off, I got my brother, Pastor Sean Dogan. What's up, Sean?
How you doing, Ryan?
Good to see you.
It's great to be here.
So what we'll do is I'm going to walk through the rules of this thing and what we hope that you guys will get out of it, and then we're going to jump into conversations and see where the day takes us. So thank you guys for being here. Our hope for the next 24 hours is that you understand the complexities of these issues. So I think that when we see people experiencing homelessness on the street, a lot of our gut reaction is that person just needs to go get a job. The reality is that escaping the issues of homelessness or poverty or addiction are never as simple as just go get a job. Poverty, homelessness, they weasel their way into every aspect of your life, whether it's economic or medical issues or relational issues. And so for many people, all those different systems in their life have to be addressed. I think our hope is that over the next 24 hours, we'll get all kinds of experts on here. We'll get people who are dedicating to serving their neighbor, like my brother Sean. And then we're going to get a lot of people on here that are experiencing homelessness. And we're going to hear their stories. As you're tuning in, share this feed. We want as many people to be a part of this conversation as can be. In that idea, I'm not doing this by myself today. There are 13 other rescue missions from West Coast to East Coast where the CEOs are sitting down on benches right now as we speak to do the exact same thing that I'm doing. Shine a light on these issues and keep that light on the issues. So, throughout the event, I will get up to take restroom breaks, and when I do, our Chief Development Officer, Jacob Edmonston, he will sit down here to take questions. That's another point. You can comment whether you're on Facebook or YouTube, and we have somebody watching those feeds, so you can ask questions, and as much as we have time, we'll try to answer those questions. Because of the restrictions on live streams, we'll have to cut this off and restart it every 8 hours. So when you see it go dead, we'll try to give you a warning. We'll immediately put back up another link. I've got these fancy index cards to let me know. Look, Jacob's bringing me one now. To let me know who's here to chat and who's here to have a conversation. Two last things, then we'll jump in. So, there are some words that can get us flagged on social media and get us kicked off. So use of, and that includes in the comments. So use of sexually explicit language, profanity in context, derogatory, vulgar language, or anything where you're using explicit language about self-harm or drug use. I think I can say it that way. So, my gloves are preventing me from turning the page on my little sheet here. All right, last thing. I'm not experiencing homelessness. At the end of this thing, I get to go home and take a shower and lay down in my bed. The reason we're continuing to do this on such a cold night is because some of our neighbors don't have a choice. Right? They don't get a choice of what the weather is outside, so we don't either. So with that, what's up, Sean?
What's going on?
Good to see you.
It's great to see you.
Good to see you.
Right.
Hey, before we jump into a conversation, would you honor us and pray for the event for us?
Let's do it. Let's pray together. Lord, we're grateful for this day and just the opportunity to shine your light upon the struggles and issues that your people, your children are going through. Lord, I pray that this will be a time of information, inspiration, empathy, empowerment. Father, I pray that it will be a time that you will allow us to become proximate to so many issues that your word talks about. Lord, we're reminded of Matthew 25, and you share with us the times in which we did things even not knowingly, or didn't do things knowingly. And you said, whatever we do to the least of our brothers, we do it unto you. So help us to treat you right by treating our neighbors right, our brothers, our sisters right. And we pray, oh Lord, that you will give us a clear eye, a clear vision on the issues that even our neighbors are going through. We love you, we praise you. Bless this day, bless this next 24 hours, that countless people will hear the message, and countless people will be exposed, and countless people will get involved, and countless people will come to the knowledge of not only who you are, but the knowledge of what their neighbors are going through. It is in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. So you and I know each other because your church has been a longtime partner of Miracle Hill. What's your passion to serve our neighbors in this way?
Yeah. I think my passion, Ryan, is really just making sure that our community not only has a balance, but has the opportunity to be community. You mentioned how you'll be going home to shower in a nice place, in a warm place. I'll do the same, but so many will not have that opportunity. But I am grateful that there are ministries and organizations who see that need and provide a shelter, whether it's conventional or unconventional, a shelter for those who may not have that same opportunity.
You know, I say all the time that these issues won't be solved by the usual suspects. I got that from Deborah Richardson Moore. She said that years ago. And what I mean by that is, the Miracle Hills of the world, we can't solve this by ourselves. It takes that C word, that community word. So what do you think that means? For what does that mean for the upstate?
I think community means you. I think it means me. I think it means us. So I think it means a sense of individuality, but also the respect of each other. And when we have that respect of each other, I don't think we look down, but we look at. And when we look at, we then try our best to look with the same lenses that others are able to look through. The perspectives. I remember you and I was just in a meeting the other day, and there was a person that had lived experience.
He's right over there.
Yeah, he's right over there.
He's getting ready to come on.
And listen, I'm glad he's here.
Yeah.
And I had a chance to talk to his wife on the phone just before I came on. But he said something that really caught my attention. And he said that those who will be out here, he said, they don't know how to survive. He said, but I do. And I thought about that. And I thought about what are the things that my neighbor knows that I don't know.
Yeah.
Because of the experiences that they have gone through. What is it in your life that you know that I don't know? And what is it in my life that I know and you don't know? And it's because of experience. It's because of what we've gone through. It's the mile that you walked in your shoes. It's the mile I've walked in my shoes. But we can also learn from experience. I don't have to go through what my neighbor is going through to understand. And I don't have to go through what my neighbor is going through in order to experience it.
Just like our faith, which we try to compartmentalize at times, we can get so stuck in our own swim lanes, right? Like that we don't see our neighbor, or we don't take the moment to get to know them and their story. I think you and I are a little biased because we see our life and our experience through the lens of Scripture. And we recognize that everybody has value, and we recognize that everybody's made in the image of God. But I think that there's a difference between saying that and living that in action, right? Getting to know somebody that you're not like is, frankly, it's inconvenient at times, right? I was just asking you how you make your life work when you're on a lot of boards, and your response was, there's a lot of work to do, right? So your commitment is to be a part of the conversation so that you can be a part of the solution. How would you wish that our upstate neighbors who aren't a part of this conversation, how would you wish that they would engage?
Yeah. You utilized a term, you said that we get to see ourselves through Scripture. Well, there's a character in the Scripture that gets to live vicariously through other people. And it was a conversation that he had with Jesus, and that was Zacchaeus. And Zacchaeus was rich. Like, he knew nothing about being poor. And Jesus gave him a challenge and said, sell everything and give. And it wasn't that Jesus didn't want him to have it, but Jesus wanted him to have a lived experience of sharing. Not of being poor, but give to the poor. Not that I want you to be that, but this gift of sharing. And I think about all of our experiences. What would happen if we just shared? It's not taken away from me, but it's sharing. It's utilizing my experience. It's utilizing my resources. It's utilizing my thought, my mind, my brain power to try to figure out. There are many people in the private sector who could give solutions to nonprofits.
Yeah.
Because, not because they're better, smarter, or anything else, but they have a different experience. But there's also an opportunity for those in the nonprofit sector to share with those in the private sector. Because we have something that maybe they do not yet have through experience.
To pick on the church, two facts that I think are fascinating. Number one, if every church in South Carolina would foster or adopt one child, not everybody in a church, every church did one more, DSS would cease to have kids in care. There's more churches in South Carolina than there are children in need.
Wow.
Right? Number two, 10% of, on average, of people in a church give, right? Financially. If every church attending Christian gave a tithe, we could end issues like this in 1 year. We multiply the power of the church financially by 10 in the course of a year. And it's easy to overlook the issues, right? So what advice would you give me as I'm engaging with people as a pastor for the next 24 hours?
Yeah, I think one, Brian Stevenson says something. He says the only way that we get to know an issue is if we become proximate.
Yeah.
And I think that should be the hope, the challenge, the inspiration. How can we get more proximate to issues that our community is going through? And I think, as we get proximate, I believe those things that I hope I live my life by, and that is conversation brings about conviction, conviction brings about change. And if we can have the conversation more, there's a level of conviction that takes place. And that conviction is so personal that I don't have to tell you what you ought to do. I can just have a conversation, and something inside of you will drive you to do the things that you need to do. And when we're led by that conviction, it brings about change.
Amen. Amen. Well, hopefully some people will get convicted. All right, I'm getting waved that you
right.
got to go. We could sit here and talk all night, but we got to bring the next person on.
All right.
So thank you, Sean.
No problem. I have to.
Kennedy, come on in. Oh, yeah. Thank you, sir. Good to see you, buddy.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
All right, great to meet
Hey,
you.
Ryan.
Awesome, Kennedy. Okay, so my name is Kennedy Davis. I live here in Greenville.
Okay.
I work for a nonprofit called Sustaining Way. We are a local 501c3, and we exist to kind of uplift communities facing gentrification in Greenville and upstate South Carolina.
Yeah.
But today I am here independently. I am here as an artist and photographer. I have a series I just started doing where I take film portraits of people around Greenville and then interview them. So I was hoping I could do that with you here today.
Sure, let's do it.
All right, awesome. And since I have a very beginner's setup, I'm just going to have you speak into my phone, my voice memos. But yeah, I figured we could start. I have 4 super quick, easy questions, and I was going to take a few pictures of you.
That's great.
Awesome.
Thanks for coming out.
Thank you. All right, so if you could start by just introducing yourself real quick and giving a brief explanation of why you're here and what you're doing right now.
Okay, so my name's Ryan Dirk. I'm the president and CEO of Miracle Hill Ministries. So I spend my days trying to help people experiencing homelessness. And on a very personal level, I do that because I once was one of those people. So I came into this work through my own personal story of brokenness and felt the Lord's call into my life to help my neighbors get a hand up rather than a hand out. And today we're just trying to shine a spotlight on the issue of homelessness so that everyone can kind of understand the complexities and the beauty of people who are, experiencing very hard times with their own trauma.
Yes, thank you. Awesome. So my first question that I have for you is, I want to know, what do you think are some of the most pressing issues of our time?
Wow.
Very broad question.
Of our time. How do you want me to address that? So certainly I'm biased, and I think that we as a community should take care of our neighbors. What I mean by that is not compartmentalize our life or our faith, but see the value in the common man that we have around us and engage here locally first before we go other places and try to fix other parts of the world. But what does that mean? It means that in my world, having more people invested in being a part of the solution of homelessness is what we're after.
Awesome, thank you. And that leads us into my next question, which is, what do intersectionality and advocacy mean for you?
Give me some context on that, Kennedy. What do you mean by that, intersectionality?
Yeah, so intersectionality just means pretty much how certain systemic issues can kind of blend together and work together. So there's, ties between, systemic racism and certain communities which have been
I got you. I got an answer for you now.
Yes, okay.
So a very wise pastor who recently passed away last year, Tim Keller, he wrote this amazing book called Ministries of Mercy. And he said that half of the political world thinks that these systemic issues are as a result of poor choices. The other half of the political world thinks that these systemic issues are because of broken systems. And what Reverend Keller said, and I would agree with, is that the answer is yes. Okay? It's both of those things. So these issues are very, very complex. And so for somebody experiencing homelessness, the way that they find their way into that situation is as unique as the human being sitting in front of you. I mean, it could be from a history of addiction or organic mental illness, or it could be from childhood trauma or just bad economic decisions. So I don't know that there is, or I'm going to say there's not a one-size-fits-all answer to these questions. The answer lies in developing a relationship with the person that you're coming up across, learning their story, and then helping them to figure out what areas of these very complex issues they need to interact with for their own health.
Wonderful, thank you. And then the last question that I have for you today is, what is one action you think everybody could take to be a better neighbor?
Yeah, so I just said it to Sean, these solutions aren't fixed by just the Miracle Hills of the world. Everybody has an opportunity to share of their time, their talents, and their treasures. So individuals need to figure out where they can contribute. If they're a person of faith, maybe it's just prayer. If they're a person of deep wealth, maybe it's with their pockets. So it depends on the person, but be a part of the solution, not just a bystander.
Wonderful, thank you so much for your time. And that concludes my questions. I'm just going to take 3 pictures of you now, if that's all right.
Okay, great.
All right. Yes. Okay.
Smile or no smile, Kennedy?
We can do a smile and then a no smile.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't want to get in your way. Just trying to play with the lighting a little bit. That's good. All right. Oh, this one can be the serious one.
Okay.
And
moving along, guys. Give us a second.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Okay. Okay.
We're ready for you.
All right. Let's bring in Neil. Come on, Neil. What's up, man?
How are you?
I'm great. Neil, tell the people who you are.
Do this. I'm Neil Inman. I'm LAC council member.
All right. What?
Here in Greenville.
These people don't know
They don't
what an
know what that
LAC
is,
what
do
an
they?
LAC council member is.
LAC council member is a lived experience council
Okay.
that has been formed here in Greenville
Yeah.
to help with the homeless.
Okay. So there's this crazy task force thing happening where everybody's at the table
Yeah.
trying to figure out how to deal with these issues as a community.
Yes.
And you're representing people who are actually have or are currently experiencing homelessness.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not just you.
No.
Who you
My
got
wife-
with you?
Well, I have my wife. We're a team.
Okay.
We have Brian. He works here with you.
Yeah.
You know, we have Danny works here with you.
Yeah.
We have Miss Renee. She works over at Triu. There's quite a few of us. There's 8 of us right now.
Okay.
We're trying to recruit more members. We need more members. It's a lot of work for just 8 people. We have a lot that we have to do. We have meetings every week at least.
Yeah.
Sometimes we've had 2 meetings a couple of times. It's just a lot of work.
So I got 3 big questions for you. All right, so the first one. So you and I were in a meeting the other day, and we got to the big meeting, all the movers and shakers, and we got to a place where you were very impassionately pleading with everybody, and then you turned around and you said, and you pointed at me. You said, I'm gonna be with you on that bench next week, and here you are. Why were you passionate to come out here and be on this bench?
Well, it goes back to the meeting before, where my wife had challenged everybody in this meeting to come out here
Okay.
and spend a day. You know, I said, well, you let me catch one, and I'm going to be out there with them.
Okay.
So you decided, I don't know what made you do this, but you've done it, and I am proud of you for this.
Thank you.
I know the whole community is going to be proud of you for this. This is not an easy thing to do. You know, living out here on the street is totally different than having our place to live. And now we have a place to live. You know, we know how it is out here, extremely, even in the cold. You know, it's like last night. I was out here last night. I was out here about 3 o'clock this morning. It was dangerously cold out here.
Yeah.
And I know I have friends, I don't know how many come to cold shelters last night. I haven't got a report yet. I don't know how many come out. It was dangerous, so cold out here. I was breathing. See, I'm used to being outside all the time.
Yeah.
I worked out here all my life. It's such cold. I was breathing, and it was turning to icicles, just icicles. Instantly. I said, you know, I have friends out here tonight,
Yeah.
and I'm going to stay out here as long as I can. Because I'm going to make sure that I stay out long because it's cold.
Yeah.
Just take my ears off for those. Anyway, I thought, you know, my friends are out here tonight.
You're going to
I
stand in
hope-
solidarity with
I
them.
hope none of us die tonight.
So the second question is kind of a tongue-in-cheek fun question.
Okay.
But you also said this to me into that meeting. You said, I have tricks to stay warm. Well, I'm going to be sitting out here for 24 hours. What are the tricks, Neil? Give me the skinny. What do I need to do?
Well, you done got one of them in your hands.
I got the hot hand.
You're already cheating. I mean, that's
I'm
cheating. You're cheating.
Okay? I'm cheating.
Cheating. You don't have a layer enough. I don't know how many layers of clothes you got on, but you're probably going to get really cold.
I got a ski bib and a ski jacket to throw on over this. I got 2 layers of thermals on.
Okay.
I think I'm good. I got a head
It
thing.
might be, maybe.
Okay.
Depends how cold it is. I have hundreds of dollars worth of hunting gear on.
Yeah.
This is the only way you're going to stay warm out here all night, is to have insulated, cold weather gear. It's the only way you can do it. This is my trick. It's my hunting. Best trick in the world.
And you and Sherry were, well, that's my third question. You and Sherry were in your car, right? Can you give the people just like 2-minute, what was your experience? How did you wind up homeless, and how long were you in that experience, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, it started. We lost our place to live. It was really old. It's one of the historic places in town. If anybody knows, it's Peacock Lady. We used to live at Peacock Lady's house up in Travelers Rest. One place is really so we lost it. It's just too old for us to be able to stay there. So we moved, and when we had to move, we had no place to go at the time. We had really cheap rent. It was really good. We didn't have enough rent money, so we had to be out on the street. We had 2 kids with us at the time. One of them we put at a friend's house, and the other we had to keep him with us. Second time we lost our place. Our littlest one growed up and growed out of our house. We were living with him at the time. His place, and he was working with his place. So we stayed with him. He growed up, growed out. So we had no other choice but to come back out here. That's when we moved into our minivan. We converted our minivan into a camp. And we had a bed, we had a refrigerator, we had a camping stove. I mean, we had TV. We still have all our stuff in case we need to come out. We invested money to put things like a power strip into our car, our minivan. We had a crock pot. We could fix food in our car. We had so many things that these folks don't have. Living in your car is one thing, but having to sit on this beach.
So being in your car was at some level a luxury.
It is a luxury. It is a luxury to the homeless folks to have a vehicle. You know, just that. You have heat. You're out of the weather. You don't get what's right. I mean, just no elements, period. You don't have to worry about heat and air conditioning you have in your car. Your car is your home, period. It's where you sleep, it's where you eat, it's where you think, it's where you communicate with each other. Live in that car, period.
So, Neil, tell the people, last question, tell the people that are watching this, that are curious, like, what would you say to them to have them be a part of the solution?
That's a good question. We need communication. We need communication. How do we communicate with each other and let each other know what's happening? And we need to help these folks instead of hurt these folks. These folks really need our help. Communication.
Okay. Man, I appreciate you coming out here. We're going to jump on to the next person. Appreciate you. We'll be all right. Come on, Lizzie Beber. Have a seat.
Hey, thanks. I brought you something.
What'd you bring?
Well, I brought you might recognize this little bag.
Yep.
Yep. So some people call them blessing bags. Some people call them food and socks. So these are things that we give out to our unhoused friends, and I just wanted you to have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
So
Thank
some
you.
snacks, hand sanitizer, hot hands.
Some more hot hands.
Yeah, you picked a really cold day.
Oh, I didn't pick it.
I'm just saying it. Yeah. Here we are.
All right, tell the people who you are.
Hey, my name is Lizzie Bever, and I'm a friend of Ryan's, but I'm also the president of United Ministries.
Okay, so what is United Ministry?
Yeah, we're also a nonprofit serving the community here in Greenville, and we focus on poverty reduction, so helping people who really want to exit poverty for the long term, but also helping with basic needs such as folks who are homeless. So providing day shelter, housing for families, and those additional resources.
Okay. So how is United Ministries similar and different from what we do here in Miracle Hill?
Oh, right.
Not philosophically.
No.
Like in action. Like what is Place of Hope versus the shelter?
Yeah, well, I think a great way to start that is we do a lot of work together.
Yeah.
So we've both been around a long time. We were formed by people who wanted to care deeply for the community. So Place of Hope Day Shelter provides showers, laundry, case management, and bathrooms names to some of the folks that come to you all for overnight shelter.
It's the same people.
Yeah, a lot of the same folks. A lot of our staff work together to case manage, support folks collectively. We also serve families with children who are coming from homelessness and have a whole program that includes housing for them. So some of that may be a referral from you all.
So I think one of the repeating themes of this whole thing is, how do we get the people watching involved? Like, what would you say, other than watching a live stream of me freezing for 24 hours, what would you tell people?
Yeah. I think the first place is always to either educate yourself and to really think about what's the driver for that. I hope that people start that process because they care.
Yeah.
For me, and I maybe would resonate with you, it really comes from just a really simple teaching of loving God and loving neighbor. And how does that get lived out? And so really educating ourselves about what is homelessness. It can look different for different people.
Yeah.
There really are folks who live outside, and to not make assumptions about why we think that is, but to learn from them directly.
It was Zig Ziglar who said, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Yeah.
Right? Sean said, you have to get proximate.
Yes.
And I say, like, if you don't have a relationship, you have no bearing to even contribute to why somebody's experiencing homelessness.
That's right.
Right? We have no idea.
That's right.
Right? We have no clue what to.
Yeah, and because I think a lot of us have grown up in this country getting conditioned to seeing someone on the sidewalk or with a blanket or with a cart and really being taught at a young age. I think about my own kids and how their perspective is getting shaped. But we create these narratives of how we think someone got to that place. But oftentimes it's a story that we have no idea. And to really instill compassion. And I know for me personally, it has been through the privilege of those relationships.
Yeah.
But it really is up to that person if they feel comfortable, right?
Yeah.
So those bags are a great way, I think, for just your general public to respond with love and care. Maybe they don't have the words, but they can at least offer someone that time to give as a start.
And we're doing that today.
Yeah.
These bags.
Yeah.
So on our website, they've got a listen up, people. It's like a scavenger hunt.
Oh.
So they have to go get all the items that go in these bags.
Okay.
And then if they bring it, they get, hopefully I'm not saying this wrong, they get a coupon to our thrift stores.
Oh.
Right?
That's
you're trying
awesome.
to build the bags.
Well, and those thrift stores are great places. They are. They are. It all serves a good purpose.
So, what do you want to talk about? You got any subjects?
Tell me about the next 24 hours.
I'm going to be sitting or standing here.
Yeah.
And I got all the cold weather gear, and we're going to have lots of good conversations. So that's the next 24 hours.
And you've got a really diverse group of folks.
Yeah.
From all over.
From all over.
Yeah. What are you most excited? Not excited oh wow, I'm representing a really hard issue, but what are you looking forward to in being able to sit with those different folks?
Yeah, so having Neil here, that's what I'm most excited about, right?
Yeah.
The raw conversation. Whether somebody agrees with me or disagrees with me, but having those raw conversations, I can't take Neil's experience from Neil, right? And that's you don't get to hear from Neil, right, often. Certainly not on a 24-hour live stream. So I think those are the conversations I'm most excited about. They're probably also going to be some of the more challenging conversations. And my wife and my kids. They're coming here later tonight.
Make sure you're okay.
To make sure I'm okay. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. And hopefully somebody learning something that they don't know.
What, in your experience, you and I are both in a lot of spaces together. We're a part of really trying to affect good change. What are some of the things that are on your mind as you sit on this bench and you think about the people who come through here? Like, how does that inform for you the work that we're doing to try to make changes?
Yeah, I think just in recent weeks, and this is going to sound terrible, but this is real. I think in recent weeks, the gaps of service have been high, top of mind. So when I say gaps of service, there are, Greenville, believe it or not, has great services for people experiencing homelessness. There's lots of opportunity, but there are some populations that are underserved or not served at all. If Jacob was up here, he would say that the one that he loses sleep over is fathers with children. There's nowhere for them to go. And we should, as a community, have an option for them. And we have a responsibility to have an option for them. The one that grieves me the most, that there are options, but it grieves me that it exists, is our seniors. So I don't know who's in the shelter behind me right now, but I know that over the years, I've sat across the room from men that are in their 80s. And the fact that we don't have a solution for that somebody's in their 80s and they're in a shelter, I feel like we can do better as a society.
Yeah.
And if we could solve that, or veterans. Charlie will be here a little bit later to talk about veterans, but there's more resources for veterans than any other population, and yet we can't reach effective zero, which, shame on us, right? We should have a solution.
So how do you, so a question I often ask is, sometimes people use, we find ways to help people to not be homeless, and that actually creates a good economic argument. Less folks in hospitals, less folks in jails. I feel so deeply that it can't just be that. Now, I think you would agree. But I've been thinking a lot about the moral calling for us as a community. We're known as a great place to live.
Yeah. But not great for everyone.
It's not great for everyone. That keeps me up at night.
Now we're treading into deep water here. So
what do you think we were going to talk about?
Yeah. So I think that you and I, as people of faith, that we have some morality that is set for us, right? That we should live in accordance with. I think that Christians, I'm just going to pick on Christians because I am one, we have a bad habit of placing our morality on others, right? So the way, as it relates to serving people experiencing homelessness, what I tell our staff all the time is we should not expect our guests to come in acting like they've been at Sunday school, right? We should expect our guests to come in acting like they've had whatever experience that they've had. And so what you're alluding to is a common, agreed moral position. So how do you get to that?
Yeah.
Right? You have vast differences. You go back 100 years, and there was, even with non-Christians, there was this Judeo-Christian ethic and moral that permeated all of America. That's not true today.
Yeah.
So do you utilize, if somebody values economic improvement as part of their moral code, do you just let that exist?
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
I agree with you.
I just don't think it's enough.
I don't either.
But it certainly is true, right? And there are lots of, I'm really fascinated, but the fact is so many folks do go to the ER to get services. Or I've heard just in the last week, folks with lived experience have said to me, do you know how many of my friends want to get arrested so that they can get a meal and a place to sleep?
I was in that same meeting. Yeah. So 10 years ago, a group in Charlotte convinced the banking community in Charlotte. So they go see all the big banks, and they convince them to spend some ridiculous amount of money. Let's call it $30 million to build a 200 unit housing thing to eradicate homelessness from the banking district of Charlotte. Okay? So they built this building. The banks had economic value, right?
Yeah.
So they build the building fills up, there's no less people on the streets. It's the same amount of people.
Yeah.
So one of the things that you hear me push all the time is agreement of outcomes. So some people would say our goal is to end homelessness. I don't think that'll ever happen, right? Like, I think that if you set people up that's the value, we'll always be disappointed. But if we agree on something else, like effective zero, which we can explain what that is, then we have a mutually agreed upon goal that is achievable. All right, so won't you explain to the people what effective zero is? Or I'll do it if you don't
Yeah, I
want
think
to.
you should do it.
Okay.
You're on a roll.
So effective zero is the idea that however many people enter the experience of homelessness in a period of time, the same number of people exit the experience of homelessness in a period of time. So that the system is efficient. It is moving people through as they enter and exit, which is achievable. And Jolanda's waving me off, so we got roll it up here.
We gotta wrap it up.
What are the last words you'd share with people?
Yeah, well, I really love whoever's tuned in. I think you're an awesome person for being interested. And I hope you will see yourselves as a part of the solution. And I personally think it starts with caring and finding that compassion, like that connection with our humanity. There's a quote that I have held really close in the last few months, and it's from our friends at an organization that provides housing to unhoused folks. And they say homelessness is the catastrophic loss of family. And I just want to leave folks listening with that. You really get to know folks and you hear their stories for so many people. That has been true.
Amen.
So,
Thanks, friend.
Thank you. Yeah, good luck.
All right, Mr. Carson, get up here. Step right up, have a seat.
Set me up for this.
Oh, you're sitting with me, okay. It'll be hard to talk.
Oh, no, man.
Come on.
My bad.
You can sit with me.
It's a little warmer there.
Tell the people who you are and what you do.
I'm David Carson. I'm a follower of Christ, and we have a ministry that we help transition homes, safe, structured environment, and show the love of Christ.
Okay. So what's a transitional home and why do we need them?
We need them because it's very important for people like me. When I got out of treatment, Miracle Hill had a transition home for me to go to when I left rehab, and some rehabs don't have that transition home, and that's very important. We fight to get out of that toxic environment, and if we have to go right back in it, don't stand a chance.
Yeah. One of the greatest issues in this whole conversation is if somebody finds a way out of their experience, right? Like if they stabilize, they got to have somewhere to go.
Yes.
Right? Like they got to have somewhere that is affordable for them.
Yep.
In the case of people with, addiction recovery, oftentimes they need ongoing accountability at a deeper level.
Yep.
And playing off of what Lizzie just said before she left, like they need to know somebody cares whether or not they come home. Right? Like the flip side of that would be they get an apartment and they go home and there they are.
Yeah. Just them and
just them.
And them.
And I don't know about you, but personally, I'm my own worst enemy.
Yeah.
Right? Like the last thing I need to be is alone.
Right.
I need to know somebody's expecting me home for dinner.
Right.
or somebody cares about me. So how do you guys like instill that idea of community?
So we're like a family. We try to, that's what we take pride in, is being like a family. We hold each other accountable. They come home, and each house is just like a group of 6 men that's a family. They hold each other accountable, you know what I mean? They love on one another. They help others, and that's what we try to do, you know? And just going, like you said, I stayed in transition 2 years. You know, after treatment, and that was very important to me, like accountability and learning just to live life, pay bills, you know, have responsibilities, you know.
So why come out here and sit on a bench and talk to me?
I don't know. I just saw. I know, but so you and y'all inspire me. You know what I mean? And I just think it's great what y'all do. Like I stepped in the homeless shelter in Spartanburg, Miracle Hills Rescue Mission in 2017. I had nowhere to go, and I just love what y'all do. And if it wasn't for me going there and then the Overcomers, I wouldn't be sitting here with you today. I'd probably be in there or out here.
So tell the people how and why you came up with the idea for Sammy's Mission.
So I was in jail in 2016, and I started reading the gospel. In jail, I was given a Bible by David Gay here at the Triune Mercy Center. And I don't know what it looked like, but God laid it on my heart to help other drug addicts using his word while I was in jail. And keep in mind, you know what I mean? I didn't have nobody nowhere, but God laid it on my heart. I went to Overcomers, and I was a transition MT there for Overcomers, and I seen other treatment centers that didn't have places for the guys to go. They go right back to the streets when they finish completing their rehab, and I was like, man, that's a big need for that. And I took what Miracle Hill Overcomers taught me, and that's what we're doing. And it just.
Where's the name come from?
Sammy was my best friend in active addiction, and the last time I spoke to him was when the mission van dropped me off at Overcomers. I spoke to him on the phone, and I told him I was going to get clean, and he said, I love you, and that was the last time I talked to him. He died in active addiction, and we did Sammy's Mission to honor him.
All right, brother. Jolanda's waving at me. Keep moving on.
Love you.
Love you, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right, Dustin.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. So let me get some stuff set up over here.
Yeah, do you think? Okay, so while he's sitting up, I'm not super cold right now. I think I'm running on adrenaline already. Man, we got lots of people lined up, ready to come have a conversation. I still am working on my only water bottle that I brought. I have no idea what time it is, but in about 2 hours, I sure am hopeful somebody brings me something to eat so we can have some food. I do have some snacks now, and maybe that's what the Lord has for me to eat. And that's perfectly fine. Man, please share this link. Get more people tuning in. We're going to be here for a long, long, long time. Braden, how's the sound doing?
It's great.
Sounds great?
Ryan, what if somebody watching us knows somebody experiencing homelessness today? What can they do, especially on a cold night like this?
Yeah, so I think the first resource I would give you is on your phone, you can download the Miracle Help Kit app, which will point you to every service provider in the community, not just Miracle Hill. But if you see somebody on the streets, we have a flagpole over here. It's in front of each one of our shelters. And on cold nights, when the temperature drops to 40 degrees or below, we put up a white flag and we open up our cold weather shelters. So those will be open tonight.
Alrighty. Hey there.
Hey.
Good to meet you, man.
Good to see you.
Martin, WYFF.
Great.
Just want to put this on you real quick.
Yes, sir.
us out here today? What brings you out here today, and what is your goal of being a part of this?
Yeah, so I'm one of 14 total missions across the U.S. where the CEOs are sitting down on benches, and we're trying to generate a conversation and shine a spotlight on the issue of homelessness and its complexities.
And absolutely, from our standpoint, we do a lot of the weather coverage itself, and so everyone knows that the cold temperatures are there. Yeah. But a lot of people may not know how many people this impacts that they just don't see every day. But you get to see this firsthand, and what does it mean to be able to kind of help get more of that word out to help more people?
I'm maybe I am surprised a little bit at how little people know the numbers. So new numbers just came out from HUD just here a couple of weeks ago. So there are 770,000 people experiencing homelessness in the United States. At Miracle Hill alone, on any given night, we have 650 people in one of our shelters, programs, transitional houses. And then on the cold nights, when we open up our cold weather shelter, we'll increase our census by 250 people probably tonight. Probably 150 or more people alone at this facility. Like it's a sweeping issue, and the colder it gets, the more people come out of the woods in search of safety in the midst of the storm of life.
Sure. And I know tomorrow we have a plan to be out here live with you guys at about 4:30, 5 o'clock. So kind of on the halfway point of your overnight journey.
We'll be waiting on the sun at that point.
Absolutely. I was going to say, what do you want to kind of say tonight as we kind of preview to get to that, or just a message that you would want to get out before that?
Yeah, so I don't want to misconstrue, like I'm not experiencing homelessness. At the end of this, I get to go home and take a hot shower and lay down in a warm bed, maybe with a heated blanket. But that's not true for so many of our neighbors who cannot escape their situation. Today, it's deadly, right? You stay outside all night, you're not well protected, you're not going to survive the day. So, I want all of the upstate to be a part of the solution, to come together to figure out how we can help our neighbors get a hand up.
Sure. Anything else you'd like to add?
No. Thank you for coming and covering it.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You want your mic?
Yes, sir.
All right. Major, come on in.
Hey Ryan, how are you?
Good to see you, sir.
Good
Come on in.
I brought you what might seem like a very interesting gift, but this is very symbolic of one of my favourite redemption stories.
Okay, well I hope you'll tell me about it.
Well, if we get opportunity, it's a great story, but it takes a minute.
Okay, so this is Major Mike Harris with the Salvation Army. So these are our sheltering partners here in Greenville. Yeah. So tell the people a little bit about what you guys do in the Salvation Army.
Well, first thing people don't know about the Salvation Army is it's a church, so we have that in common. That's a fundamental that we share. Major really means reverence. I'm an ordained minister in the Salvation Army. And
so I can call myself Major?
Go for it. Absolutely.
Wonderful.
You need a uniform though. Anyway, so which I have underneath all of this garb, but it's a bit chilly. Congratulations, by the way, on choosing the coldest 24 hours of the year. However, so the Salvation Army is a church, and our roots are Methodist. And if you know anything about the Methodist Church, they have this itinerant ministry model where pastors move around.
Every 3 years.
3 to 5 years is what you call the average. It can be how long is a piece of string kind of thing, but nevertheless, we don't go where we choose. But we were delighted to be sent to Greenville, South Carolina, about 18 months ago. And
how long have you been part of the Army?
Well, it's been our family church for 5 generations.
Wow.
And you can tell by the way I speak, I'm not from around these parts. My family's in England, so my mum still attends the local Salvation Army congregation in our home of Coventry. I have a sister who is a minister in the Salvation Army. And get this, we've got 3 kids. 2 of our kids are going into the Salvation Army seminary to become Salvation Army ministers.
6th generation.
That'll be the 6th generation right there. Yeah.
Wow.
So it's quite a heritage, really.
Yeah.
But the truth is, what the Salvation Army offers to us is a fulfillment of what I believe to be the purity of Christ's mission, the real heart of it. Jesus came for the sake of the poor and the lost and the needy and the sinner. That was why he came. And the birth of the Salvation Army, and I look at what Miracle Hill does, very much the same principle. The birth of the Salvation Army was, we want to reach the soul of the individual. However, our founder William Booth found very quickly that if a guy's homeless, what he's thinking about is where he's sleeping tonight. If he's hungry, what he's thinking about is his best meal. Let's meet these practical needs so we can basically reach the soul, so we can preach the gospel to the individual who will receive it. So that's kind of the origins of the Salvation Army. So what you see in many communities is a manifestation of that. So it's rather like yourselves, we have a homeless shelter in town. We have the one, or the one campus, shall I say. We also have our social services office. We have satellite offices in the Coley and Pickens County. And then we have the Croc Center, which is actually unique, if you will, to all of North and South Carolina. There's no other city in all of North and South Carolina with the Croc Center. I probably won't talk about that too much because it's a very different entity and would skew a little bit the subject of the day.
With another UK guy running it.
That's right.
Yes.
There you go. John Phil Winter. Yeah. Oh yeah, David Hanna. David Hanna. You have John Phil Winter actually over at Rutherford Street.
Yeah.
So there's three of us UK guys in town. But yeah, David's a great guy, and you know
he used to work for us.
Yes, and he's just a terrific fella. And the nice thing is, he brings that spirit and that heart into the Croc Center, and he desires very much for more and more folk, and we have them come from our shelter to utilise that wonderful facility. So yeah, his heart is very much part of the mission.
So I want to tell you a quick story. So years ago, I was in my ordination council. Okay. So I'm several hours into getting grilled by these amazing godly men on everything to do with my faith. And a guy that I respected more than I can say asked me a question towards the end of it. He said, defend the ministry of Miracle Hill with scripture. And it stumped me. I froze. I couldn't come up with it. So I was greatly embarrassed by that because I'd worked for this ministry for many years at this point. So I immediately went to my Bible and just started, like, what does the Lord say about caring for the least of the lost? And what I learned is, man, you can't escape, right? It is from front to back, his heart to defend the poor, to love the loveless. Man, it is Jesus's summary. Love God and love others. Like, you can't escape it.
Amen.
Yeah.
Our founder William Booth came up with a great phrase. It was heart to God, hand to man. And I often thought that's a beautiful way of putting the greatest commandments.
Right.
Love the Lord God with all your heart, soul, mind, and spirit. And the second is like it, love your neighbor as yourself. Do the first, and then the second just comes naturally, doesn't it?
Well, and it says, and the second is like it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he doesn't mince words.
Absolutely
right?
Right.
They are equated in Scripture from Jesus himself.
Yeah. It's an all or nothing. Either it's both or it's none at all.
Yeah.
So, and it's very interesting as well, having moved to Greenville, because I've lived in some big cities. We came from Dallas before, and the attitude of people towards the homeless could be a little different in each community.
Right.
And so here, what I've found is that, first of all, people think we're overwhelmed with folk who are unhoused. Well, we are, but it's not that different to most places these days. I went to Knoxville, Tennessee just a couple of months ago. It was amazing how many folk but the mindset is, let's just move them on. The mindset is almost they're a different level of person. Move them on. And that's bothered me a little bit since I've been here. I had a phone call from a lady, in our area saying that, these folk are all around, they're messing up the neighborhoods. You hear the same lines I do. And the answer wasn't help them, which we are desperately trying to do, and that's what we want to do, it's get rid of them.
Get rid of them.
That's
NIMBY, not in my backyard.
I like that. Okay. Yeah. So it's very, very bothersome, particularly as we're living in a community where many of our employees at the Salvation Army can't afford to live in Greenville. They have to go further out, which shows you that we're struggling, or people are struggling just to live here ordinarily, and the domino effect of that, or the snowball of that, is what homelessness is becoming. And so we're seeing more and more people who are not used to this, who are living homeless in our communities, and we've got to find a better way to serve them, a better way to figure out what life is going to be for them. Moving them on ain't the answer.
Yeah, helping them to figure out how to move on mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually based on where the Lord is taking them. And that's the answer, right?
Yeah.
Like knowing the human being in front of you and developing a relationship so you can help discern that with him.
Perfect word, relationship right there.
Yeah. It's the secret sauce.
Amen to that. Yeah. So some of my favorite stories are involving people, the least of these are scriptural, but involving folk who just came to us struggling. On one hand, I would say I never experienced homelessness, but there was this really brief period where I was, my wife and I were homeless with 2 small children. You see, when we got called to the Salvation Army ministry, we sold everything we had to go to the seminary We sold our house just a little bit early, which meant we were with that house. I'm one of the few people who can say the Salvation Army made me homeless, but that's rather flippant. But just that little glimpse of knocking on friends' houses saying, can we stay with you for a few nights, and the embarrassment of just doing that. So I have a little glimpse of how it can begin.
Sure.
And then of course it snowballs to the point where people are just chronically that way. And there, but for the grace of God, go on.
There, but for the grace of God. So what's new at the Salvation Army? Anything?
Well, our big project right now is trying to revitalize our campus. We're working very hard on our capital campaign. We actually have about 3 million left to raise. So that means we've got about 12 to 13 million either in the bank or in pledges. So we're very, very optimistic that by the summertime, hopefully by June, that we could be in a position to say we've now raised all the money and we want to revitalize that campus and bring in basically much better facilities for our friends, obviously the men, the women and children. We're going to have some transitional housing there, some family units there, which is very, very good.
Yeah,
I want
a gap in our society.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I want to talk to you, not now, another day, about your rehab programs.
Yes.
Because to me, that's a critical piece that you have to offer.
You guys used to have one.
Let me tell you.
Before you were here.
When I was sent to Greenville, I went, great, they've got that CSRC program.
Yeah.
I remember all over that. And I get here and it's not there anymore.
Yeah.
And it broke my heart, it really did, because I know what that can do.
All right, so let me try to help you in your efforts. So if somebody's watching and they want to be involved with the Salvation Army, or they want to contribute with their time, their talents, or their treasures to your efforts to revitalize that campus, how can they get involved?
Yeah, basically, well, first of all, communicate with us. You can go on our website. I can't remember what the website name is, forgive me, it's a brain fart moment. But contact us and we will be happy to connect you in any way that you can. If you want to contribute financially, of course, we will take your gift. Here locally, we can do it through a pledge or through an outright gift. But there are many ways you can help us. Today I was sitting down, it could be as simple as helping us with our food pantry, which quickly gets overwhelmed with new donations and we're struggling to keep up. So it could be you want to do that. It could be we've got a lovely garden there that we're growing sort of a lot of our own vegetables and herbs, and it could be you want to help with that. There's a lot of ways that you can help us, but particularly with the campus, if you want to give us some money, please get hold of us and we can direct you accordingly.
So this is the first time we're meeting.
It is.
But maybe let's grab coffee sometime, man. And I'd love to get to know you.
We've got a lot to talk about, and I'm convinced of it.
Thank you for coming on.
All right, Ryan, been a pleasure.
Okay.
All right, good luck with this, and good luck tonight.
Thank you, sir. All right, Helen. Helen, we got a Helen coming? What's up, Ryan? Hey, good to see you.
So Helen's coming. Would you remind people about the scavenger hunt?
Yeah, there's a scavenger. Jacob, you remind them. Walk this way. Remind people about the scavenger hunt.
Hi, everyone. There's a scavenger hunt going on right now. So here we go. Here's some words on the screen while Helen's coming in. But there's different items that we're looking for. So if you come up here to chat,
Come on in, Helen.
you can look for these items. Bring them up here to the mission. We appreciate you. All right, that's it.
Come on in.
Thank you.
Helen, Ryan, Helen.
Yes.
So nice to meet you, Ryan.
You as well.
My name is Helen.
I was trying to pronounce it. Hari.
Hari.
Okay.
I am a part-time resident of Greenville. I have a home here. I live in Louisville, Kentucky also. I'm retired, but my profession was a social worker in the school system in Louisville for 37 years. So I have a great interest in individuals that have needs that are struggling. So I guess I'm just trying to understand the organization of homeless agencies here in Greenville. I understand there are a number of different groups that are working to provide services for the homeless. Just my observation as a citizen is there seem to be so many homeless people during the day that I see at the public library all around the park there, across the street here, down the street, I mean just all over. And I guess in Louisville we have a wonderful center, and if you want to Google this, do some research, it's called St. John's Center.
Say it again?
St. John Center.
Got it.
It's on Valley Boulevard, Louisville, Kentucky. but they do many, many services. But one thing that I seem to observe here, and I could be wrong, it's just the deficit of day facilities for people, a positive, safe place for them to go and get services that they need. So I'm just curious what Get2Be in Greenville coordinates your services, the services of other agencies.
Yeah, it's such a good question. So let me come at it from two different directions. So the direct answer is there's essentially two organizations that do day services. The first one is Place of Hope down at United Ministries, which is right down here, kind of where Main Street and Pendleton connect. And they're open 5 or 6 days a week in the mornings. And that's showers, mail, some social services, help to get IDs, things like that. The other kind of day services organization is Triune Mercy Center, which is not open every day. And Jennifer will be on here at some point over this live stream, and I'll ask her that. So she'll put it on here. But they do the same thing. They have social workers, some people that have some specialty in mental health, etc. That really those two organizations probably are the front lines for people experiencing homelessness that are still on the streets. That being said, there are clearly gaps in services. There's no doubt about it. So right now there is an effort underway in Greenville. It's a task force of all the service providers as well as the philanthropic community, city and county government, the police, and we're begging this exact question that you're asking. What are the gaps in service? What do we as a community need to do in order to affect real change? I think what complicates the conversation has to do with why people are on the streets. So if you look at Greenville kind of historically, there's always been some people that are kind of visibly on the streets, but not at the numbers that you and I are experiencing today. So the question is why? Why have the numbers gone up? Is it a true increase in homelessness? I think there's two answers to it. I think number one, as Greenville grows, there is going to be an incremental increase in the number, whatever the number is. I think the more complicated answer is as we develop, like I'll pick on Unity Park that's right down here. As we develop, we're developing the places that people historically would camp or would find respite, and we're putting very expensive townhomes and other things there, which are driving people into more visibility. Does that make sense? The word that nobody likes to use is this word gentrification, but gentrification is a very real thing, and we're eliminating a lot of the affordable housing and the places that people may go during the day. Part of this task force effort, which this is already signed in blood, so to speak, is the creation of a crisis team and more expansive day shelter services. So it's not just about having somewhere for people to go, which there's some gaps and some needs there. That's that expansion of kind of day shelter services. But it's also about people who can help people know where to go, right? So if you, for instance, you see somebody in front of your house and you go out there and you say, hey, what can I do to help you? And they say, well, I need X, but I don't know where to go. We have an app you can use, but what would be better is if you have a phone number you can call and a team of people will come to assist that person in real time. Yeah, and we have some outreach, but the outreach we have is limited. It's not 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and the experience of homelessness is not constricted to Monday through Friday during business hours, right? Like the needs are at 11 o'clock at night on a Sunday. And so we're working to create more systems. You're pointing to a gap of service that's evident to all of us.
That's good. And I think just like we have mayors and political officials from other communities that come to Greenville to study the success of this city, is it possible that people in this group can also look at other cities and programs that are working and successful? And I might suggest the St. John's Center in Louisville would be a really
Yeah, we're going to write that down. Whoever's in the tent is going to write that down, and we'll look into it. And we are doing that. We're considering other communities, other systems. I don't think anybody here thinks that we have a monopoly on figuring this thing out. Like, we're trying to find people who are more effective. Matter of fact, I was in a leadership meeting earlier today, and we were talking about this very issue as it pertains to Miracle Hill. Like, how do we become more effective and efficient as a ministry, helping the person in front of us? Because these issues, they're evolving and they're becoming more complicated, which means we have to develop different expertise.
Well, what really prompted my being here today, I went to the library yesterday and there was a homeless person, and he walked up to the door, and I think at one time he had a cafe, and it was really good said that it was freezing cold, and this gentleman had some lunch, and he stood at the door and he said, "Oh, they don't allow food inside, I'll eat outside." And he was just sitting there, and on my way out I just had a conversation with him, new to Greenville, trying to figure out
where to go and what to do.
But the big problem, and maybe even been here to spend a night, but maybe to leave at a certain time, and then there's this long period of time where you go. If you have no transportation, if you aren't knowledgeable about the city, if you haven't learned the ropes,
sure,
and I thought, I went to my house and I pulled my phone out, and lo and behold, you were going to be on the bench today. And I thought, I'm going to come talk to Ryan and say, hey.
Well, let me give you another piece of information that'll be helpful to you. So if somebody checks into our cold weather shelter, which will be open tonight, tomorrow morning, depending on how cold it is, they will have to leave. But they can walk right around the building to this door right here behind us, and they can check into a residential bed where they can stay all day, right? So not everybody has to leave. A lot of people are choosing to stay in our cold weather shelter, but don't want to stay in the residential portion because maybe there's some rules that they don't like, right? But there is opportunity, whether it's with us or with Salvation Army, Major Mike that was just here, to have somewhere to stay during the day.
Oh, it's good to know. I just have had a concern about that,
yes,
particularly whether being unseasonably with cold for this area, that just the, and I looked and tried to find the coordination of services, and I think that's so important that the left hand knows what the right hand's doing, that people, are filling those gaps and know about it. So.
Prior to 2014-ish, there wasn't any coordination of services, or it was very limited. People kind of played in their own swim lanes. And it's a really long story, but since around 2015-ish, there's been an ever-increasing coordination of services. So like my list over here of people who were coming to sit down on this bench, every service provider just about in Greenville, I have a relationship with, and we are working to fill the gaps.
Do you mind my asking how you fund through your thrift stores, donations?
Yeah, so our thrift
grants, how do you get government funding?
We don't take any federal, state, or local government funding. We get our thrift stores contribute back to the bottom line, a significant amount, but the biggest bucket is individuals. And of that bucket of individuals, people, they probably automatically think that it's, a bunch of millionaires that are helping. The vast majority is the widow's mite. It's $20 here, $10 there, to contribute throughout the year. it was one of the scariest parts about being in leadership initially, that you got to raise money all day every day in order to keep the lights on. But after some years in leadership, like the Lord owns the cattle on 1,000 hills, I don't stress about it. Like He's going to bring people alongside us to give of their resources to the best of their ability, and we're going to keep the lights on.
That's good to know. Well, I know you're doing a lot of good work and a lot of good things about you, and I was just curious to come today and just say, as a citizen, and I know there are others that are interested.
And you're part of the solution. Like, this is the whole point of this, is that people who aren't normally in this work become part of the solution. And it sounds like that's where your heart is, and I'm grateful for that.
Well, thank you for your time. I really
Thank you so much for coming.
And all the best. And if there's anything, you have my name and number.
Yes, ma'am.
If there are any resources that I become aware of or could refer, but I just know how successful that one particular subject's been.
Jacob, will you make sure that she has my contact? I'd love for you to email me or let me know the name of that program. Thank you.
Yeah, we can get that together right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Red, get up here, man. What's up, brother? Boy, I was watching you. Have a seat. I was watching you tear into the churches on social media the other day.
But I wasn't. I was just asking if any of them was going to help.
Okay.
Oh, I was just asking if any of them was going to help. They could let me know. Yeah.
All right, tell the people who you are, what you do.
Hey, y'all. I'm Red Mark with Sunday Dinner with a Twist. We go out every Sunday and we provide meals, coats, sleeping bags, tents, whatever we feel like the homeless need out here. We provide toiletry bags, toothpaste, toothbrushes. Every week we feed about 225 people on Sundays, and we just try to take it to them where they are, because a lot of them don't have a way to get to the shelter here or something. So we go out in the woods and under the bridges and all that stuff.
Where the people are.
Yeah, we take it to them.
So let's expand on that conversation from the other day.
Yeah.
So I got on social media the other day, and Red had, he basically said, I'm going to summarize what you said. You said, it is dangerously cold outside, and all these mega churches need to open up their doors and invite people in.
Right.
Yeah?
Right.
What's your heart behind that?
Well, I spent 18 years of my life out here, homeless. And I met my wife 9 years ago, Cassandra Burgess. Hey, honey. And she got me off the streets, and she taught me about God's love. So when we started Sunday Dinner, that's what we wanted to do, is show God's love. No matter what you was going through, no matter if you was drinking, drugging, whatever, you could always, we come to you, we're going to show you God's love. It doesn't matter. So the other day I was sitting I got out about 4:30 that morning, and it was 19 degrees, or 22 degrees.
Yeah.
And I just put on social media, if you're out there, if you're a big mega church and you got room and you got food, reach out to me and let me know. And I'll get them to you, or we can figure out something. And it was just a cry out.
Did anybody reach out to you?
498 people shared it, but nobody's reached out.
So I got an email yesterday about 4 or 5 churches that were doing it in the Easley area.
In the Easley area.
And I sent it to somebody and said, send it to Red.
I got it.
Okay.
I got it, and then we told people about it, but like it's transportation.
Yeah.
And me and Rocky were talking about it. We were trying to get the women transported over to the shelter last night, and it was just, it's hard for transportation. And if they walk all the way over there, after, if you live in Berea, or you're sleeping in Berea, you got to walk all the way over to Pleasantburg. That's a long walk. So I was sending everybody over there every day, sending the guys over here to y'all, but transportation is what's key to get a lot of these people to the shelters.
So what would improve the transportation? in Greenville specifically? Like as it relates to the whole of Greenville, but specifically to the homeless.
We just have to have volunteers to come out and be willing to drive into these places when it gets this cold. And we have to have, I mean, the churches can do it. The churches that I called out, all of them have big bands.
Yeah.
And they could come out and take them to Miracle Hill or Shepherd's Gate if they're willing to. And that's what I was crying out for. I wasn't basically calling out the churches, but I just wanted to, I just want, I mean, what we do every, I mean, I'm taking them during the week. I take them to doctor's appointments. I take them to treatment. I take them to get IDs, whatever they need. So I'm thinking with my little car, I can fit 4 in there. A church bus could do the same thing and get these people to the IDs and get them to the, and that's the way you start. You give them an identification because a lot of the homeless don't have an ID and they don't really know who they are. That ID gives you something.
Yeah, so when I'm talking to churches, when I'm training churches, the ID is one of the things that I point to. So if you don't have an ID and you're an outsider, you'd say, well, just go get an ID.
Right.
But in order to get an ID, you need a birth certificate and a social security card.
Right.
If you don't have a birth certificate, you need a social security card to get the birth certificate. If you don't have the social security card, you need a birth certificate to get the social security card. So let's assume that you have both those things. You still need transportation. You need to be able to get down there physically, like you need to be well enough to do it. You need money to pay for the transportation or the ID or whatever the case may be. So it's never, like these systems are never as simple as people think that they are. It's not just go get an ID. It's 10 steps before that.
And that's what I was trying to explain to somebody recently is we have too many loopholes. We need to lower the loopholes so they can just walk over them instead of giving something to jump over every time they need something. And it goes with housing too. You say, here, we're going to help you with housing. Fill all this paperwork out. Well, where I'm going to fill it out at, on the park bench or the tent that I'm sleeping in. And so Triune and Nick Bush and they do a great job.
They do.
They do a great job helping them and getting them showers and stuff like that. But we need more facilities to get people showers, to get them to the ID place, to get them stuff like that. It's just, we gotta have.
So if somebody's watching this and they want to get involved with you, how do they get in touch with you?
SundayDinnerWithTheTwist.org, or you can call me at 864-380-5336. My number is everywhere.
And what kind of help do you need other than transportation?
Well, we cook every Sunday, and Meals on Wheels, shout out to Meals on Wheels, they allow us to use their kitchen now.
Yeah. Oh man, that's great.
Yeah. When we started off, we was using our kitchen, which is a little small kitchen. And my wife was doing it all, but now Meals on Wheels allows us to use the kitchen. So basically, we just want people to come out and experience. I mean, we need donations, of course, but we want you to come out and experience and see that these are Jesus' people. And they need to be loved, regardless of what you think about them or what the news says about them. They need to be loved.
Amen. Thanks for coming out today,
yes, sir,
man.
Brother.
Appreciate you.
Yep, thank you. Me and Rocky went out and handed out 100 sandwiches today.
Did you?
Yeah.
Good.
So,
good to see you.
Thank you, buddy.
Katie, get up here.
Hello.
Hey, Braden, how am I doing on time? Yeah?
Okay.
What time were you supposed to be?
4.
Okay,
I'll
so
do whatever you
I'm
need
24
me to do.
minutes
Okay,
behind.
we'll go fast.
Who are you?
I'm Katie Smith with Greater Good Greenville. I'm so glad to be here, Ryan.
Oh, this is great.
I'm so sorry you're here in the cold, but
You know,
I'm glad for what you're doing.
I actually feel fine right now.
All right, well, I brought you a little gift.
Okay, what you got?
I've got some snacks, but most important, hand warmers and toe warmers.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
something
you.
to blow your nose in when it gets really cold.
Okay, yeah, I didn't think about that, and right before we started, I was like, I need some napkins.
Well,
or
I
something.
wish it was a nice, freshly washed one. You know, that's like nice and soft. That'll be a little something. Okay, I need you to sign your book for me.
Oh man.
Feeling
Okay.
fun? I'm sorry to make you take off your mitt.
I got a pen somewhere.
It's so good, Neil. Here, let me see. I have a pen.
Oh, you got a pen. And y'all, I'm a pen snob. These are the only pens that I use. Pilot G2s. So you came with the right pen.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
All right. Well, so
tell the people what Greater Good Greenville is, why I do this.
Okay. Well, Greater Good Greenville is kind of a network of nonprofits, philanthropic funders, and caring community members. Ryan ticked several of those boxes. And we're just really here to multiply the good of people who are doing good. Miracle Home Ministries and Ryan Dirk are two of the finest. So I'm here to support you. And I have to tell you, this book is so juicy. And I have a whole list of questions from it for you, but since we're short on time, I can tell you. Okay.
Thank you.
God bless. Sorry about that. Thank you, Ryan.
Sorry.
No, I can tell you what my questions are, and you can decide which one you want to answer since we're short on time. Unless you have something you want us to talk about.
No, I'm happy to talk about this.
So, I can't commend enough anyone who is listening to read this book, Counterfeit Peace. So, the three questions that are really on my mind are, this is so dense with biblical passages that have either informed your journey or came up for you during your journey or that you saw in a different way.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if there's one in particular you're carrying with you into this experience over the next 24 hours.
So not specifically. There is a scripture, I believe it's in the book, I would assume that it is, that I lean on more than any other, and it's Galatians 5:1, which says, it is for freedom Christ has set you free. Stand firm and do not be burdened again by a yoke of slavery. So why that is so meaningful for me, I don't have anything in this life that I don't think that the Lord's responsible for, anything positive. But I also recognize that I have to stand firm, right? Like, even as it pertains to this bench, there are so many people that don't have a voice. And if some of us don't stand up for them and stand firm for what is right, then nothing changes. So we all have a duty. I mean, this relates to your work. We have a duty to stand up, give a voice to the voiceless in order to facilitate real change. Because it's not going to happen unless we are bold enough to make it happen.
Okay, that then goes nicely into my next question. The chapter, I think, is called Who Are You? About your identity and how you view yourself. So much of this I read from our community's point of view.
Okay.
And so I was just thinking, like, what all of this, your work, how do you think about how our community is answering that question about who are we?
Yeah, so somebody else kind of brought this up. So the chapter is about our identity is in part formed by our experiences, right? So, if you go back, I grew up in Greenville. Did you grow up in Greenville?
I grew up in Fort Myers, Florida.
Okay, I grew up in Greenville.
Yeah.
And I remember skating down Main Street. Okay, this is like circa 1991. And Main Street was boarded up from tip to stern.
Yes.
Okay? And we rode around the parking garages getting chased around by the police. Okay? That's who Greenville was. And Mr. Mayor, who's coming on next, really had a vision for a different type of Greenville. And so I think from an identity perspective, Greenville's become this beautiful place. The upstate has become one of the top destinations to come in the United States. But it's got to be a beautiful Greenville for all of Greenville's citizens, right? Like, our identity is not just my right hand. It's also my left hand. So it gets back to the voice, right? Like we have to make sure that we are creating opportunity that is equitable for all of our neighbors, and that we're not just trying to move problems out of view, right? So it's like a sore. Like you can put a Band-Aid on it and pretend like it's not there, but it's there. And if you don't address it, it will fester and it will spoil the whole body, whatever it is. So we need to look at our sores as well, which are part of our identity, and affect change on those.
Okay, so third question, and it, like I feel like that ties into it as well. So there's a theme of and nothing happened. Like you say repeatedly, like I tried this drug and nothing happened, and it wasn't as bad, and it ended up being okay, and nothing happened, but like everything happened.
Yeah.
And when I think about the good of Greenville, of this little change happened, this little change happened, and suddenly we're on the top of every list. And this little change happened, and this little change happened, and suddenly folks can't afford housing. Like, how do you view all the changes, and is there a tipping point, positive or negative, that, you know, a turning point of any kind that you see ahead or already?
So I'm going to try to be fair. I think Greenville does a better job than many communities at looking at its sore spots. We don't do a perfect job by any stretch of the imagination, but I think we are trying to address things so that we don't get to a tipping point. I don't think that's true in a lot of communities. I think people have blinders on. So, I mean, that's the point of this camera, is to take the blinders off, right?
I forgot there was going to be a camera, by the way.
Livestream, Katie.
Hey, okay.
It's about taking the blinders off so that we are all have our eyes wide open about what's going on, right? And have a really good sense of the reality that people are experiencing.
Yeah. The last question I had, but maybe I'll just make it more of a statement, because I know you have other folks to talk to. I was so struck by like how much this community is a part of your story, being surrounded by either toxic, transactional, scammer community, or wholesome, hopeful, loving, supportive community. And how do you take someone who's in a transactional, scammer, toxic sense of community and turn it into something healthy? I had a lot more I wanted to ask you about that, but the main thing that strikes me is what Miracle Hill does when someone comes into the rescue mission through Overcomers. And I think what so many of our caring community member service providers do is create a wholesome community. I love what you're doing right now, because I feel like all these people that are coming and sitting on the bench are raising their hand in a way to join you, fortify the relationship, to do that. This makes me really excited.
Yeah, so my buddy Neil, who's off camera,
I know
right
we got
over
to meet
here.
beforehand.
And then Helen, who
Yes.
just sat down with me, like she's just a community member who wants to be a part of the solution.
Yes.
Right, man, that is magic.
Yes.
Right? Like we
Yes.
need 1,000 more Helens
Yes.
to get in line. Maybe not 1,000.
Well,
But
I mean, 1,000 can help. They don't
Yeah.
need to sit right here.
They don't need to sit right here to do it. But yeah, no, that is exciting. And what is it? It doesn't cost me anything, right? Like I get to be a little uncomfortable for a day, but if that can, help a conversation to gain some traction, then man, that's what you do.
That's what we all do.
That's what you do, though.
Yeah.
That's what you are trying to get a conversation to gain traction.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Well, I should say you should come on the podcast again.
Okay.
I know you have a podcast.
Yeah.
We have a podcast called Simple
We
Civics.
need to switch podcasts.
Right, Simple Civics Greenville County, which educates folks on local government. And Ryan's been on. We should boost that episode again, because that was a really good one.
So let's just talk about that for a minute. When people think about elections, which we just went through, 99% of people think about federal elections. Real change happens at the local level, right?
Correct. Oh my gosh, that's like my life's mission.
Yeah, it's your life's mission. So Simple Civics Greenville.
Greenville County.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they're short.
They're very short because honestly, most people are not like super excited to learn about local government. But if you can learn a little bit while you're folding the laundry, walking the dog, that's what we're here to do. So all about local government, local elected officials. This year is 2025 are city council elections.
Yeah.
So all the cities in Greenville County will be electing new city councilors. There's one that has a mayoral race. I mean, the things that you deal with on a day-to-day are largely affected by that. So I cannot encourage people enough to pay attention.
Yeah, hey, you viewers, raise your hand if you have no clue how local government works. Katie will help you out.
Yes, yes.
Thank you for coming on.
Thank you, Ryan, so much. I'm going to be thinking about you tonight.
It's going to be great.
I appreciate you.
Thank you so much, friend.
You can just go around and sign up. All right, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys. Y'all buckled in. Have you started making your dinner? I hope everybody is learning something. I'm learning lots of things.
Hey, Katie, how are you? You're dressed appropriately. Good. I was not dressed appropriately yesterday, so I learned my lesson. Today I've got gloves. Yesterday I was in that kind of what am I thinking stage.
Well, we're not. We don't always have our snow game on.
So you see the scavenger hunt items, and we got joining us now, Mr. Mayor Knox White.
Hey,
Mr.
Ron.
Mayor, come on in, have a
Absolutely.
seat.
When you said you were sitting in benches, I hadn't seen these nice new benches you got here.
You know, they picked these up. These are foldable, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, so they are special for the occasion?
Yeah, they're special for the occasion. They fold up so you can throw them in the back of your truck.
Shouldn't it be a little longer for you to, you said you're going to sleep here? Is that
Yeah,
what I
so what
heard?
I'm going to do is I'm going to push these up against each other and I'm just
Yeah.
going to drape my legs over.
Okay.
We're going to make it work.
Okay, I was going to say, good for you. You could have made it longer, I guess, but that'll be good for you.
Yeah, the funny thing is I instructed one of my guys to get the benches, and he couldn't find anything but 4-foot benches. So I
That's
said,
what I wondered.
I said, get 2 of them. And then like the next day, I was in our facility in Spartanburg, and we've got like 4 6-foot benches.
6-foot benches. Well, it's not too late to order a 6-foot bench. You're a pretty tall fellow.
Yeah, we'll make it work. Thank you so much for coming down here.
Thank you for doing this. It got some attention, and that's what it's all about, to raise awareness of this kind of thing.
So I was just bragging on you with Katie. I was telling her that, you know, when I was a young, dumb youth, back in the early 90s, I would ride my skateboard up and down Main Street, which was boarded up just about from tip to stern. And then you came in, and things have changed. So, you know, how have you helped facilitate? What's been your purpose in Greenville's growth?
Well, that's very kind of you. When you said the skateboard, before you started that, I'm going to say, well, early, how things changed. When I was first elected mayor, say 1996, my first year, there were a lot of issues we dealt with downtown that now you can't believe this is what we dealt with. And one of the issues we dealt with, well, twofold. One is we still had a cruising problem downtown some weekends. Most of the storefronts were still closed. There were nice-looking trees on Main Street, wide sidewalks, but mostly empty buildings under the trees. And the skateboarders, and you're one of those. So we had some retailers excited about it. We didn't have that many people downtown. My attitude was that it was just an occasional bothersome issue for some, but we didn't need to be draconian. So early on, when I was mayor, some city councilmen put forth an ordinance to ban skateboarding, just flat out ban it in downtown Greenville. And I want you to know, and you and your friends probably came to council meeting to.
Oh no, we didn't come to council meeting.
Well, these kids came to council meeting to protest it, and I want you to know that as it's actually when I was a city councilman, I voted no on the ordinance.
It's wonderful.
The choice was between no skateboarding anywhere, anytime, or you can skateboard if you're careful and you don't do certain things. I voted for, just be careful things. So I just want you to know.
There was I cannot remember the guy's name. There was a city police officer he did not like skateboarders.
Oh, okay. Well,
and he would, if he caught you, he'd stomp on your skateboard and break it in half.
The time, that was the definition of the sort of things the city of Greenville had to deal with back then. It changed pretty radically since then. For sure.
It has changed, absolutely radically. I talk about it all the time, but like where we're sitting, this was low-income Greenville for for generations, right? And now, I mean, the growth is amazing. Did you have like a model you were going after, or what was your thinking as we began to grow?
We did have a great, for us it's always more than just downtown, but certainly a lot of focus on downtown. You see the results today, and a lot of things, good things sort of roll out of downtown. But a couple things, we had an emerging restaurant scene thanks to Carl Sobosinski and others who were pioneers. We had the Peace Center, but essentially downtown was still baked. The Poinsett Hotel was closed. So that gives you perspective. So if there was any vitality in downtown when I came in, it was around the Hyatt. I mean, the Hyatt, if I said meet me downtown, they could only mean one thing, meet me at the Hyatt. So that was a state of things. So a lot of different things come into play in terms of the plan. But I'm going to tell you the most important thing I think, other than the emerging restaurant scene and began slowly to start, the most important thing then was to get people to live downtown. And the second floor townhomes and apartments at the time, promoting that. It started a block here, a block there, to get a critical mass of people who actually lived in and around Main Street, Greenville. And most people thought that was a crazy idea. It took some kind of eccentric people to begin the process, but we really stuck to it. We put apartments on the side of the garage on Spring Street. We later put apartments around the baseball stadium years later when we do that. So it was a real single-minded focus to get people living downtown again. And the reason that's important is you put people in a place, an urban center, and you have eyes and ears. That's what you do with around here. Having eyes and ears is a good thing. It keeps crime in check. It just brings energy and vitality and life to an area. And I always tell people who look at downtown Greenville today that it really started with that effort to have true mixed use of office development in 9 to 5, but have people living there on weekends and after hours. That really made a huge difference. It makes a difference in neighborhoods too. If you have a place where you have boarded up houses and empty buildings, you just feel it. It's not a place you want to be. It's in a safe place. You have people there.
So we've been here long before you and I were around, and hopefully we'll be here long before you and I are around. How have you seen homelessness change in your decades as mayor?
Well, in some ways it's changed, but then again, not compared to other cities. I still think, and I'm sure you have your views on this, but we still have a situation, at least in the core of the city, where we tend to still know people. We know them by name. It's more one-on-one. It's an opportunity to minister to people and serve people one-on-one. It takes several conversations. It usually doesn't happen the first time, but from the police officers to our social worker team, that's what we try to do. And when I was growing up in Greenville, though, you really could count it on a few hands. I mean, this guy, people didn't know their name, and even though things have changed, we have more people and more needs. In a way, we still are kind of at that level, still to put our arms around. I go to other cities, and I don't know how you feel, but when I go to the bigger cities, and you look over, and there's 25 people standing over there. I mean, where do you begin? How do you break through to an individual?
There was an individual that I was touring the mission, and they were from another city here recently, and their question was, where are you hiding all your homelessness?
That same thing.
Yeah, because you go to some of these other cities, like we have friends up in Knoxville, and they've got like a whole block cordoned off in the center of the city.
Yeah.
And man, it's not a good look.
It's like, where do you begin? I mean, it's still challenging, and you're in the heart of it every day dealing with it, but there at least sometimes a homeless issue, people can get frustrated and feel like, well, what can you do? It's everywhere, etc. When you come to Greenville, and at least you can be a little encouraged because you really can change lives one at a time and have that conversation and follow someone and try to help them when they're ready to be helped. Help that person. So that's a privilege to be able to say that about Greenville right now, and I hope we continue to be able to do that.
So we've got this task force work that the city helped to facilitate the start of. What's your hope for that?
Well, a couple things. Here at the rescue mission, you're open at night, and people can come here not just weather emergency time, but any time in the evening. But what we really need is more ability to address daytime activity for the people to have something to do, a place and a purpose to be, and not just be on a bench, as nice as these benches may be, all day long, I think that's still a great need is what do you do during the day? And that's, of course, I think, frankly, it's when you and I get more of the phone calls when people say, hey, that guy's been hanging around under that tree for a long time or something, daytime. And then more importantly after that is more opportunities for people to have real homes to go back to and assistance in those homes, assisted living kind of arrangements with that sort of intensity. Some good news on that, I guess the new Church Street project is opening up any day now. Is that right?
Is it? I have not heard the most recent.
Permitting, I think. That's, I want to say 35 units maybe. And certainly the reading place down here has done a good job overall. So we need more of that, obviously. Places for you to,
you know, the issues, it's so complicated. I bet you that I have talked more to your staff because of that plaza right there, the Lila Mae Brock statue, which is off camera. And it's challenging. We go over there multiple times a day.
Okay.
We try to get people to come in this door right here and check into a residential bed where they can stay. And some of them just don't want to. And it just becomes a challenge. It becomes a challenge for your police, for your parks employees, for the local citizens, and for us. But I guess my biggest fear, and I don't think that we're trying to do this as a community, and I'm encouraged by that, is I don't want to just move the problem, right? Like I want to improve the system so that we're helping people during the day, at 2 o'clock in the morning, whenever the issue is, rather than trying to cordon off a block like, you know, some of these other cities do.
No, you're exactly right. A lot of cities do exactly that. I've seen it. It's pretty appalling. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there might be 50 people in one place, and there's nothing good about that. But I appreciate what you said about the corner here. A couple things. One is it's kind of been a hangout corner for generations. That's the other thing we all kind of know.
It was a parking lot. That was a hangout.
And it used to be a job pickup place.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, this is where if you wanted someone to help with some yard work or something, you literally drove down Washington Street, and there were people lined up, and that was what they were there for. They would hop in a car. Back then, people would hop in a car and come back and, you know, paint your fence or something like that.
Yeah.
That was the truth of this area, and today, I don't think that's going on, but people still hang out here, and I'm just glad that y'all do what you said, and you go in and have that interaction with the people, and that's has been frustrating, and you know, kind of why are you here? And some people over here I've met in the past, a couple months ago, in fact, actually live around the area, and they were hanging out there, which is another perplexing thing.
And confusing to people visually.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Why is it he was here because he's just hanging out there, but then we have others who I'm sure maybe just got to town and somebody referred them over here.
So, you know, maybe last two questions here. So since the Pete Hollis Bridge back in 2015, I think Greenville has really worked hard to improve the coordination of services and local government and police. Matter of fact, I would say as I travel and I look at other communities, we do a better job of that than a lot of communities do. Certainly there's lots of room to grow. What would you like to see from a coordination of services for Greenville? Like, what would you like to see as maybe the goal that we get to?
Yeah, well, first I appreciate the fact that you're so engaged in this, and you do something else which is wonderful that you alluded to, which is you don't operate on your own, you operate in a larger system of other service providers and people who care, and as you getting back to other cities, that doesn't happen everywhere. I've discovered in some communities people are almost at war with each other over doing it this way or doing it that way. Leaves the homeless people.
There's a little bit of war. We keep it quiet.
We keep it quiet. Well, I'm going to do some of that, but compared to other places, I tell you what. But yeah, the collaboration and partnerships, only way to handle this. I do think the goal, again, daytime, what we can do with folks during the day. We continue to do one-on-one casework, which is the hard work of getting to know people and finding what their needs are. And then working toward more availability of a place for people to actually call a home. But that means a place where there's actual assistance for mental health issues and other concerns. Understanding, getting back to how complicated it is, there are always going to be some people who don't want that. And they get the bus and leave maybe one day, but they don't want to have the services. But there's a lot of people out there we have seen go and graduate from school into one of these nice
last question. I'm gonna let this truck get past so you can hear it. Come on, Mr. Greenville Water. Okay, so I say just about any time I have an opportunity that I throw a question mark on, you know, how much expansion of shelter services that we need versus efficiencies within the system. And then I'll describe it that in many regards we have this bottleneck on the back door, that there are people that are stabilized, they're ready to move on to the next thing, but they don't have anywhere to go. And you alluded to that a minute ago.
That's kind of where
Will you tell the people, like, just in the past, I don't know, 3 years, the city's really ramped up its commitment to affordable housing. Can you talk about that just a little bit?
Well, two commitments we've made. We actually, for the first time in our history, starting just a couple years ago, we have people on the city staff who are on the streets every day talking to people who need help, one-on-one, doing the really hard work but necessary. And I want to say, along the way, just enough successes to know that this can work. Enough people who we've gotten through to, who were sitting on the bench day in, day out, night during night, and now we found a family member who's been looking for them, and we found a place for them to stay. So that's been good. And then on the affordable housing side, we have an enormous commitment, really the largest one in South Carolina in terms of just investment for more affordable housing for people and more of it. And we're kind of in a transition right now because a lot of our planning and investments we made a couple of years ago is just beginning to result in new construction in 2025.
Takes time.
It takes a lot of time. So in 2025, so we're going to have senior housing right across from Mission here. That'll be over 100 units of senior housing. And by the way, that's on purpose. That was after consultation with the neighborhood and people around here. The first thing we wanted to address was older people who grew up in this neighborhood who want to stay in this neighborhood. Many of them meet some of the criteria that it's sort of borderline. Some are homeless, not homeless, but on the border there. Always struggle with housing, and so we're going to find some really good quality housing right here on this corner, and that's what we need more of.
You know, when the people read about affordable housing in the paper, and I'll leave you on this thought, it's a very complicated conversation, right? So like this housing across the street, it's going to be senior housing, 55 and above, kind of mixed income, but really in that 60 to 80% AMI range, if I understand correctly.
It'll actually be lower than that because we can match it then with housing vouchers.
Okay, great.
So when we do that, we get really far down in the income level, which is going to be helpful for people like that.
Yeah, because the secret sauce for us is like the 30, 40, 50% AMI, which is, and I say it all the time, I defend it that you can't build affordable housing affordably, which means you either need a huge capital investment on the front end or you've got to subsidize it with vouchers on the back, and it's just challenging.
It is challenging, and you do have to subsidize. We provide free land over here, but we also provide real cash infusion too, and tax credits that made possible this development, but it's hard work to do it. But that's a group you have to work hard to make happen.
You got to get creative.
Yeah, you got to be very creative, like you are. I want to see how creative you are on this bench tonight. This is
about 3 a.m. Ask me again around 3 a.m.
We're going to put them together.
Well, I appreciate you coming in and walking down here, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you for everything you do here and for generations of great help here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We're
going to keep doing it.
Yeah, it's the place to be on a cold night. It's a place to be in the summertime too. So it means a lot to people. And by the way, one final thing, what you've done here out here, this court's absolutely beautiful and hopefully inspiring to people too.
You know, I tell people, I'm gonna tell you what I tell people when you're not around. I say we wanted to beautify it to provide more value to the guests that come in the front door, but we also wanted it like homeless shelter camouflage, right? Like the neighborhoods evolving around us, and we want to blend into the surroundings.
Yeah, right. Well, I think you've done a good job.
Well, good. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for coming down.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you want a t-shirt? Get you.
Sure.
All right, you got Oliver?
How many feet you're doing all this?
Well, I'm existing on the goodwill of others. I don't know what time it is, but in about an hour, if somebody brought me and Jacob and Braden something to eat, we'd appreciate it. Oh, I got a clock right there. It's almost 5. Man, whoever's going to come down here around 6 o'clock, we get hungry.
That's a hint.
Hint. Yeah. Not a hint. That's a direct ask. All right, man, we're only 2 hours in. I feel like I'm 10 hours in. This is wonderful.
You sure you want that clock?
Yep, we got Oliver.
At 5:10, we're going to try to bump Winchester a little bit, but at 5:10, we'll have a zoom in with Winchester Rescue Mission.
Okay, well, come on in, Oliver.
What's up, dude?
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Have a seat. So, this is Oliver Lawless with Switch. We'll let him explain what that is. But Oliver got confused. I emailed him and invited him to come, and he was like, I'll watch. And I was like, no. I want you to come.
I was like, I love what you're doing, and I will totally tune in. And you were like, no, this was an invitation. So thank you for having me.
Tell the people what Switch is.
Yeah, so Switch, our mission is pretty simple. We want to end local sex trafficking and sexual exploitation right here in the upstate of South Carolina. Believe it or not, our sweet little city is now the #1 place in South Carolina for trafficking. Really? Of all things. So, I mean, you would think Myrtle Beach, maybe. Charleston, maybe. Columbia, maybe. But no, it's Greenville, sweet Greenville.
So correlation does not mean causation, but I'm gonna guess at why that is. So Greenville is like a hub for homelessness. Okay, so we're between Charlotte, Asheville, Atlanta, and Columbia. So people come through Greenville to get to these other. It's like a spot that people have to go through. I bet it's the same for trafficking.
Yeah, it really is, because you've got Atlanta, which is always in the top 5, let's say, in the nation, and then you've got Charlotte, which is always up there in the top, 10 to 15, and then right in the middle you've got Greenville. So yeah, it's wild, man. So last year, just in 2024, we served 230 victims of either trafficking or exploitation.
So tell the people what you do to affect change through Switch. What are your programs?
Yeah, so there's 5 primary programs that we do: awareness, prevention, demands, intervention, and restoration. So to lay that out kind of basically is our awareness program educates the community, because the more the community knows, the more we can do something about it. Prevention, 100% these traffickers are after our children. So I think 65% of kids are recruited online, and the average age of a trafficking victim is 12 to 16 years old.
Wow.
And so prevention is very important, because we have to teach these kids how to avoid online predators. But at the same time, you can imagine there's vulnerabilities like foster care. We just found out it's so well organized that traffickers are sending in kids to the foster care system to recruit other kids out of the foster care system. Yeah. It's like that organized. It's crazy.
So several years back, how long has Switch been in Greenville?
Since 2012.
Okay. So it was like 2015. I was at a meeting, and the then leader of Switch was presenting at this meeting. And she gave a definition of trafficking. And her definition was what people think of when they think of trafficking, like people actually being sex trafficked in the back of a van.
Yeah.
Sexual victims from families, prostitution, stripping, etc. And we got to be careful with our language. We'll get kicked off social media. But my first thought was, this is not different than 90% of the ladies that we have in shelter. They fit into one of those categories. So, I don't know, respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really sad, because the way that we want to think about it is there's a girl chained to a radiator, and it's a Liam Neeson movie, right? But it's not that at all, right? It's really they're chained up here in their brain, and that becomes what perpetuates that cycle, right?
Yeah.
And so you've probably heard of trauma bonds, where someone becomes actually bonded to their trafficker or their abuser, or in some cases their husband, right? And then that bond kind of creates this, mental chain of they'll never be able to escape.
What's the lady that was loved her kidnappers?
Oh gosh.
Somebody let us know in the comments. Anyway, that's what you're describing.
I don't recall off the top of my head, but I know who you're talking about. But it's straight up like Stockholm syndrome, essentially. And then but then there's also like they will use force, fraud, and coercion where they'll threaten your family. All these tactics. But I think the craziest thing about it is that it's just so well organized. It's not like some thrown together scheme. It's like really an organized business.
Which is horrible. So you do the education.
Obviously you can't try to end sex trafficking without talking about dudes, right? And so we have a program to help dudes like, it starts with like pornography and then it just kind of gets worse. The same way as like nobody raised their hand and was like, I want to be, a prostitute. Like same way with dudes, like nobody says I want to be buying prostitutes, but it just, starts with porn, goes down this road. So we help dudes get out of their addictions. And then the heart and soul, what makes us really unique is our intervention program. So we don't just sit in an office saying, oh, please, like, we hope somebody comes to us. We actually go into the local clubs, we go into prostitution districts, we go into the detention centers, and we meet people where they are.
And build relationships.
And then when someone's like, hey, I want out of this life, then we can help them rebuild that life into what they want it to be. Like a lot of people have programs who are like, this is our program and this is what you're going to do. Like, that's not really us. We say, hey, what is your greatest need now? And let's start there and let's build a life that you actually want, not just come through our program and we'll spit you out on the other end. Good luck.
So what overlap do you see, if any, with homelessness?
A ton. In fact, I don't know the exact percentage, but a number of the ladies that we work with currently are actually homeless or living with someone or on their property, but they do not have it. So it is definitely a big vulnerability in what we're seeing.
What's your hope for, 2 questions in one, and I'll let you go. What's your hope for Switch for the future? And if somebody wants to get involved, how can they get involved?
So my hope with Switch with the future is, I think, to be the light that God called us to be. He said, a city on a hill cannot be hidden. You are the light of the world. The only way for that city on the hill to not be hidden is for us, God's people, to be the light of the world. And so I think inviting the church into this kind of vision of a traffic-free Greenville is huge, right? And I think that we can do it. And then the important thing about that is this isn't uncommon to other cities, right? Like it's in Atlanta, it's in Charlotte.
Yeah.
Name a city, it's
everywhere.
there, right? And so just like homelessness. So if we can do that here well, then maybe we can replicate that process in all of these other cities and actually be the light of the world that God called us to be, not just, kind of focused on our own.
So if somebody wants to get connected, how do they get connected?
SwitchSC.org. Come on, you can. There's a volunteer page. You can sign up to come on and help us out. There's no shortage of work on our ends. And then one of the things I know, I wanted to give you something. It's nothing super special, but I love Zippos.
Okay.
Because sometimes the best thing you can give somebody is just a little spark,
Okay.
Both metaphorically and physically.
Thank you.
So I wanted to give that to you. And maybe it provides you a little bit of warmth. You can just light it up.
If it gets real cold, these benches are made of wood, and we'll make do.
That's right, for sure.
Man, I appreciate you.
I appreciate you.
Yep.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yep.
Right there, but all right. Got a sandwich? I promise dinner.
All right, next up we've got Lauren at Winchester.
Yep. How much time before we jump on with her?
Well, it's supposed to be 5, so now is good.
Okay.
Sydney's going to wait until after that.
After we get done with Lauren, I need you to sit here and talk to the people and let me go use the restroom real quick.
We got you.
Let me figure out how to get these on.
It's a challenge, dang it, brother. It's a challenge. Tell it.
We're waiting on them now. They've been patient waiting on us. Let me tell them a little something about the scavenger hunt, okay?
Okay.
All right, so we've created this little game, a scavenger hunt, and here's the game. If you bring to us a backpack with gloves, socks, non-rinse bath soap, so that's a no-water bath soap, right? Non-rinse bath soap, toothbrush, toothpaste, and a blanket, you'll win a goodie bag with promo items from Miracle Hill and a $50 gift card to shop at our thrift stores. So this is for the first person watching online who would come here to the mission and bring those items. So again, that is a backpack with gloves, socks, non-rinse bath soap, toothbrush, toothpaste, and a blanket. You'll win a goodie bag with promo items and $50 gift card to shop at our thrift store. So thank you.
That's pretty cool.
It's cool. All right, so we're waiting. The next up is Winchester Rescue Mission. Anything you want to say about Winchester and what they're doing?
Oh yeah, looks like they're getting ready to jump on, but there's a little bit of a delay that's messing with me.
There's your friend Lauren.
What's up, Lauren?
What's up, Brian? How are you? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I can kind of see you. We tried setting up an extra.
So, you've got some plastic around you for warmth?
Yeah, it is. What's the temperature right now? It's 16 degrees last time we checked. So, overnight lows is 54. So, we have Brian, our operations guy, went out and got some tarps. We got a pair of container. We got 3 tarps on inside trying to get. What's it looking like down there?
I think I'm really struggling with this delay.
You just got to talk through it.
All right, closing my eyes. So it's in the 20s right now.
Take it out while you talk, and then put it in when you're done.
It's in the 20s right now, and it's going to drop down into the teens. So far, we've had a lot of people show up. So I've been trying to explain to the people that there's all these other rescue missions doing this across the U.S. So will you tell the people who you are, where you're at, what you guys do, and then maybe I can do the same for your people?
Yeah, right on. Well, hello everybody. My name is Lauren. I'm the awesome CEO here at the Winchester Rescue Mission. The Winchester is about an hour and a half outside. Right, slightly further north than compared to we're a really small city, about 9 square miles. We're really quickly growing city and kind of area. Our ministry here is really small. We have to currently find individuals who have the programs in and programs within the ministry. We've got a small staff, about 14 individuals. Really grateful to be able to do God's work here in the Greenville Together.
All right, so it's hard to hear you. I hope our people can hear you online. So we're at Miracle Hill down in the upstate of South Carolina. So we're the largest provider of residential services to people experiencing homelessness in the upstate. We operate 4 different rescue missions, a couple addiction recovery programs, transitional housing, etc. Where you guys are kind of a small shop, we've got 650 people in care, another couple hundred, maybe 250 tonight with cold weather. So I'm guessing that cold weather is a bigger deal for y'all up in Virginia than it is for us. I've been telling people that I didn't pick this day. nor would I have picked this day, and my southern skin is not happy about being out here, but you're probably used to it up there, right?
It's colder than average here. I mean, we got single digits. We got single digits overnight tonight, but it's definitely just bitterly cold, and it has been all week. In fact, we just got about maybe 6 inches of snow earlier this week, and so roads are a little icy in some spots, but yeah, it's definitely bitterly cold. Our friends out in California, I'm sure, are enjoying the balmy 50 some degrees overnight. Little little warmer than we are here on the East Coast.
So, what's your greatest hope for this event? Like, why are you sitting on that bench?
Sometimes I'm asking myself that a good bit. I'm sure my team is asking the same question too. But I think the thing that just made me really want to do this event is the opportunity that we have because of our partnership with Citygate Network is to raise some national attention around this. I think, here in Winchester, sometimes I think we can just feel, and our residents can feel so kind of siloed about thinking homelessness is only an issue here, or homelessness only exists, in Los Angeles or San Francisco, but really it's a nationwide thing, and it's going to take some really big conversations and some really big change. So my hope for this event is to really kind of raise some awareness here locally, but then troubleshoot so that later in October, other rescue missions can be a part of it and really bring some national level attention in hopes of bringing some national level change to homelessness, and not just homelessness, but really like programs based organizations like Miracle Hill, like us here, like Bread of Life out in Seattle. So yeah, my hope is really just to have some really honest conversations and ultimately bring some kind of national attention to this here later this year. What about you? What are you hoping to bring to the table?
Yeah, so I would agree with everything you just said, and I'm like a broken record. So additional to that, I don't think that the Lauren Klauses and the Ryan Dirks of the world can solve this issue. Like, the way that I frame it, this can't be solved by the usual suspects. So we need the national attention, but on the local level, like within a mile of either one of us are thousands of residents that can be part of the solution, right? So instead of just driving by people and pretending like they're not there, to actually learn who somebody is, develop a relationship, or just walk into the Winchester Rescue Mission and say, hey, I don't know how to help, but I want to help. So, and I think if we can get some traction like that, Lauren, I just had a lady, she was just a neighbor, and she just came and sat down, and she had some questions that she didn't understand, but she wants to be a part of the solution. Her name was Helen. And we need 1,000 more Helens, right? Like, we need people to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. One of the things that we kind of say here frequently is to kind of lead with curiosity, because I think that there are a lot of stereotypes around homelessness and addiction and things like that. And I think that hinders a lot of people. And I'm not shaming them for that, but I think just leading life with curiosity, and especially this issue of homelessness, leading life with curiosity and walking in and asking those questions. So Ryan, in your opinion, what do you think what do you think your neighbors there and our neighbors here, just the average kind of citizen, can do to best support Miracle Hill Ministries and support organizations similar to that?
Okay, so I'm going to go Baptist preacher on my response here. So it's time, talents, and treasures. So everybody can figure out how they can utilize their time. If you're a person of faith, you can pray. If that's not your deal, you can volunteer. You can spend time getting educated on the issues so that you really have the perspective of what's going on. everybody has a skill that they can offer into this solution. Like if people say, I don't know what I can do to volunteer, I'm going to say, I don't know what you got, but I'm sure that we need it. You know, whether it's serving a meal, or if you're a dentist working on people's teeth, or if you cut hair, cutting people's hair, like if you got a talent, we can utilize it. And then finally, treasures, right? So I want everybody to financially be committed to this, not just to Miracle Hill. Maybe Miracle Hill is not your flavor, but you can find a way that of the overage that you have in life to contribute, even if it's a penny, right? Like the widow's mite was the most important thing. So time, talents, and treasures.
Love that. Yeah, absolutely love that. Shoot, there was going to be something that I followed up with about that, and it just slipped my mind. We rely pretty heavily here on volunteers. I was talking earlier about that with one of our fellow nonprofits. So we rely on volunteers here at the Rescue Mission to do a handful of things. And that's one of the things that, you know, I frequently tell people is and tell our volunteers is figure out really what you're passionate about, and kind of get involved with that. I also was talking with one of our other nonprofit leaders, and we talked about kind of the collaboration that happens between fellow nonprofits. And so down by you guys, do you all have like key community partners, other nonprofits that you guys work with, you know, to serve your residents? And if so, what does that kind of look like?
Yeah, so we do. I would say that we have a really well-working coordination of services, so to speak. Certainly amongst the nonprofit partners who are in this space. I've already had a couple of them here on the on the bench, and I'll probably have another 10 before this is all said and done. That's not always been the case around here. If you go back just not too many years, everybody kind of just stayed in their own swim lane, and we've worked really hard to coordinate better and better as the years have gone by. In two of the main cities that we're in, there are current efforts underway for not just the nonprofit partners, but city, county government, police, philanthropic community, concerned citizens to really link arms and ask the question, what are the gaps and how do we fill them? And while I don't philosophically agree wholeheartedly with every single one of those people, I am super excited to link arms regardless of our differences and try to find a path forward that's mutually beneficial to everybody.
Yeah, I think that's rockstar. We've had our local city manager, some county and other city officials and nonprofit, and you mentioned earlier, you know, like Ryan Dirk isn't gonna solve, you know, this issue, and Lauren Klaus isn't gonna solve this issue, and Brandon Thomas and, you know, Matt Dildine, you know, we ourselves are not going to solve it. I think it really does take a lot of you know, kind of cross collaboration, like very intentional collaborative efforts to help solve this. One of the things and you know, we're talking about poor weather here, or you know, just very cold weather here. You guys recently just experienced some really detrimental or really devastating weather down there with the weather down there. So tell us a little bit about how that went. How did the community kind of rally behind you guys, and how are you guys doing now?
Yeah, so I mean, the storm was challenging. It's the first time, to my knowledge, that the power went out in every single facility we had, except for one, all at the same time. But as the kind of week and a half, 2 weeks progressed, where power was coming back online, I was, texting with or talking with our counterparts that are in Western North Carolina that were without power and water, and I realized we can do without a little bit of power. I also think that God's providence in that was it was like the perfect week of the year. It was not too hot to have your windows open and not too cold to have your windows open. And it was an inconvenience. But that being said, man, to watch the communities come together and not just our community, but communities that weren't affected by this to kind of rally around it and come up with a solution, which we saw some of that in COVID, and I think that it goes back to what you were saying a minute ago. That is part of our hope, right? Like that, it's this issue is not just highlighted when there's a national crisis, but it's highlighted around the clock, and people start seeing their neighbors so that we can solve it together.
Yeah, I'm so grateful that God's provision really was there for you guys. I mean, you guys down there, down in North Carolina as well, Asheville area, our friends down there, we were definitely keeping you guys in the prayers. We've seen our community really rally behind us, just kind of ongoing, but particularly more during more severe weather, and even during COVID. So I'm so grateful for that. Ryan, how do you think Citygate Network has supported you all? Like what have you seen as a great benefit of Citygate Network, to Miracle Hill? Because we talked about, there's other rescue missions. That's why you and I are on this call now. There's other rescue missions that are doing this. What have you seen come out of, your partnership and engagement with Citygate Network?
Yeah, so let's explain what Citygate Network is. A lot of people don't know. So Citygate Network, the easy ways to explain it is that Citygate Network used to be called the Association of Gospel Rescue Missions. So it is an association of 300 plus organizations like Miracle Hill or Winchester Rescue Mission, all in cahoots together to try to impact homelessness. And not just homelessness, addiction, through life change measures. And I would say that the greatest benefit for me, and I've said this many times, is that when I am connected to Citygate, I recognize that I am not alone in this work. The national conference is the only place I go throughout the year where everybody gets my jokes because we're all in the same line of work. And so for me, it's the relational equity that's built that if I've got an issue and it's not being live streamed, I know I can call Lauren up in Winchester and ask her if they've experienced it or how they're dealing with that. And I've got those connections all over God's green earth now because of Citygate Network. It's because of Citygate Network that we're sitting here having this conversation right now in front of the whole world. How about you?
Yeah, I think all of what you said, I would agree with. I think the relationships that and that I've been able to establish and build within Citygate Network. I mean, earlier this year down in Myrtle Beach at the CEO Summit, I remember sitting next to you and some of our friends from Pennsylvania and being like, I need some guidance and some help with our organizational chart. Like that's something that's new to me. And you were like, oh yeah, and this is how our org chart is, and this is how we can, how we staff that or how we organize that. And some other CEOs and executive directors kind of chimed into it, and we're able just to kind of feed off of each other and gain some really creative ideas. I think especially I just finished my first 12 months, my first year as CEO. This is not anything that I ever thought I would be doing. Earlier, I shared that when I was a kid, I wanted to be a cowgirl, and then it turned into a vet and, a doctor. And so this line of work is really something that I'm learning every day, and I'm learning something new, and I have to, right? And Citygate Network creates, kind of exactly what it's called, a network of people who I would consider are experts in the field. And we're able to connect with each other and learn from each other and pull, building plans, pull org charts, pull, board level things, you name it. There's somebody who's created it or perfected it and done it. And I think one of the things that I really enjoy is being able to talk with others, and their level of humility. Because one of the things that I say a lot, again, I'm new to this, is sometimes I have no idea really what I'm doing. And there's people who've been in the field for 20 years and they're like, neither do I. But there's this, kind of family-like relationship where we're in it together, and we've seen things and done things, and we're able to collaborate with that. So I'm definitely grateful for the partnerships, and from the practical side and the operational side of things down to just encouragement. I mean, Jack Crowley from Pennsylvania. He just messaged me and he's like, "Hey, praying for you. Hope the event goes well." And so I'm so grateful for that relationship, that partnership, from a practical level down to just really a relational level and having people pray for you. So I'm that to me is the biggest benefit of Citygate Network.
All right, friend. Hey, keep it warm. I'm about to pop, so I'm gonna go use the restroom. But I hope you stay warm all night long.
No.
Yeah.
When you get back, there's a gentleman who's been waiting patiently, Sydney, over there. I think you guys might have met at the Thanksgiving meal.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go use the restroom while Jacob holds down the fort. Two things. Number one, if somebody could please text my wife and tell her to bring me an extra pair of my green sweatpants that are really warm. And another sweatshirt.
Your wife's watching, so she just heard that.
A black sweatshirt and my green sweatpants. And
Mama, don't bring it to me.
if somebody's got a heater, man, that's not too loud, we wouldn't turn it down, would we?
No.
We wouldn't turn it down. We'd return it tomorrow. I'm just saying.
And I think while you're gone, I'll sit on the bench, but it's Neil, right? I think we have somebody who brought you brought a care package up here, didn't you?
Yeah, I sure did.
Sweet.
Here, these are a hygiene kit from the Place of Hope. We give those out on outreach.
Yeah, rock on. So he was just saying that they have a hygiene kit from Place of Hope that they give out on outreach, but these are some things that you could carry in your car. They got deodorant in here. Oh, am I too close? Right there. Toothbrush, toothpaste, deodorant, Vaseline, all kind of stuff in there.
Body wash.
Thank you for bringing that.
Oh yeah, you need that.
Appreciate it. Do you need this one back, or can this one go to the guys in here?
No.
Awesome.
We carry those in the car.
All right.
Give out.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's just like that was our last one. I gotta go in the morning to pick up some more.
Okay.
We get bags of them every week or so whenever we need them. We run out.
Let's talk about that though. What kind of stuff, or what other things can people bring when they come on in here with me? What other things can people bring when they're or carrying the car with them? Are there other items too, or is this good enough?
Yeah, Lord God, no. You've got your toothpaste. You need stuff like the washcloths you were talking about.
Yeah, washcloths.
You need those. You need bigger things of deodorant. This deodorant will not last very long for the girls.
Yeah.
Not long at all. This kind of stuff, the more of these you can have, the better off you are.
Somebody said no rinse shampoo, like a dry shampoo?
Yeah, no rinse shampoo.
Okay.
There's probably something here maybe. I don't know. The no rinse shampoo, the no rinse washcloths, this is really, really handy. Stuff like plastic forks and stuff like that. It's very hard to get.
Plastic utensils. Disposable stuff.
The things that you can throw, you can use and throw away quickly.
Yeah.
Travel stuff. A lot of travel stuff is really good. Okay. There's just a lot of things that you can use inside. Maybe your car. These fellows over here could use. They could use something like this.
Yeah.
Get this stuff. Every day.
Yep.
It's hard to get if you don't go to a place like that.
That's right.
Anywhere you go like that, it's very hard to get these things.
Yeah, so again, deodorant, Vaseline, dry shampoo, washcloth, toothbrush, toothpaste, those are the types of things that make great hygiene packets, care packets.
Anything like that.
Perfect. Thank you for bringing that up, man. Appreciate you. He's been hanging with us the whole time. He left. I don't know how late he's going to stay.
I'm here, y'all. I'm here. I'm not going nowhere. This is a challenge.
While we're waiting on Ryan to come back, let me tell a couple things. So we did a beautification project up here not long ago. Didn't mean to take your seat.
It's okay, I'm gonna stand up for a minute.
But one of my favorite features here at the rescue mission, other than the neon sign, is this is the original neon sign that hung off the building back in the day.
We say that. I don't know that that's true,
We don't
but
know
it's
if
been around for a really
we
long
don't know
time.
if it's confirmed, but we have magnets of this, and if you want one of those magnets, reach out to us. You can just call us at 864-268-4357. We have magnets. You can hang it on your fridge. It looks just like that, but you can see the lighted sign behind us, the Jesus Saves sign. It's kind of a universal symbol for the rescue mission work that we do. But then this is part of the renovation that took place up here recently. It's provided for by donors and partners like you. But this is actually a statue of Jesus washing Peter's feet. And there's a scripture right here, John chapter 13, where Jesus talks about serving one another. And if he, our high king, the king of everything, if he washes feet, then who else are we to do anything less? So anyway, Ryan, you can have your seat back, man.
I'm going to stand for a minute,
okay.
But thank you.
Well, you got a guest, Sydney, who wants to talk to you.
Okay, bring him
in. Sydney, we're ready for you, brother. Thank you for your patience.
Come on in. Hey.
Hey, Mr. Dirks.
Yeah, Ryan. Ryan, come on in.
Let me tell you my favorite weapon to
Is
use
a
on
dirk.
A dirk, yeah.
Okay, I know what a dirk is.
Well, I use an RPG all the time. Just
a dirk it's a German name for a short sword.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Won't you stand right here? If you don't mind if we stand for a minute so I can warm up a little bit?
That's fine.
What you want to talk about?
Well, what I'd really like to talk about is what's going on in the mission and is gangs. And, all sorts of gangs, but, my gangs are Bloods and Crips. And just recently I was called down by Daniel Meeks.
Yeah.
And I had a red flag is what we call it. It's really a handkerchief or a bandana. And I had it in my right pocket.
Somebody gave me a blue flag just a little while ago. Look.
Oh really? Oh, that's cool, man. That is cool. That is cool. And
I live here.
Anyway, he told me to take it off a couple times, but he didn't really put me in trouble too much for it. But what my main question for you is it okay for people like us to be in there? Do you think there's a better way for us, or do you think? What I'm saying is, can we be comfortable in that type of situation, in that type of environment with you?
When you say we, what do you mean? Gang members?
Gang members.
Wow, I did not expect that question. Okay, let me try to tackle it. So, the short answer is Miracle Hill exists to serve everybody. Okay. So regardless of your experience or your history or your story, we want to serve you, right?
Okay.
Like we want to know you as a human being. I think that when we're in like a congregate situation like this where everybody's in the same building, we got to focus on our commonality, right? Like what makes us common is that we're all humans, we all got issues, and we're together trying to work on them together. Yeah. So I'm guessing, like, so you're a gang member?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah.
Can I assume that you are doing that because you find community in that?
I do. I find a brotherhood in it. Actually, my favorite brother, my homie from another mother, is Little Wayne and Zay himself.
Okay. So I would say that when we're in this fight together in the rescue mission, our hope is that you find brotherhood with us.
Okay.
So that we can come alongside you and help you figure out how we can work together to get you to the next place.
These cameras on?
Yeah, they're on, man. Live stream. So that's the commonality we're looking for. And, most importantly, I want to be ambassador to say to you, the best brotherhood is the Lord's brotherhood.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
Like, that's what we care about, is the red blood of Christ, not the red blood of the flag, right?
I agree. I was raised up in church, and I agree with you. And since I've been coming this Miracle Hill for going on 5 years now, and the way y'all do things ever since David Hanna. You remember David Hanna?
I do.
And until Jeremy Huff, and it's been great, man. I mean, I've had my downfalls, the same as all of us, but they really helped me become a little better too. Right here in South Carolina, you know, right where I landed at.
Well, I'm glad you're here, man. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I hope that we're helping you to find the next thing you need in life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate you coming on and talking to me.
Yes, sir.
All right, man.
All right, we'll see you later.
Yes, sir. Be well.
I keep on using my dirts now.
Okay.
I'm not in the facility.
Yeah.
Just on the game.
I got you.
Just
On the games. On the RPGs. Got it.
All right, Joe.
A little bit. Jeremy Huff, I think you're up next.
You want this or no? You good?
No.
Okay. I'm fine. The whole world is listening. The whole World Wide Web is listening.
All right, Jeremy's trying to shame me with his shirt on. I'm starting to get cold, man.
Yeah.
It's a little
because
chilly.
the weather, I think, has something to do with that.
All right, tell people who you are and what you do.
Yeah, I'm Jeremy Huff. I'm the director of the rescue mission, which you see right behind you here.
All right, what goes on at the rescue mission each day?
A whole lot of things. A whole lot of things. I'll tell you, one thing that's going on tonight is we are going to have upwards of 260 to 270 people experiencing homelessness in this building behind me. We got 140 in our regular shelter. We're expecting another 120, 130 in our cold weather shelter, which we open when it's 40 or below. And so we offer just basic shelter needs. But on top of that, in our main shelter, we have 6 full-time counselors that really work with guys in our program to help them reach stability. They come into this situation with a lot of desperation, a lot of issues, and we work to really stabilize them. There you go. Just to get them stable, and then once they leave here, to connect and be stable when they leave and get housed is the goal. Cold weather shelter downstairs is really, we have some chaplains that are coming just to talk with the guys, pray with the guys, but we serve a meal, they can shower, but it's quite the operation. We have a great team. So I'm going to keep talking while you put the coat on.
Yeah, keep talking while I upgrade.
And yeah, it's that joke, I know.
Are there any barriers to cold weather shelter?
No, there's really, the basic rules of cold weather shelter is that you got to be nonviolent and you can't use drugs or alcohol while you're in the shelter. I mean, the main goal of it is just stability, is just safety. In the weather like this, being out here, it's very, not just uncomfortable, but dangerous to be out here. And so we want to take in as many as we can. We don't turn anybody away. There is really no limit on how many people that can come. But that's it. It's really just the basic rules to make it the kind of place where we can take as many people as we can in a safe way.
You said no use of drugs and alcohol, but high or drunk?
Yeah, that's we can take that. Yeah, I mean there are people that come in all kinds of situations like that, and we can handle that. We can take them in. We do have some security measures, but as long as you're nonviolent and don't bring it into the facility, then we can accommodate that.
All right, Jeremy. There's probably new people on here that are just tuning in.
Yep.
What causes homelessness?
Wow, this alcohol.
You shove this in my
All right, so what causes homelessness? We'll talk. So that is a big question. So there is always like a momentary sort of the last thing that causes you to experiencing homelessness. It might be, you got evicted from your place. It might be that you couldn't stay where you were anymore for whatever reason. But if you backtrack, there's often a series of dominoes that fell. And usually it has to, it's never any one thing, so there's not one answer. There's certainly systemic issues, societal issues that make it difficult. But there's also, it's a combination of that. In a lot of situations, there are personal choices that lead up to it that are a result of trauma, that are a result of broken relationships. One thing that seems to be very in common with a lot of people experiencing homelessness is that severing of relationships, that severing of the support network, that loss of support. Because a lot of us, and probably a lot of you watching here would fall into homelessness were it not for that supportive family member, friend, church, community, things like that could help you if you did have a hard time of losing your transportation, losing your job. But trauma is major, mental health is major, drug and alcohol addiction is major. And usually with the type of folks we see in here, it's all three of those and more. So
at the same time.
At the same time. Yeah, trauma is pretty universal. Just the experience of homelessness is a trauma in itself. And that's usually just another trauma on top of all the other traumas which may have started when you were 5 years old. Being at a place where you're desperate, which few of us really know what that is like, to be truly desperate, to really truly have nobody, to not know where's my next meal going to come from, where am I going to sleep tonight, and how am I going to be safe. All three of those at once. The anxiety that produces, the fight or flight survival mentality that comes naturally with that kind of situation is not a good way to live. I mean, we were built to kind of survive, but it's not a good way to live your whole life. So one thing at the mission we try to do is to back you off of that survival mode and say, hey, you're safe. Your next meal is in a few hours. Our guys here are eating right now, big bowl of chili. You're safe, your meal's here, your bed's here, your belongings are safe, like you're fine. Usually it takes like a few weeks at least just to get out of that, just to be able to go like take a deep breath and then think about like, all right, what else do I need to work on? That maybe was not urgent, but is very necessary, like your health, your mental health, your addiction to something. It could be like I need to work on my education or my job training or my legal issues or all these issues that are hanging over their head which produce so much more anxiety. But our counselors come alongside to help them just knock over some of those barriers.
So I want to paint a picture. So I've been out here since right before 2 o'clock because we were getting ready. I have this bag beside me that's filled with stuff. I got 2 layers of thermals on. I got a bunch of stuff on. And y'all, I'm cold. I've been out here for less than 4 hours and I'm cold. And like if you're cold, like you can't think, right? Like you are not thinking about what's best for you. You are in survival mode, right? Like you're sitting here talking and I'm in my mind examining what else in my bag I need to put on, right? Like to stay warm. And that's a reality for people right now. And the flip of that in the middle of August, right? Like it's 100 degrees outside and all you're thinking about is you're thirsty. And that adds to the trauma, that adds to the complication. And then all you're worried about is how do I survive my experience?
Yeah, and I think if people remember that when you see an unsheltered person experiencing homelessness, okay, like don't underestimate what desperation can make someone do. When it's not just, they're just bad and they have bad behavior and all this. Like, people go to self-medication out of desperation. People, commit crimes out of desperation. We had, I hope I can share this. We had a guy a few nights ago threw a rock through one of our windows here, so he could get arrested, so he could go back inside. He was just tired of being outside, and just, we have nothing but compassion and love for a guy like that. It's a guy who's known for a while, and it's tough to see, but I think just being aware of the mentality is a lot of us don't quite understand.
Yeah. So what would you want to tell people about the solution? Like what are we trying to do?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what we're trying to do here at the Rescue Mission is help broken people be made whole. And so the first thing we got to look at is those immediate needs for get inside, get shelter, get some food in your stomach, take a shower, see what it feels like to sleep at night in safety. Like that's really the first thing. There's really not much we can do until they get to a more stable, just physical and mental situation. And then we work on them becoming whole. And that is a holistic approach we do here, where it's counseling, it's dealing with the trauma issues, dealing with things like the transportation issues, the legal issues, the job issues, the income issues, the repairing of relationships issues, and just as long as our guests are in the mission, as we want to work, do everything we can to help them become whole, with the goal that when they exit here, they remain whole and remain stable. And really the root of a lot of that wholeness comes from where that brokenness first started, and that's from a broken relationship with God. And so once your relationship with God straightens out and that primary relationship is restored, we begin to see a real transformation. We begin to see other relationships restored with God, with self, with others, with the world, with money, with all the other things that there's a broken relationship with.
Okay. So if somebody wants to get involved at the rescue mission, what do they need to do?
Yeah, give us a call. We've got a lot of volunteer opportunities, and just come and talk to us. We want to see where do you fit in here. There's all kinds of opportunities to partner with us. We certainly need things constantly. I know there's a needs list, I think, scrolling across the screen here and there. I've seen it, but we need people to just be in relationship with these men too, to serve food to these men, and to mentor and to come alongside. And tonight we're going to have some volunteer chaplains in our cold weather shelter, just praying with these guys, letting them know, like, I hear you, and someone cares for you.
Yeah.
And sometimes that little bit of dignity that you can give to a guy on the street by just saying, hey, what's your name? I'm praying for you. Like, the little things can restore the humanity to people who often have been only seen as less than human in many cases.
Okay. All right, buddy.
All right.
Thanks for coming out here.
All right.
George is up next.
Well, hold on now. Wasn't there some chili somewhere?
I got you some chili, man. George is coming up. You want crackers?
No. I just want to sip on the chili.
There you go. You don't want a spoon?
Nope.
All right. That was provided by Shanita.
Yep. Shout out to Shanita Frazier. Thank you, Shanita.
There we go. Got some lights.
All right, let's get George up here.
I'll get George in here. Let's try to keep it in the frame here on the screen. We were a little out of frame on that.
Sorry, kiddo.
And then up next you have after him, Jeremy.
Yep.
He's a full weather guest. We take
Well, yeah. All right. Hey, right.
Come on in, George. I'd shake your hand right now, but I'm shoving chili in my mouth.
That's right, so I'm about ready to put some gloves on myself.
How you doing?
It's cold. I'm doing okay. Well, as good as they can be, anyways.
Yeah.
Nice boots.
Thank you.
How's everything?
It's doing good, man.
It's cold, man. It's cold. So you're the CEO of this camp.
Yes, sir.
Big job. It's a big job.
Well, I'm not in charge. The Lord's in charge.
Yes, he is.
I get to come alongside him. That's about it.
Praise the Lord, yes, sir.
So what's your interest in this conversation?
My interest in this conversation has a lot to do with how monies are distributed and funded, how funding goes for the homelessness. And actually, a lot of it has to do with what I've seen that's going on. I'm from San Francisco.
Okay.
The job I left in San Francisco when I'm semi-retired from the city and county. And the job I had there was cleaning up homeless camps. And I was a fisherman's wharf. From the bridge all the way down to Pier 39. And these homeless encampments had to be cleaned before the public could come out and see them. A lot of folks got chased off, and a lot of stuff cleaned up. Pretty nasty. I've been doing homeless encampments for quite some time, ever since I started with the city when I was 19 years old. And all that time, I had 43 years plus working for the city and county of San Francisco.
Wow.
All areas of San Francisco. But encampments, park and recreation encampments down on piers, just big old. The first one I ever done was the size of my Lord, it was probably the size of the United States Post Office building across the street.
Wow.
One big, huge encampment. And we had to go through there to clear everybody out, along with police officers and dogs. But my main concern right now is mostly men have the homes, the place, the shelter. And the only one I see down here is the one that's way out. And then the women have to take a bus to go there.
The women's shelter?
Yes.
On Pleasantburg?
Wherever it's at. And then they have to walk a mile to get to it.
There's a bus stop right in front of Shepherd's Gate.
From what I'm hearing, they have to take the city bus there, and then they got to walk. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I don't know where you're talking about.
It is Shepherd's Gate.
Shepherd's Gate's got a bus stop right in front of it.
Does it really?
Yeah.
But I'm wondering why it's so far out there. Is it a city problem or is it government?
So that shelter is there.
But shouldn't there be more?
Well, that's a great question. So what's tonight? Tonight is the point in time count, okay? So tonight, for everybody watching, tonight is when the federal government has said they're going to count homelessness, okay? Yeah, which happens all across the nation this week. Tonight's the culmination of it. So while I'm sitting up here, there's going to be a group of people down in the cold weather shelter talking to all the guys down there. So 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago now, HUD released the new numbers. Total homelessness. And they had it at 770,000 Americans were homeless. Wow. And that was up from, somebody can fact check me, that was up from like 600,000 the year before. Okay? That's a lot. That's a lot. Huge increase. So then the $1 million question becomes, where's that increase coming from? Is it a real increase or is it better measurement? Okay? It's probably a combination of both. But man, inflation is real.
Yes, it is.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And there are people that have become homeless. So when you look at homelessness in Greenville proper, or just let's take it as the upstate, we have seen the number go up the last year. It didn't go up really with any significance a couple years before that. So why did the number go up? I think some of it is measurement. I think some of it is on the heels of development, and we're taking people's homes away from them, and it's contributing to the problem. So
everybody got their hand.
Yeah, we as a community need to look at who's underserved, who's served well, and who needs more service, right? So we know talk about Greenville specifically. In Greenville, there's no shelter for fathers with children. It's a true gap, right? Complete gap. There's no true shelter for families, intact families.
That's true.
Okay. Women with shelter, there seems to be probably enough beds. Will we need more beds in the coming years? For sure. Right now, there seems to be an adequate number of beds, and I'm measuring that by how full is that shelter. Okay?
Yeah.
So that shelter stays over 80% full. Comparatively, the shelter behind me stays 99% full. So then you got to ask yourself the question, why is it staying full? Does it mean that there's more people, or does it mean that we're not helping people get out fast enough? And I think the answer is yes, all of the above. There's more people, and we need more housing, more exits.
Well, if you see what has happened with our government, what has been done with our funds, all given away to some of the countries that have it, that's totally understandable that they're doing that. Okay, yeah, I can't get it. You want to play with the money. That's fine. But what about home? And that saddens me. Like all of our soldiers overseas, they need to be back home. They don't need to be all around the world getting in other people's business. We have our own troubles. And I find that's hard. God is good. God loves us all. Like you say, God is here. God is right here. God does this for us. I believe, firm believer in God. God has everything going for us. We just got to stick with it.
So tell the people what you think is the biggest need for homelessness here in
I think the
upstate.
biggest need for homelessness is simple fact that there need to be more shelters built, especially shelters that will accommodate folks and separate the folks when they come through the door. You got drug addicts, of course. You got people that are clean that don't have a home. All this has to be figured out by psychiatrists when they come to the door, or anybody who's in that profession. You got to be separated right there and sent to a dorm, sent to a dorm, sent to a dorm. Then you got to break it down, get out, get trained, retrained, get the kids going into school, teach them stuff, natural stuff, growing food, like everybody should be doing.
Yeah.
Growing our own food, yes. Farming, that's a very important part of our life. It seemed to be something forgotten. It seems to be a forgotten thing. You know, that's what Oliver Anthony's doing. He's buying land of all his proceeds up there all over the place. And he's buying land to start communities.
That's the guy who sang the song last year?
Yeah. I met him.
Did you?
Yes, I did. Me and him kept in contact for a long time because I started cheering him on when we first started singing.
Is that right?
Yeah. Oliver Anthony, yay. Great music, man. That guy's all right. But he's giving all his proceeds. Him and his family still live on a little farm. They don't care. So there's a man that's got a big heart. Yeah. Me, myself, I want to go out. I want to get funding. I want to donate money. Start some kind of a donation fund, large amounts of money, put into the projects that need to be done. Yeah. And I've been asking around, trying to peek around here and there and see what I could do. If I get more of that done, that'd be great. Because it's in me. It's in my heart.
Yeah. Good. Well, I hope that you're successful in that. We need more people as part of the solution.
Yes. And not a bunch of people running around doing nothing, because that doesn't work. It's God's hand behind it all. But if I was to get big funding, who would I donate it to? Where do I start?
Was that a real question?
Yeah.
I think you got to find organizations that you think are doing really good work, and then be a part of that solution, whatever it is.
Got it.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
And there's lots of good organizations out there.
God bless you, man.
Hey, brother.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming
Good
on.
time.
Yes, sir.
See you, folks.
Have a good one.
Where am I going in this order here?
Top.
Jacob. Jeremy Little.
I've got Jeremy. Yeah, he was next. We need to keep him tight because you have a schedule against you as well.
Okay. How far behind am I?
Right now you're on track, but we have a 6 o'clock test and we got 3 o'clock.
And it's 6 o'clock now.
Yes. So we got people who've been waiting. So, Jeremy over there? Right there. All right, here you go. You'll keep these, about 3-5 minutes.
All right. 3 to 5 minutes. Yes, sir.
Jolanda will say 2 to 3.
2 to 3 minutes. What's up, Jeremy?
Hey, how are you doing?
Good, man. Come on in.
All right.
You mind if we stand? I'm trying to keep
Good.
warm.
That's fine.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Man, what you want to talk about?
Anything. Actually, I want to talk about the cold weather shelter, actually.
Okay.
Is there any way folks you can open up a little earlier or not? You got to stick to your routine or schedule it or whatever?
It's a really good question, and I've got a non-answer for you, but it's a good answer. So, a couple weeks ago, this guy right over here that's off camera, he started hammering me on when we open and close cold weather shelter. Right? He said, hey, it's cold and we're asking people to leave at this time in the morning. And so I explained to him that, the directors have the authority to extend that in their facilities. But I went and talked to our vice president, Mr. Tim Brown. He'll be here soon. He'll be down in cold weather shelter tonight, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
Yeah, because of the pit count. And Tim and I talked, and Tim said, we need to consider it. We need to think about what we're doing. Certainly we got to have boundaries with flexibility, but it's a great point, and it's cold, and we need to think about that. So I don't have an answer other than we are actively considering it.
That's fine, no problem.
Yeah.
I'm saying that's better than no answer at all.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
All right.
Well, thanks,
Thank
man.
you very
Thanks
much,
for
sir.
coming.
All right. Come on.
Mr. Hastings.
Oh.
Good to see you, Jim. You doing all right?
Truly blessed, young man.
Good.
How are you?
Good. What brings you out here on this cold evening?
Trying to stay warm.
Yes, sir.
Just say thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Jim, will you tell the people?
We appreciate what you do for Jobs for Life.
Yes, sir.
And I know Ron's there right now, but God bless y'all. Everything you do for Jesus. Yeah.
Jim, would you tell the people what Jobs for Life is?
Oh, it's a great ministry, and it's sponsored by our church, First Presbyterian Church.
Yes, sir.
And it's a group of dedicated men who come alongside those who need training and instruction on how to develop a work ethic and the dignity of work and how to find and keep a job and promote themselves in the eyes of an employer.
Yeah.
And make themselves truly employable. So that's what we do. It's a 7-week course.
So, guys, Jim and Ron Clark and several other key volunteers, they come in here. They invite a group of guys to meet with them every week for 7 weeks.
Yep.
They walk through a curriculum that works on soft skills, those types of things to prepare people for either re-entry into the workforce or economic improvement within the workforce.
Promote yourselves and go higher up.
Yeah, and then they graduate. And there's a graduation
We have a
ceremony.
graduation ceremony and everything.
How long y'all been doing that? How many years?
We do it twice a year, fall and spring, and this will be our 8th one coming up. So that's 4 years.
Wow. It's a huge blessing to the guys back here in the shelter. So thank you, and
we
thank you for the
appreciate your
M&Ms.
efforts and for letting us do it.
Man, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Thanks for coming and stand
You
out
need-
here in the
you
cold.
need a suit.
I've got a ski bib in here.
All right, that's what I got.
That's the next thing coming on.
Okay, all right. Just checking.
Thank you, sir.
God bless. Thank you.
Back at you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Robert.
You what?
Yes, sir.
That's me. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good, good.
You mind if we stand?
I don't mind at all. We get blood circulating.
Yes, sir. Hey, I'm Ryan.
Robert Gillette.
Good to see you.
Good. I live here, so.
Okay.
Yes.
You live here?
Yes.
How's your experience been?
It's been good. Well, it's been good. I had my ups and downs. I've been kicked out, put back in, kicked out, put back in, kicked out, put back in. I learned my lesson though.
Okay. What was the lesson?
Mind your business. Keep to yourself. Keep to yourself. Keep your mouth shut, and you'll be better off that way.
Okay.
That's what I do. I just get along with the guys and stuff, talk to them, and that's about it. As far as it goes, and I just mind my own business, do my task, and that's it. I love it here. It's nice to be here. But once I start getting my Social Security checks, I'll probably be moving on.
Okay.
And stuff.
So you're working on that now?
Yes, sir. Brian's been good to us. Dan's been good to us. Mike Todd's been good to us. He's a good guy there, Brian.
Yeah,
he
he's
helps.
a good guy.
He helps everybody else out. You can talk to him. Marcus Kelly.
Yep.
And Mike Todd's my counselor, so I talk to Mike Todd a lot and stuff.
So, can I ask you a personal question?
Yeah, go ahead.
How'd you wind up here?
My fiance and I broke up. She went to Florida. I went back to New York State. I'm originally from New York State. I got into some stuff up there. Somebody tried to put me in jail and stuff, and it wasn't fair. And I came down here. I got in here. I thought my stuff don't stink. Didn't mind my business or nothing. And I got booted up, got put back in, booted up, put back in. And I learned my lesson, like I said. And they helped me out a lot. Mike Todd, Marcus Kelly, Daniel McKees, Brian helped me out a lot. I talked to Brian and stuff when I get a chance to talk to him because he's so busy. But there are other things here and stuff. I just go to my counselor and talk to him. That's it.
So, Robert, we got guys walking down the sidewalk. They're going around back to check into cold weather shelter. What would you say to them to convince them to come in the front door?
I say we got sign-up sheets to come into the front door to sign your name and everything. As long as you sign your name, every day, you get a chance to come in. Once you come in, you just gotta mind your business and do your task and everything, what they give you, and make sure you get a counselor so you can talk to your counselor, because the counselors here do help you a lot.
Yeah.
Ask me, I know. Brian helped me out. Marcus Kelly helped me out. Daniel helped me out. And Mike Todd's helping me out. Like I said, I learned my lesson from them guys, and they're honest people, and they're good to work with.
Yeah.
I don't mind doing tasks for them and everything. That's what I do.
Well, I'm glad you're here, man.
Yeah.
But thanks for
Me
coming
too.
out here and talking to me.
Oh, yeah. I just want to get the point across. This place is helpful. It's with the Lord and everything. You got chapel every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and twice on Sunday, morning and night.
Yeah.
And they help you out a lot. This is what.
Amen. That's what we're here to do.
Oh, yeah. I got helped out here a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Candace Timmerman, get up here. This is the cold dance, y'all.
I brought you some goodies.
What'd you bring me?
I brought you a cup and some pepperoni snacks.
Oh, I love pepper. Snickers is my fave. Come on over here.
Okay. Good.
Oh man, I got all kinds of goodies. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you holding up?
I'm starting to get cold.
Really?
Yeah, I got more layers to put on.
Good.
Candace, tell the people who you are and what you do.
Okay, I am Candace Timmerman with United Housing Connections. Should I be looking here?
You can look at me or look at the camera
Okay.
or look back and forth. Or
All right, so I'm Candace Timmerman with United Housing Connections, and I am the CEO there, and I'm also the Upstate Continuum of Care Chair, and I can explain what that is. United Housing Connections has affordable housing, permanent supportive housing for those experiencing chronic homelessness. We have a Home Again program that helps homeless children in the Greenville County School District. We have an outreach team, and our Upstate Continuum of Care is made up of 80 different homeless service providers, and we work together to create a strategic plan to address homelessness.
okay, so can you, like a lot of people have no idea what you're talking about. So talk about like the mandate for a continuum of care.
Okay.
And just kind of explain it to people.
Okay, so I think it was in 1987, there was a piece of bipartisan legislation called from McKinney and Vento, and that's where the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act came from, that said federal dollars could be used for housing and services for those experiencing homelessness. And so for a long time it was supportive housing program where they had housing and services, and then in 2012 they developed the Continuum of Care program. And it's just a mandate that across the United States that different geographic areas are funded to address homelessness and domestic violence, veteran homelessness, all of that within a geographic area. And it means that there's one agency who is the collaborative applicant who applies for that federal funding, and it comes down through each recipient that is a part of that continuum.
So I was just talking to one of the other guys, but the people don't understand the infamous pit. So
yes.
I did not plan this, by the way.
I can't believe it. I thought you did.
No. So they picked this date, the group that I'm working with, last fall.
Wow.
And I made a mental note, and I was like, the chances of that being the pit are high.
Right.
And it turns out it was not only the pit, but the coldest week in the whole world.
I know.
Well, explain to the people what the pit is and what the purpose is.
Okay, so the pit is the point in time count, homeless point in time count, and that is 1 week, the last 10 days in January, we are able to count, because we're considered a rural area, looking at one night of reference but it is a snapshot of homelessness. And really what it is we submit this to Housing Urban Development, which is our main funder, and they look at how many people are really experiencing homelessness in an area. Now we know that we don't reach everybody, and the pit is kind of a glimpse. We know we get better at it the more we do it, but it's a glimpse at who's experiencing homelessness. Are there more veterans? Are there more people fleeing domestic violence? Are there people living with HIV/AIDS? So anyway, they look at the demographics of the population, and that sets funding and funding priorities. So we do that along with the housing inventory count. So we look at how many people are experiencing homelessness, what is the inventory and availability for people to go and shelter and housing opportunities, and then they look at it and obviously say there's a need for more, and so they distribute more funding, usually to keep up with like fair market rates, and which are always increasing. So.
Yeah, and the bucket gets bigger or smaller depending on the number that's measured in the pit.
Right.
So I'm putting you on the spot.
Okay.
Give the people the numbers. Like last year,
665 in Greenville.
665. How about the upstate?
Well, this year in the upstate it's 1669, and it is 725 people in the 2024 count. So we went up, but does that mean there were more people? It could mean that we got better at our methodology and had more volunteers, but it could also mean, definitely more people experiencing homelessness. We know there's been a rise.
So I have said for several years that I think it's the methodology.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I've said. I've said I think we're getting better at measuring because I see the efforts, right? Like I see the amount of effort we put into it.
Right.
That being said, the anecdotal measurement is the cold weather shelter.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So if you go back 10 years, on the coldest weeks of the year, we would see at most 100 people. Right? And that was a stretch. Like that was a really cold night. They had 170 on a single night last week.
Wow.
I'm gonna bet dollars to donuts there'll be 150 down there tonight.
Wow. Yeah.
So either more people know about it,
right,
or there is some incremental growth.
Oh yes, I mean, and I do think there is some incremental growth. And one thing that you said last year, I said there were 725, well there were 155 unsheltered that were counted. Well, we know that when on the cold weather, there's a lot of those that actually are living unsheltered but come in for that night. So.
Yeah, we try to boost it by opening up, regardless of the weather. Now,
right.
Turns out this week we would have had it open anyways.
Definitely, I'm so grateful.
Yeah, but we try to boost it. One of the guys that was just on here, he was challenging me on that. Like, when do you open the cold weather shelter, and when do you close it? And man, it's such a hard thing, right? Like, we want to provide. But I will say this, and somebody may disagree with me on this video, like this cold weather is a good motivator for change.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Right? Like, I don't want anybody to die.
Right.
But it's not bad to be cold and choose to go get help as a result.
Yes.
Yeah. So what is your hope for the upstate?
My hope for the upstate, the Housing Urban Development looks at our annual renewal demand. That means how many grantees are applying, what we're actually eligible for. They look at the housing stock, poverty, population size, and what our potential would be to apply for, plus the bonus. So we have a new grantee this time, and I just hope and encourage people to get involved with the continuum, and then come to the meetings and then apply for funding, because the possibility is there.
So Miracle Hill is such a blessing to you, and you don't even know.
Yes, I do.
No. This is my tongue-in-cheek remark. So we don't take federal funds.
Right, I know it. I know we need both.
But if we did, we'd have the biggest grant requests because we got the most people.
Oh, I know. I'm really, so grateful, and I am grateful for both pots because we need different funding streams, definitely.
For sure, not going to be solved by the usual
right.
suspects.
Right, that's right, and I don't mind telling you, there's a lot of hoops and regulations, but we do it and we do it well.
So, the people that are watching, if they want to be a part of the solution, what would you suggest?
I would suggest that they come to United Housing Connections on the 4th Tuesday of every month at 10:30 to participate in our advisory council meetings. We have a Zoom link for anybody who wants to participate virtually. My email is ctimmerman, TIMMERMAN @uhcsc.org. And really just invite everybody to get involved. We continue to push hard to keep up with the demand. So.
Thanks for coming out.
Thank you. Good to see you.
You as well.
I'm going to pray you do good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, I am shocked at the next names on my list. Gavin and Braxton Shoemaker, say it ain't so.
Yeah, they're coming. Come on, guys. Not only that, they actually, I think, are the first people to bring the full kit that we were.
Is Jamie? Jamie's got to come too.
Let's see. You don't have that gift card, do you?
No.
Hey, talk about what they brought. They brought the stuff.
Okay, come on in, Braxton. Come on in over here. Come on in, Gavin. Man, look at this. All right, you guys are the first people who have done the scavenger hunt.
Alrighty, one of the first ones, Brax.
All right, what's in the bags?
You want to tell them?
Braxton, speak up and speak up so the camera can hear you.
Well, first, we have plastic.
Okay.
We have a pink blanket.
Okay, a blanket. Why is that funny? Okay.
We have a
Fuzzy socks. Now, if you are a man down in the cold weather shelter tonight, nothing says I'm cared and loved for than panda bear socks, right, guys? I want the panda bear socks.
I'll wear them in New York City.
I have
A monkey? Great. Some gummies. Pocket energy, some might call it.
Right.
Okay, great. Yes, those wipes are gold.
Tell them why we got wipes instead of soap.
They may not. Are you shaking because you're cold?
Yes.
It's cold out here, right? That's real life cold. Okay, so here's the most important question, Gavin.
Yes, sir.
Why'd y'all do this?
We did this, well, one, because we didn't have school today, so we were all stuck in the house. That's one thing. We didn't have school.
I'll take the reason.
Wanted to be able to say that we did something today, towards something good and in the community.
Yeah.
And was more productive today. And so we went out of our way to do this instead of just staying home and taking the day off. We felt motivated to come out by the community.
All right, so here's what I'll say to...
There's a gift card in there for them. They're the first people to bring up the whole kit. Now, Neil brought us a hygiene kit earlier, but they went and got the full kit.
Gift card for you guys.
You, Brax.
All right, so I know your family. So I know your mama, and your mama is service-minded. Why should kids think about these issues? Why should kids be talking about this?
Well, kids should be talking about this so they can spread the word.
So they can spread the word, right? Yeah, because one of these days, here's the reality, Braxton, one of these days, I'm going to fall over dead, right? And we need the next generation to keep carrying the torch down the street. I can't do this when I'm 100, but you can. You'll only be like 60.
That's right.
Okay? That'll be great. Man, thank you guys for doing this.
Of course.
Yeah. Anything you'd say to the people to encourage them to go out and do the same thing?
Well, for me, it honestly like it makes me feel good to make others feel good. And so if you like have the opportunity to, not only does it make them like people happy, and like it brings people together and creates community. So if you ever feel alone out there, just come together in something like this, and it truly will make you feel good.
All right, and guys, if you don't want to bring me a heater, if you want me to suffer, do you want the next little girl that comes up here to suffer? She's shivering. You should bring a heater so that my guests can use it when they come. Thanks you guys for bringing this stuff. Of course. Man, what a blessing. God bless y'all.
Thank you, sir.
We need a pile, guys.
Carry some stuff.
I think we're just going to put it. Thank you, Neil. Will you take that back up to the table? Thank you. Oh, this one right here too, Neil.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, guys. Thanks for coming on.
Of course.
Oh, is there anything else y'all want to talk about? We talk about whatever you want. What you want to talk about, Braxton?
Cold.
Any experience?
Well, no, not really.
Okay. Thank you, guys. What?
I went on my first cruise.
What? You went on a cruise? Where'd you go?
The Bahamas.
I am taking my kids on their first cruise in June.
Nice.
Did you like it?
Yes. I ate like 5 saucers a day.
Yes. I'm going to eat like 5 pieces of pizza a day. That's my goal.
I ate like 3 a day.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Unlimited ice
Yeah,
cream.
you lose weight for the cruise knowing you're going to put 20 pounds on the cruise.
That's right.
What?
Ask me about what? Ask me, shoemaker. Speak up.
I wanted them to ask you. Tell them the story of Clausen.
What happened with Clausen?
Oh, sit down.
Uh-oh.
Sit down, kid.
I thought you were asking me to floss, which I don't know how to do.
Please. I'll show you how to floss. Don't worry, I'll show you how to floss.
Okay, Clausen. Okay, many years ago, I was a counselor here in this building, and a guy one day decided he was going to play a trick on another guy. So he was over at our thrift warehouse over on this side of town, and he stole a tiny little beanie baby lobster named Clausen. Okay. You're not going to awe in a minute, Braxton. Tiny little red beanie baby, and he snuck it back here to the mission, and he knew that if he put Clausen like hanging out of this guy's comforter, that the guy would get in trouble. So he did it, that the guy would get a demerit. So he put this little beanie baby under the guy's comforter. He set him up as a joke. Okay. So sure enough, the guy got in trouble. He got a little sheet of paper telling him he didn't have his bed right. What the guy who played the trick didn't know is that the guy he played the trick on had just got done with a 20-year bid in prison. And there's one cardinal rule in prison, and it's you do not touch another man's belongings. Okay? So the guy who had gotten the trick played on him, he went outside and he punched the guy.
Uh-oh.
And
Clausen started a riot.
Yep. And the best thing that could happen in that situation happened. The guy got knocked out. Boom. Laying on the ground. The guy who had punched him then dropped the screwdriver that he had in the other hand. The point of the story is this: the little things in life matter. Like, we think something's small and it doesn't matter, but it does matter. For example, these bags that you guys brought, they're just 3 little bags. But to the 3 people that get those bags, they're life-giving, right? We go through life and we think the little things don't matter, but they do. So thank you guys for being concerned with the little things.
Of course. Thank you for your story.
Yep, it's a good story. So Clausen lives in my office.
I say, where'd Clausen go?
Clausen is on my bookshelf in my office, and he is there to remind me that the little things matter.
That's right.
Yep. All right. Thanks for coming down, kids.
Thank you.
Good job, kiddos. Hi, Jamie. Bye, Jamie.
Bye, Ryan.
You have a nice night.
See y'all. Good to see you, girl.
Mike Todd out here? Mike Todd out here?
No, sir. All right. James.
What?
Come on up.
doing out here, man?
How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. What you want to talk about?
No, we just let the Holy Spirit guide us. How about that?
Okay.
I did. Last time I saw you, you probably don't remember it, but because you're so busy, but I'd like you to sign my book. I didn't have it on me, so.
I will be happy to. All right, guys. This is my book. If you haven't read it, Counterfeit Peace, you can get it on Amazon. All right. See if I can write with these gloves.
It is a perfect example of God using people from all walks of life and every kind of situation to.
Hey, James, what's your story? Why are you here? Why are we talking?
I currently live in Transition, but I've been here for about 2 years now.
Okay.
I went to jail. The 18th of January was 2 years when I went to jail for child support. That's when the day the Lord started working in my heart. The 27th is the day I accepted Him into my Lord. The 31st is my birthday. So I spent a couple of days in jail between the 18th and the 9th. I got moved to a different cell. And I was sitting there for about 2 days, and this gentleman started a Bible study in jail, 10 feet away from my bed. Well, I was listening, and I heard a little voice, saying, hey, go do it. Well, I sat up, I laid back down, I sat up, I laid back down. I wrestled with that for about, 2 hours. Finally just passed that one to sleep. The second night, I actually jumped up out of my bed a couple times, crawled back in my bed and stuff like that. The third night, it was like God just said, come here. And I kid you not, my bunkmate and the guy that was standing across from me, I just jumped straight out of bed and landed. All you heard was my sandals slapping on the ground. I slowly walked up to the group of guys, and I said, they looked at me, and I said, I'm here. I don't know what's going on. Let's just see where it leads us. And shortly thereafter, I got moved again. I got COVID, almost died. Met another group of extraordinary guys in another jail. And then I got released. I had no place to go at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And I looked up, I said, all right, Lord, I promised you since the 27th that I wasn't going to follow my own path. I was going to follow the path you laid in front of me. Where do I go? And I've never been here before. I didn't know the area. It's been 20 years since I've been to Greenville, and I walked straight here at 3 o'clock in the morning. I stayed here one night. I stayed in the cold weather. I went to sign in. I didn't get signed in, and I about gave up. I about took off. And a gentleman that you guys had preaching here on Mondays, named Dennis, which happens to know my mama, I think it's Matt in the wheelchair from over there at Trent. Yeah. His daddy, okay, called up here and had a couple guys from the mission looking for me, trying to give me, hope and word of God or something like that. And I was headed out. I helped a crippled guy walk around back to the cold weather, and then I was going back to Fountain where I did not need to be. And all of a sudden I heard James Chapman, and I looked around and didn't know who was calling my name. Next thing I know, James Morrison.
Yeah.
Brings me a pair of shoes, brings me some shirts and clothes, and tells me to keep my head up and just keep my faith in God. And I stayed, and the very next day, I got in. It's just been.
And that was 2 years ago.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And so you're in transition now?
I am. I'm moving with Jeremy Leslie.
Okay. And what's your exit plan? You working?
I am working. Since I've been here, I've got my teeth. I've got 5 surgeries. I got both my shoulders replaced. I had a 3-inch cyst removed from my back, and I had carpal tunnel in both. I had severe neuropathy in both my wrists, and I got it all through the grace of God for free. Didn't have to pay for a thing.
So, this is such an important point. So, we think that it's easy to escape your situations, but if your shoulders don't work and you don't have any teeth, what you gonna do? Right? Like, you need somewhere where you can find healing physically so that you can move forward in stability.
And I even wrestled with the fact about the teeth thing.
Yeah.
Like, that's just vanity, right? But no, through the Jobs for Life course, I graduated from them, and during the interviews and talking to my mentors and stuff like that, I knew that it was important for confidence. When you're sitting down and you're actually wanting to start fresh, start new, and have a career for once in your life instead of jumping from job to job, having to quit because you failed drug tests or that. You want to sit down in front of a person with the confidence to show them that this is the guy we want. And for that to happen, I wrestled with it. Is it vanity? Is it not? And the guys from Jobs for Life was like, no, absolutely. It really is important for you.
It's a judgment and maybe an unfair one, but it doesn't mean it's not there.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, man. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that story.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. And thank you for coming and sitting with me.
Yes, sir. Hey, I am going. I told Miss Candace, I said, I'm going to ask him if I can have his gloves on TV. She said, oh, he'll give them to him. I said, yeah, I know. I was just joking. Mr. Dirk, thank you for all you guys do. Thank you for going back to Overcomers for the second time and listening to the Lord.
Yeah, man.
Fulfilling your
One
destiny.
day at a time.
Yes, sir.
Fire, man. Thank you for sharing the
Hey,
story, brother.
Hey, thank you guys. What is that?
Somebody just texted and said, we need his story for the banquet. That's what somebody just texted.
Did they?
Yeah.
Good.
Man, it's so cool just to hear how, because cold weather shelter, it's non-committal, like you come, you go, and you hung in there, and the Lord opened the door.
Yep. Yes, sir, he did. And this is, if I would have left, that would have been me taking a step off of God's path. And I've been blessed over and over and over again with just so many gifts because I have made sure to stay on the path.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Jacob, how warm are you feeling?
Medium warm.
Are you?
Are you okay?
I'm a little cold. I'm getting ready to go put on this next layer.
You?
There you go.
You mean to tag in?
Yeah, tag in.
All right. I don't think there's anybody else up here right now, so I think we have a little break.
Okay.
I'll hold it down.
Hey, somebody's getting a little cold on me.
He's been sitting on this bench. I think the light gives you some artificial sense of warmth that in there.
Yeah, that's not. That means because you're trying to meddle them.
Yeah, no kidding.
They're even cold. They will make your bones hard.
It's probably good that we got these wooden benches.
Yeah, it is really good.
I saw it was originally supposed to be 15 degrees tonight, and I think it's staying in the 20s now.
Yeah, it's like 20. I think Nick said a while ago 21 or something.
Hey, that's a gift, isn't it? Let's see.
It's not quite as cold as it was last night. It was dangerously cold out there last night. Because I was out here about 3, 4 o'clock this morning.
Were you?
Yeah, doing my diabetes. Well, I have diabetes real bad.
Yeah.
So I have to get out wild. When my meter goes off, I have to go wild.
Because your sugar's too high?
Because my sugar's too high.
It'll drive sugar down, yeah.
Yeah, well, I have diabetes. I have one of those freestyle meters.
Yeah.
Anyway, when that thing goes off, I have to go wild. Dude. It don't matter what time this thing goes off, I have to get up and go.
You got to get up.
I have to get up and go. And I was out here about 3, 4 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
It was really cold out here.
How close do you stay around here?
I live in Berea at the new Sullivan Apartments.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I live up there at the housing authorities.
Yeah, very cool. That's awesome.
It's a new place, so we're up there now.
Brian.
Yes, sir.
Come sit down, man.
Oh,
Come on, Brian.
Come on.
Come on, Brian.
I gotta get the phone call.
Okay. Brian's got a phone call.
Saved by the bell.
So some fun facts about this rescue mission while we wait. Miracle Hill has been in downtown Greenville since 1937, and there's been several iterations of Miracle Hill since 1937, but initially it was a soup kitchen. The soup kitchen evolved into basically a day shelter, an overnight shelter. Addiction recovery pretty quickly became evident back then that they needed to do something more, but surprisingly, children were being brought to the mission in the 50s, and they were being dropped off, and they were being, we were told, we don't have anybody to take these kids. Can you watch them? And some of the just saint ladies that worked here back then, they began to take in children. And so in the 1950s, 56, 57, Miracle Hill opened up a children's home up in Pumpkin Town. We were just talking about Pumpkin Town a minute ago. It's in Pickens County. So the ministry evolved from a soup kitchen to a rescue mission, and then into caring for children. And at its peak, the children's home had over 100 children, I understand, and now to this day it's been converted. Now it's a foster care community up in Pumpkin Town, and we have children that stay up there in cottages with Miracle Hill foster families. But as of today, Miracle Hill operates this mission. This is the Greenville Rescue Mission. Houses 142 men here, and on cold weather nights like tonight, you might have seen a lot of the foot traffic around here just a little bit ago. We had 139 men here the other night, additional men. So the number of guests in our care jumps significantly on cold weather nights. But we run this rescue mission. Another one in Greenville that we operate is one for women and children called Shepherd's Gate, and it houses women and girls and boys up to a certain age. And then we operate the Spartanburg Rescue Mission that has over 90 beds. That's a men, women, and children's facility. It's right on the edge of downtown Spartanburg. We operate the Cherokee County Rescue Mission up in Gaffney near the Giant Peach, and that's a men's, women, and children's facility. And so those are kind of the core rescue missions of what we do. Now, we have transitional housing for all of our programs. So for the rescue missions, there are corresponding transitional houses where people can, when they exit the programs, they can go into transition, and it allows them opportunity, kind of a conduit to stabilization, if you will. But aside from the rescue missions and transition, we operate the children's home up in Pickens, like I mentioned. We have a foster care program. Each year we serve on average about 375 children in foster care. We have overcomers and renewal recovery programs. I'm giving them the whole spiel here, Rob.
Susan said don't forget unwed mothers in the 40s and 50s.
Did she say that?
Yeah, she just texted me.
What is she talking about?
I don't know.
For Shepherd's Gate?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, we have Overcomers, which is a 12-step, 7-month-long Christ-centered recovery program for men. We have one for women as well called Renewal. And a lot of the individuals who will come in here, if they're wrestling with life-dominating issues, addiction issues, this is a great place for them to come and then find their way to Overcomers. So it's kind of a natural pathway there. So we have a food ministry called From God to You. It's our food warehouse. We do food box distribution there, where individuals can come if they live in Greenville County and get food, and it also serves as kind of like a grocery store for all of our rescue missions. People can come in and our rescue missions will come and shop it. We, man, I know this is an exhaustive thing. I'm just buying time until Ryan gets back here. But we have something called Bridgeworks. It's a staffing agency that generates jobs for men and women who are exiting our program. So we have Bridgeworks, we have Creation Works, which is a landscaping company, and the program participants are all graduates of our programs. So that's a landscaping company. That's called Creation Works. And then we have something that is relatively new. We have a program starting up called Auto Works, and it's going to be job training for men who are wanting to become mechanics. So got all kind of stuff going on, and I'm sure I left something out. Somebody's going to text me in a minute. Somebody's going to text me in a minute something that I forgot. A lot going on here at Miracle Hill. While we're waiting on Ryan, let me tell you some of my favorite, I'll tell you one of my favorite stories coming out of Miracle Hill. You know, we say here at the ministry that we're not in the homelessness business, we're in the wholeness business. You know, we believe that Christ is, it's about wholeness in Him ultimately, but even if people don't want to believe what we believe, they can still come here and find shelter and counseling and pathways to stability. But one of my favorite stories, I heard it during COVID. I was at one of our graduations for our women's program. And while I was at this graduation, this young lady got up on the stage, and as she was coming up on the stage, our director of that program, her name is Venus got up there with her, and Venus said to everybody in the audience, she said, you know, before this young lady shares her testimony, I got to tell you, I knew her before I knew her. And she went on to explain that this young lady's twin sister had come through the program 2 years earlier, and that they were both wrestling with addiction. And she said, I remember just kneeling and praying with this young lady that her sister would come out of this lifestyle and enter into, you know, the freedom that we have in Christ. And so she said, I wanted to, I just wanted to say that before this young lady comes up here. Well, the lady comes up on the stage, and her twin sister, who had been in the program previously, she came up there with her sister. And while this woman is sharing her story, part of her story was that while she was wrestling with addiction, she had a baby 3 years prior, and that little baby had been taken from her care at the hospital because she had substances in her system, and so they took her baby. Little did she know that the NICU nurse who was caring for her baby at the hospital was a Miracle Hill foster parent. And that Miracle Hill foster parent took that little boy into her care and fostered that child. Eventually, the parental rights were terminated, so that nurse actually adopted that baby boy. And she said, little did I know this, well, that night at that graduation, that nurse was there, and this woman's biological son was watching his biological mother, graduate our program. And she and her sister had both gone through renewal, and their lives were much better than they were before. And this little boy had found care and hope in in a foster family turned adoptive family. But that's one of the many stories where you kind of see the web here at Miracle Hill, and you get to see all kind of connections and people finding wholeness in Him. But it's not just one person. There's always a ripple effect, and many people are touched when one person's life is touched. I've been telling stories while you've been gone.
That's great.
I didn't know what else to do.
This is good.
I couldn't get Brian to come on with me.
I have leveled up, y'all. I got my ski bib on, and I am snug as a bug in a rug now. I got one more layer that I can put on underneath this, but I'm feeling good now. What you got in your hand?
Oh, Susan was saying we also cared for unwed mothers in the 40s and 50s. That's what I was being told. So that was the one historical point. I gave the whole history of Miracle Hill while you were gone.
Okay.
These are people you've already met with.
Okay.
So I'll sit with you, man.
Well, I think I saw out of the corner of my eye the special guests, but I think they went in to use the restroom. Yep, there they are. All right, so get out of here.
You don't love me as much as these people?
Okay.
Oh. Well, I'm going to sit with you until they get over here.
All right, man. We are almost 4 hours in, 1/6 of the way.
It feels so long.
It feels so long. Had some great conversations already. What have you learned, Jacob?
Honestly, I haven't gotten to hear them all because I've been running back and forth. The mayor was really cool when he was up here. I think some of the questions even that you posed to him, I have found that some of the cold weather shelter guests, those are some good questions to be asked. But James Chapman, that was encouraging to hear that just now too.
Yeah.
I think for me it's the stories of life change that I think are awesome.
Okay. All right, well, what do you guys think? Do you have any questions? Are you hitting any questions on the chat that you want to share with us? We got anything coming in, Braden?
Lots and lots of comments.
Lots of comments.
I got a story I would love for you to share.
Okay.
Share the jams and jelly story.
Okay. While we wait on my bride and children, who should be here momentarily.
It's a good story. It's in the book.
Okay. Jams and jelly. So, you know, my predecessor, Mr. Reed Lehman, he's got a whole book about God's provision called God Wears His Own Watch, and kind of the history of Miracle Hill, which I'm sure Jacob noted. But when I was a young staff member, I was working as a warehouse person over at our food warehouse. And I worked for this guy named Tom Callahan, who was this amazing godly man, but he was super disorganized. I'm a super organized human being. So Tom drove me crazy. And Tom would come in all day and he would stop us in the middle of us trying to work. And he'd say, "Everybody stop. The people need," and then he'd tell us whatever they need. "The people need green beans. We need to pray for green beans." So we would stop whatever we were doing, and Tom would pray fervently for green beans or whatever it was that we needed that day. So one day, a particularly busy day, Tom came in the warehouse. I was in the middle of 10 different things, and he said, "Stop. The people need jam and the people need jelly." And he circled us all up, and this man began to pray for jam and jelly. And y'all, he probably only prayed for about 5 or 6 minutes, but it felt like an hour. He just kept praying for jam and jelly. And I sat in that circle with my eyes closed, and I had the worst attitude imaginable. I didn't want to be there. I wanted to be back at work. And so then he finally got done, and we all said amen, and I said amen in my heart. So about an hour goes by, and I heard air brakes. You know what a semi-truck sounds like when it hits the brakes. And so I went to the roll-up door, and I opened it up, and outside was a tractor and a 52-foot trailer. And the guy got out with a donation, and he opened up the back door, and you guys want to guess what it was filled with? It was filled from tip to stern with jam and jelly and juice. I'm sorry, juice and jelly. Peach. It was a peach farmer who had gone out for the season, and so he brought peach jam and peach jelly and peach cider and all the peach products. It was so much peach stuff that within just a few months it became the manna of Miracle Hill, and nobody wanted peach cider or peach jam or peach jelly. But man, when the Lord provides, He provides any way He wants to, including dropping a tractor trailer of juice and jelly down on Miracle Hill, and boy, did that change my prayer life. Like, it became real to me that the Lord answers prayers.
That's a good one.
Get out of here.
That's a good story, man. Everybody agree that was a good story?
All right, special guests of the night, get in here. Y'all, this is my dear wife, Lauren. Say hi, Lauren.
Hello.
There's my daughter, Rowan, and my son, Lincoln. Come on in, have a seat on the benches. Sit down, stay a while.
Give Dad some hugs, y'all. Get him warm.
Give me warm. Give me warm.
So you're being out here in the
Oh,
time?
you guys just stay there for the rest of the night.
Okay.
Just stay
I don't
right
want to go
here.
to school, so can I stay here?
My girl, what'd you guys bring me?
We brought you.
I made you a card and I got you
Card and stuff.
a stuffing.
A stuffy? Y'all, my daughter Rowan has 5 million stuffies.
True fact.
Every type of stuffy imaginable this girl has.
I got you a pen.
Oh. Okay, let's read this card. Miracle Hill, to Dad from Rowan. Can you help me open it? Because my hands aren't working. All right. God's heart is your heart, so
No,
is mine.
it's in your heart.
Is in your heart, so is mine. I love you. I love you.
Turn around. Look at the back.
Hearts on the back.
I cut them.
Y'all that have children out there, we've had this conversation. 1,000 times. Dad, what's your favorite animal?
It's a red panda!
My favorite animal is a red panda. What's his name?
I don't know.
You name him.
No.
Andy.
Ready.
Ready. Okay.
Dad, we
Yeah.
brought you some pizza, but Miss Kelly baked you a very hot, fresh loaf of bread.
Okay.
We've got that and butter and some drinks and your clothes that you asked for. Shout out to Ken and Alexis and Kelsey who texted me. I was brewing your coffee when we came.
Where's my coffee?
Right over here.
Ooh, baby.
Decaf coffee.
All right, we got a thermos and decaf. All right, sit down. Okay. Lincoln and Rowan. Why is Daddy out here sitting on a bench?
Because you're interviewing something about a homeless person.
Okay, interviewing something about a homeless person. Lincoln, what do you think?
You're telling people out there how they can help homeless people out there.
Okay. Okay, so why in the world would I have to stand on a bench all night?
Because it's showing what other people have to go through since they're home.
Yeah, can you imagine being out here all night?
And they don't get a choice. Like if it's raining, they don't get to go inside.
That's right. That's right. They don't get to go outside and play in the snow and then go inside and get warmed by a fire, do they? No. Okay. So, what do you think's important about this? You don't know? What do you think, Lincoln?
You're encouraging people out there to help the ministry.
Okay.
Homeless people.
What is the best answer to brokenness in this world?
Fix. Help. Jesus.
Jesus is right. Jesus is the best answer. Who's Jesus, Rowan?
He is the Holy God.
Okay. All right. So, what advice do you guys have for me?
So we were watching earlier, and I asked the kids, just because of who you are, I said, what have you seen your dad do when we've seen somebody that might be struggling on the side of the road, or, and what did you say?
Talk to the camera. You got to talk loud.
Okay, I said, well, I'm still looking at it. So he said, so once there was a guy on the road and he was homeless and he drove a lunch.
Okay. Drove down lunch. What about you, Lincoln? What's your answer?
When a time where Daddy was nice to a homeless. There was a homeless person on the side of the road, and you turned around and you said that you would help him, but at the time you got there, he was gone.
Yeah, I remember that time.
Oh, I remember one time.
Okay.
So this is with Bob.
Okay.
So when we were at Walmart, we were walking in, we saw a lady with a blanket on, and then we went to buy a card for her from Walmart, a Walmart card, and the time we got back, she wasn't there.
But what we talked about was conversations on a bench are important, but how conversations on our couch at home or in your car driving around or in a church group at home are just as important too. Because I don't know that when I was younger, I understood everything that they understand.
I did.
About homelessness and how to help and the best way to help. And we talked about that earlier. We've had a good example.
Good. What's the Zoom call?
7.
Okay.
With Fresno.
Okay.
Yeah. So
with the warmth of Fresno.
Do you want some coffee?
Yes, I do want some coffee.
Well, they're at 50.
You have your mug?
I do. It's right there on the side of my bag.
So they're going to be about 5 minutes. We're going to hop on with them.
Do you want half an
In about 5 minutes from now?
Dad, do you
Yes,
want
it's
half
6:55.
Oh.
So
I can't read a clock apparently.
yeah. Well, I didn't see. Yeah, you can't read.
There's a
Thank
clock.
you.
Hey, there's a
Good
clock
bomb.
right there.
Yeah. Yeah. What you been doing all day, buddy?
sledding outside.
Sledding outside.
Road frozen, so
Okay.
close to frozen at least.
You what, baby?
You brought snacks, huh?
Rowan just asked me secretly if I wanted half and half.
Not
The answer is no, I do not want half and half.
I'm totally
Brought a setup.
Oh man, my wife brought me a whole thermos of decaf. Hey, does anybody got a current check on the temperature?
Yeah, it's 28,
Oh,
but it's not supposed to get below 20 now. It's supposed to bottom out at 23. It was 15. It's supposed to be 23 now.
Okay, so we're 5 degrees from the bottom.
pretty bubble.
You're saying 20 is supposed to bottom out at 20? Oh, you're saying that's what it is right now.
Bottom out at like 22.
I got
Okay.
you.
Okay, thanks, dear.
We'll take it.
Oh man, my wife brought me my favorite things.
Oh, Oreos!
Double stuffed Oreos and Coca-Colas and Ruffles.
I thought you wanted that,
Hey Ryan, he said you got to point out that's a luxury.
That is a luxury. So this is luxurious sleeping outside. I've got lights and people who care about me and love me and all the food and drink and snacks that I want. Man, I can't imagine I didn't have all these things. What a blessing the Lord is, right? What a blessing.
It's hard to watch you out here cold on YouTube for hours.
Bro, dear.
Bruh.
Bro.
Okay.
Bro. It's cold.
It's cold.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this has been very interesting and enlightening. It's been they sat and watched it for hours.
What have you learned?
About some different service providers. I can't believe that the mayor made time and came out.
what
That's
a
super
blessing.
interesting. There's a lot of service providers I guess I'd never heard of them.
We lost the light, Braden. Okay.
Yeah, we know.
Some of the people who've just come up and just random citizens who want to talk about it.
She's my favorite so
Yeah.
far. Helen,
Yeah.
could you hear her well?
Not super well.
Yeah, she was very soft-spoken.
Very soft spoken.
But man, that is what we need. Helens. We need an army of Helens.
Yeah.
Helen, if you're watching, you're a rock star.
Yeah.
Rock star.
No shelter. I didn't realize there wasn't a shelter for a father and children.
Yep. Lincoln, you got any jokes? And you can't tell inappropriate jokes. We're on a live stream.
I got one.
Okay, is it an acceptable joke? Okay, what is it, Rowan?
Okay, so what do you call cheese?
What do you call cheese that's not yours? What is it?
Nacho cheese. Oh, I got one.
Okay, what is it?
What does a cube say to you if you run into it and it forgives you? What does it say next?
What?
I guess we're square.
Oh,
I won.
yeah. Okay, let's hear it.
What do you call a noodle that did a crime?
What?
An impasta. Pasta.
Okay. What else do you guys want to talk about homelessness?
I asked them earlier, I said, what could we do? What could be our part? And Rowan's idea was helping by donating things to the thrift store.
Okay.
And I told them that a lot of times if somebody is cold or they need a jacket, they can come to the thrift store and ask for a voucher, and they can, even if they don't have any money, they're able to.
They can just have it for free.
So Rowan says that we need to donate to thrift. What else did you say?
I said also we could go door to door, and sometimes we could walk in the street and see.
Walk in the street.
Walk in the street. You can even see like what's going on.
All right, so y'all want to know why my kids are excited to be here other than to see me? because they get to stay up late.
I don't want to go to school.
You go to school.
No.
School's back tomorrow. But it was safe getting here.
No, I'm sleeping here.
It was fine.
Baby, I wouldn't have you sleep out here.
Wow.
It's real cold, isn't it, Jacob?
It is very cold.
Very cold. Okay. Well, I'm gonna jump on the Zoom, so I love you guys. Oh, extra kisses! Extra kisses!
Rowan said she wanted to pray for you before we left.
Okay.
For your sleep and safety.
Let's pray.
Dear God, I hope that Dad has a good night. Mr. Jacob,
Good luck.
All
right.
Warm, and they could just have a good night and see they could just do good.
Amen. Thank you.
All right, Fresno's on with you, brother.
Okay. Love you guys. Sure. Thank you. Love you, baby.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Good to see y'all.
Bye, buddy. Love you. Dear wife, give me a kiss.
And next year.
Love you.
Wow, it's sunny in Fresno. Look at that. Short sleeve shirt.
Whoa.
Sunglasses.
Matt, you're making me sick. You
Why
look
are you
so
guys
comfortable.
What are those things on your head and your hands? What are you guys doing there?
It's like 26 degrees right now, dropping down to 20.
Oh my goodness. Well, whoever roped you into this thing, he's definitely owes you something.
How's it going so far?
It's going good so far. We're like, what time is it here for us? We're like 3 hours in. I've had a lot of great conversations. It's like last year. I feel like there's themes, and and last year, kind of the theme that kind of come out of it was people that are on the line, and so far to me this year, where it's kind of what I've kind of felt like is there's a number of people that have been able to kind of like that are doing great now, but really go into the river of their journey of a place where we talk about the concept of transformation, not necessarily being a lake where you're in the lake of transformation and then you're okay. It's like you're kind of on this constant journey progressing towards God, progressing towards health. And so great insights into their journey and what they experienced when they were really in the thick of their darkest moments.
So Matt, for the people that don't know who each other are, why don't you tell my audience who you are, where you're working, etc., and then I'll do the same.
Yeah, good idea. So I'm Matt Dilnine. I'm the CEO of the Fresno Mission out here in Fresno, California. And so I think basically from where you're at, if you just go to the opposite side of the map on North America is where we're located in the Central Valley of California. And so California, is a large state, and we're like smack dab basically in the middle of it, from north to south and to east to west. And so this is most people are familiar with Los Angeles and San Francisco. We're kind of like part way in between those cities, and really the agricultural area of the state. Kind of surrounded by mountains where Yosemite and Kings Canyon National Park and a bunch of other lakes are at too. So I run a ministry similar to you guys out here. I'm also part of the Citygate Network, a board member along with Ryan, and so yeah, we're having a great time.
Okay, so I'm Ryan Dirk, President and CEO of Miracle Hill Ministries in the upstate of South Carolina, other coast. Now, while I'm all bundled up cold, let's be real about this. I have sensitive southern skin and don't like the cold. I like the oppressive heat of South Carolina and 100% humidity. So Miracle Hill is the largest provider of homeless services, certainly in the upstate of South Carolina. We operate multiple shelters across multiple counties, addiction recovery programs, transitional housing, foster care, food rescue, etc. So on any given night, we have about 650 people in care between those facilities. And then on cold nights, for instance, tonight, we've got a couple extra 100 individuals into our severe weather shelters. So, man, what a weird thing. I'm assuming this is true out there, Matt, but this is the pit count for Greenville County. Is it the same out there?
Like the pit count, the day that's happening?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. I think it's tomorrow, but yeah.
Yeah, so I thought it was interesting that tonight's the pit here. It's also one of the coldest nights of the year, but all the service providers are out and about, which has been an interesting dynamic.
Yeah. How have so you're 3 hours ahead over there. How have your conversations been so far?
They've been great. So we've had service providers, some concerned citizens, lots of guests. Started out with a local pastor who's pretty involved in all the situations that have to do with homelessness. My favorite conversation so far was a woman who's just a neighbor. You know, she lives in this community and is not really involved in homelessness circles, but wanted to learn more. And her name's Helen. And so kind of the theme for me has been, we need an army of Helens that care about these issues, because the Matt Dildine and the Ryan Dirks of the world, we can't solve these issues alone.
Yeah. So Ryan, your state recently went through a pretty significant weather event. Your area, I know it's a little more North Carolina, but how has that impacted you guys?
Yeah, so for the first week and a half, that was the first time, to my knowledge, that all of our power was out in all of our facilities all at the same time, which certainly presented some challenges. Our biggest challenge was the fact that all of our perishable goods kind of went down all at the same time. But while that was happening during Helene, I was on the on the horn with our counterparts up in Western North Carolina, who were also dealing with no power, but additionally no water, which is a whole different ball game. But you know, the community really rallied around. We didn't miss a beat as far as food goes. We learned a few lessons on where we need additional generators, etc. It was very challenging in the moment, and I'll tell you the thing that made it most challenging on a personal level. Like during COVID, I would go to work and deal with the insanity of COVID, but then I would go home to the respite of my own house. And during Helene, my family was without power too, so there was like no escaping the crisis.
How did that impact like the number of people coming to you? I mean, did Helene create like a new, I don't want to say a new class of homelessness, but did it create a new subcategory of people that needed help, or how did that impact even the typical homeless population?
Yeah, so we opened up our severe weather shelters during the storm itself, which helped with the kind of immediate impact on people experiencing homelessness here locally. There were some additional efforts for homelessness that was created by the storm. Most of that was localized in Western North Carolina.
Got it. Yeah, that was just amazing hearing the stories of what some of like that you guys were having to go through. We're kind of the opposite end of the spectrum, where our crises are usually centered around the fact that we don't get rain, out here, and the fires and things like that are related to that. So
that was kind of my follow-up question. Like with the fires, is that adding to the burden that you guys are experiencing at your facility?
No. So the only burden that we have is that, normally in February, I should be able to look up and see the Sierra Nevada mountains and the snow caps, and it's just hazy because of the smoke. The actual fires themselves are about, in Los Angeles, about 3.5 hours away from us. So we're not any risk. From those fires. They haven't really impacted us, other than impacting people around the state. And I'm not really looking forward to. I'm not really looking forward to how my insurance and PG&E is going to go up in the next year. But those are things that will impact us kind of financially. But now we just have kind of the the smoke that's kind of going over the mountains here. We regularly get wildfires in the mountains around us that do impact us directly at that time. But yeah, those haven't really impacted us yet. So,
Matt, as the chair of Citygate Network's board and somebody who has done this bench event before, can you talk a little bit about the vision that you have for the network itself and the impact or the conversation that is droned up nationally as a result of this event?
Yeah, so for those who don't know or are not familiar, so the Citygate Network is an association, is the largest association of faith-based ministries that are serving people who are hungry, homeless, addicted, cycling out of trafficking, in the foster care system. Otherwise, people are facing life insecurity. And I kind of think of the Citygate Network as one of the worst kept secrets in the country. Some people are familiar with Feeding America or Salvation Army, and the Citygate Network actually has a bigger reach, has more members that do more collectively than each of those kind of associations. And I would also argue, based on what I've seen, they also do some of the most innovative work in the entire country when it comes to the issues of homelessness, largely because they're funded through the generous donations of faithful people who want to give. And so one of the things that we wanted to do, because we see these stories across the United States that we get to share because we know each other, right? And I know a little bit about Miracle Hill, and you know a little bit about Fresno, is we wanted to kind of create this national conversation that did a couple of things. One, that allowed us to have conversations with people that other people can see that maybe we get to have on a more frequent basis for some of the people that we serve, the people that are in the middle of it, the people that have cycled through it. Because I think for all the politicians that we talk to, which they're great and I appreciate them, we just had our mayor on, it was great. But for all the politicians that I talked to about homelessness, to me, the most fascinating conversations are the ones about the people who have actually lived through it and can give you insight or a window into a life that I've never experienced. And I think the more that we can hear about those experiences, the more that we can understand and produce change. But the other really important, and perhaps the most important reason is I just think there's a tremendous story about God that's weaving through our country and ministries like yours and ministries like mine. And, we go to church, right? And my church is great. I'm sure your church is great. And I think a lot of people think about church, when they think about church, they think about church pews, and they think about preachers, and they think about foyers, and the coffee bar at church, and youth rooms. And all those are incredibly important. Nothing against that. That's a great, important part of advancing the gospel. And yet I think you and I see this other part of the church for people that are hungry, homeless, trafficked, addicted, abused, that the church for them doesn't look like necessarily a church pew. It might look like a bed, or it might look like a meal or something else. And I just think that there's so much cool work that's happening in our cities that's glorifying God, that story needs to be told. And so what's really exciting is, so this year, so January right now, we have, there's besides your ministry and mine, there's 13 other cities that are joining us right now that are doing the same exact thing. But our hope is that in October, we have 150 cities, 150 missions, 150 ministries, so that throughout our country, on the same day, the same time, on everybody's social media page, on every Facebook page, every YouTube page, every website, all the news stations are covering this story of God that's happening in our country, and that we conclude that time with a national prayer for homelessness and God's movement in this crisis in a very powerful moving away. And so that to me is the goal. That's the dream, and I actually think we're on our way there.
From a biased position, so as a person of faith, missions work is often associated with this passage out of Acts, specifically Acts 1:8, that tells us to be his witnesses in Jerusalem, Judea, Samaria, and the ends of the earth. And I think the church today does a really good job of focusing on Judea, Samaria, and the ends of the earth, but not such a great job at looking at Jerusalem, right? Like, we're going all around trying to help all these different people while there's all these neighbors of ours, literally people that live, within spitting distance of us, that have unique stories, unique aspects of brokenness. And what's cool about this event is, this isn't centralized to Greenville, South Carolina, or Fresno, California. This is something that is common to every one of these communities that we find ourselves in. And if we can all just take a moment to look around Jerusalem and then cohesively get a conversation going, that ultimately benefits every single person in our communities, not just the people experiencing homelessness.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think something that, I think that when you work in the places that we work and see what we see, it's hard to unsee things, right? And I wish more people, as they're sitting in church, would have the opportunity just to see some of the things that we get to see, both on the tragedy and on the hope side. I mean, we see some of the things that just tear your heart out, rip your heart out. And at the same time, you see things that just make you cry, tears of joy. And I think it's so important as we're trying to advance the gospel to not get comfortable. And the more that we can help people see those things, those windows, I think the better opportunity we have to inspire change, inspires people's involvement. So changing gears, I want to ask you a question. So I want to ask you in another capacity. We're both on Citygate, but we also bear the common distinction of being Ironmen. And so, would you rather be doing an Ironman right now or sitting on a bench for 24 hours?
Okay, so if it was not for the reason I'm sitting on the bench, Ironman all day. But the fact that we're having the conversations that we're having, so I'm just going to share very briefly my experience. So I've done, I don't know, 12.5 marathons. Started doing triathlon, 6 or 7 years ago. And of course, kind of the Mount Everest event is to do an Ironman. So I did my Ironman a little over 3 years ago. And this is going to sound crazy, but I hope you understand what I'm saying. The event was easy. What I learned in the event was that the Ironman was the training that I did before I did the event. And the Ironman itself was really just a celebration lap, and to be to the point that I was a little disappointed when I crossed the finish line that I didn't have this amazing spiritual experience. I just crossed the finish line and went back to my hotel room and took a shower. I want to do one again. I don't know if it'll be this year or next year or the year after. And I want to go after maybe some different goals in it now that I've got the experience of it. But I love testing myself physically. So I guess in some sense you're sitting there like you're on a beach, and I am testing myself physically because it's 20-something degrees. So there's some commonality there. How about yourself? Which one would you rather be at?
I'd be an Ironman all day. All day. Yeah. The thought of being sedentary and maybe, I guess I'm okay right now, but I just remember how I was at the end of the 24 hours last year. And, in my former life, I was I'm an attorney and spent many years, as a practicing attorney. And I remember having to sit in, deposition rooms and ask people questions for 8 hours. And this has felt like that, except for you're doing it for 24 hours and the conversations are great, but it's also mentally exhausting too. But I totally appreciate the opportunity. I love the stories that are getting out, and I love being able to look across social media and seeing so many of our friends who are out there doing it. One thing, changing gears again, one thing that we've had here, if I could say the most frequent person that we've had show up and sit with me is a youth who is suffering, currently going through it, or has been gone through the issues of homelessness. Foster youth, several foster youth, and that's probably been, if you polled the people that have sat with me, that's the number one, I'd say, category of person that has come up. And I know you guys do a ton in that foster space. So can you talk to me about your ministry and what you guys do out there?
Yeah, so I'll give you the history on it. So not this particular building, but this particular ministry, the Greenville Rescue Mission, back in the early 1950s, this was just a men's shelter. And one night the police came to the front door and asked the lady that was working here that night, do you guys take orphans? And we did not. We didn't take orphans. But because she was a person after God's own heart, she said, absolutely. And so that was our first kind of journey into what we refer to as children's ministry. And within a year from that first encounter, we had like 60 kids in a single family home. So I think one of the numbers that grieves me the most out of these kind of recent homelessness counts is the rise of the McKinney-Vento number. So here locally, just in this small county, there's over 1,000 school-aged children that are experiencing homelessness. Now, McKinney-Vento uses kind of a broader definition of homelessness than we do. They're including doubled up in an apartment or living in a motel. But a thing that really drives me is the reality that there are more churches in South Carolina than there are children in the foster care system. And man, this seems like such an obvious thing, and clearly there's a scriptural mandate to care for the orphan and the widow, the least and the lost. And so we felt particularly called to be involved in foster care. Certainly that landscape has changed a lot, but on like tonight, we partner with, I'm guessing, about 160 foster families to the tune of 120, 130 children, depending on the night. And this is such an obvious thing that we, as a people of faith, need to tackle. And additionally, last thing I'll say, not only is this kind of close to the heart of God, but it is a call. A lot of people get into foster care or the child welfare world with maybe ulterior motives, and we would believe that because foster care is trauma by itself, that we want to partner with people who, feel called by the Lord to step into this space, to really offer a loving hand up to the kids in our community. Do you guys do anything with kids, Matt?
Yeah, I would say that we are heavily, and it's a growing ministry of ours. In fact, the campus that I'm currently at right now, is almost entirely focused on families and children and youth, and so we are in this constant process of building towards that. We built a new campus called City Center, and when you're building services for homeless, most of the time it's all focused on the guys who've been living on the street for 5 years, and the kids are kind of an afterthought. And we have the largest demand on our services are actually people with children or children themselves. And so I think just last I just looked at the numbers the other day for a presentation, and in Fresno County alone, the McKinney-Vento number was 3,800. And so we're the 11th highest rated, we're 17th ranked nationally for chronic or adult homelessness, but we're 11th nationally for childhood or youth homelessness. And so we keep doing things, but every single time we build something, it seems like we have to build something bigger because of the demand coming from youth and for families. And so it's been a definite focal point for ours, and something that probably didn't exist in terms of like the youth homelessness 10 years ago to the same extent it does today.
All right, so Matt, I got my queue is backing up with guests, but I want to issue a public challenge. Okay, so not 2025, But 2026, you and I are going to find an Ironman, and we're going to do it together. Maybe we'll do Ironman Texas, middle of the country, see if we can get some more Citygate CEOs in. You in?
As much as I would like to, I saw how many kids you have had before this. I got double that amount, and they're killing me in my Ironman body. So I will take you up on that one day for sure. But my children and their demands are killing me right now in life. So I don't got much spare time like I used to.
Well, that's a pretty good excuse. All right, brother. I'm not going to tell you to stay warm. You tell me to stay warm.
No, chill.
Oh my goodness.
Hey,
all right, brother. Be well. See ya. All right, that was Fresno. We got Mr. Carl Davis coming up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then behind him you got
Michael Charlie.
I think he left.
Okay.
So
Who's behind him?
I don't know.
You don't have anybody behind him.
Yo, river crosses love.
Carl.
Come on in, Carl.
Thank you, Carl.
How you doing?
All right, I'm doing good.
I'm Ryan. Come on in, have a seat.
All right.
How you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, doing pretty good.
Good. What can we talk about?
I just want to talk about like for instance, it's harder to get into this mission than it is the Spartanburg mission. Like, because in the Spartanburg mission, only thing you have to do is like just show up. But in here, you have to wait like a week to get in, and it's like I don't really understand that, because it's like we come, like a lot of us come here and we're seeking a place to go,
yeah,
and then we have to get in here and we have to wait a week to come in. And it's like I don't really understand that, because it's like I don't have any place to go, so I don't understand that.
So I can explain it. It's not a good reason, but I can explain it. So the difference is capacity. So this facility is 99% full 99% of the time. So like you're coming up and putting your name on the list, and even if you're the first on the list, that doesn't mean there's going to be an open bed that day. Spartanburg Rescue Mission is like 87% full 87% of the time, right? Yeah. So there's more availability. So what does that mean? Here's what it means. We've got to figure out how to fix that, yeah, right? So the gut reaction is to say, hey, we just need to build another shelter or add more shelter beds. Yeah. What we're doing now, because I'm not convinced, well, let me back up. I believe that we could build some additional like efficiencies. We could help more people get stable faster, and if we can help more people get stable faster, then it'll open up more beds so you don't have to wait a week. Yeah. Right? But let me say this. That sounds all good and strategic and all that, but that doesn't help you today. Yeah. Right? Yeah. So I think that on behalf of Miracle Hill and Greenville, man, I'm sorry. I don't want you to have to wait a week. Yeah. I want you to be able to get services as quickly as you need them. And it is unfair to you that you're having to wait to get into services. Have you been down here for several days trying to get in?
Yes, sir. I've been down here for like quite a while.
Have you thought about going back to Spartanburg Rescue?
I've thought about it, but like the job opportunities, like versus here versus Spartanburg, is like you said, like it's a little bit better. The job opportunities here are a little bit better versus in Spartanburg. Okay. So that's why I sort of like stay here.
Yeah, you're trying to make this work. Have you checked Salvation Army for bed availability?
I've, like, being real, like, yeah, I have thought about them, but it's like,
You'd rather be here?
yeah, like, cause like being honest, like, no disrespect to Salvation Army, but the things that they do at Miracle Hill are way better than they do at Salvation Army. So it's like, I'd rather come here than Salvation Army because it's like, Salvation Army is like, they just give you a place to sleep versus here it's like,
You get a
they'll
counselor
help,
and-
yeah, they'll give you
Yeah.
a counselor, they'll help you get a ride to your employer and stuff like that. And it's like, it's sort of better here than it is at Salvation Army where they just give you a bed and be like, well, you place to sleep, you go on.
I tell people all the time, it's like Coke versus Pepsi, right? Like some people like Miracle Hill, some people like Salvation Army, and vice versa, and they're both doing good work. They just do it differently.
Yeah, yes sir, yes sir.
So you're going to go downstairs tonight and stay in a cold weather shelter.
Oh yes sir, because it's like because once again, no disrespect whatsoever to Salvation Army, but what I've heard, because I've never tried to, but what I've heard, like Salvation over here, is like Salvation Army has like only like 8 beds available in a cold weather shelter. And it's like, what is that?
Yeah.
Versus here, where it's like they got like 100 versus 8 beds available where you can stay at. So it's like, I'd rather come here in the cold weather shelter.
So man, I wish I had a better answer than that, other than we're trying to fix it, trying to create more efficiencies, trying to figure out how to add more beds. In the short term, I know that doesn't help you at all. Additionally, man, I'd like to pray for you. I'd like to pray for you before we get off these benches. And I'll be very hopeful that you get into bed as quickly as possible.
Hey Ryan, Carl and I were having a conversation a second ago. He was talking about kind of the types of individuals experiencing homelessness.
Yeah.
And I thought that was an intriguing conversation. I don't know if y'all had a chance to talk about that, but you were saying, sometimes folks will see somebody acting a certain way and it kind of makes it difficult on the rest of us who want to get out of this situation, right?
Yeah, because it's some people who come here and it's like they just come here, they don't have the intentions of getting better.
Yeah.
They just come here with the intentions of just staying here, and it's like that makes it harder for us who have the intentions of like we want to do better, we want to get out of this, and they make it harder for us because it's like I don't want to live like this, I don't want to be like this, and they make it harder for the people who want to do better, and it's like it just really make it harder for people who want to do better. And that really makes it harder for people like me because it's like I want to do better. I don't want to be out here, and they make it harder for people like me.
Yeah, and that's a challenge, right? Like when people come to the front door and they say, "I want to do something different," we don't have a way of knowing whether or not they're legit or not.
Yeah.
And I'm a person who came through my own recovery story and spent 2 years in this building behind us. And when you're in the building, like you can smell it out, right? Like somebody who's legit and somebody who's not legit. But it's harder when somebody's just coming in because we want to give everybody an opportunity. And frankly, I believe that the Lord can change them even if they don't have any intention of changing. But I understand your frustration that it makes it more challenging for you to get your foot in the door when there's somebody in there taking a bed that doesn't want to do anything different.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I pray for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hold hands with you. Lord, we love you. Father, we thank you for the day. We thank you for warm jackets, Lord. I pray for my brother Carl. Lord, I'm thankful that I get to talk to him, that I get to know him, that he's going to get to go downstairs and have a warm place to stay. And Father, we pray selfishly that you would make a way for him to get in the front door so that he can get in a bed and start making efforts towards real change which he is saying is the desire of his heart, Lord. I pray that you would honor that you would open the door quickly. And Lord, once he gets a place where he can take a breath and stay warm, Lord, that you would put people in his path to show him, to help him, to come alongside him, to get him a job if that's appropriate, or whatever else needs he has, so that he can find stability and he can have the life that he feels you're calling him to. Provide for him, guide him. We're going to trust you for the outcome. In Jesus' name, amen. Man, I appreciate you coming and talking to me.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Carl.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. This way, Carl.
You go this way. Appreciate you being transparent too. Thank you so much. All right.
Okay.
You got Matthew up next.
Yep, let's do it. Matthew. Barnstable. Am I reading that right?
Sure.
Hey, good to see you. Come on in. Have a seat. Oh. What you want to chat about, Matthew?
I just came to ask you some questions.
Okay.
I wanted to know, like, what was your mindset when you first started getting in the process of understanding that you wanted something better?
So, the first mindset was survival, right? Which is where everybody's at, right? Like, you just want to make it through the day. The second was kind of like a reality that that what I was doing wasn't working. And then I think maybe the most important kind of mind change for me was recognizing that I couldn't fix it on my own.
Look what Ionic
And
5
that
has, and what Tesla
I
Model
needed
Y
people to
doesn't.
come alongside me to help me to make a different decision. You know, probably one of the hardest decisions that I came to, you know, in early recovery, I can remember exactly what happened. I was looking at leaving the shelter at that point and getting my own place, and I recognized that for the rest of my life that I probably can't ever live alone again. My point of that is I recognized that my own contribution, like my own reality of being the author of my own destruction, and that I needed people in my life, and I needed to always have community around me. I say all that to say, you know, on a spiritual level, it's letting go and letting God be in control. On a community level, it's recognizing that I need community in my life, and I need men in my life who care about me, that will help me to make a different decision when clearly what I'm doing is not working. You know what I'm saying?
That makes sense. When I first came here, it was about 4 or 5 months ago, was when I first came to America, and everybody's been helping me get through this. I've met so many people, so many brothers who just changed my life completely.
Yeah.
And counselors, I call them my brothers as well, because they've helped me realize things that I love. They helped me get closer to God. They've helped me create so many new memories that I don't think I've ever would have ever had a chance if I had not come over here.
Yeah.
So it's amazing, like, the things that happen here.
What's your plan?
My plans? Well, right now, originally my plan was to be a cook somewhere, like, because I went to culinary classes, and I actually got my serve safe, and I got my basic cooking and training skills. I got a certificate for that stuff. And then right now, I took the Job for Life program. Did that. After that, right now I'm currently at Bridgeworks, working at the Miracle Hill
warehouse.
Warehouse, yeah, right down the street. And I'm at like 100 and some more hours to go until I can actually be hired on as full time. But after I get hired full time, I'm planning on working there for another year and a half.
Okay.
And then,
so you've changed from wanting to be a chef.
Yeah.
Okay.
I realized that I didn't want to be a chef, but I want to be somebody who can help other people.
Okay.
Yeah. So like for another year and a half, I'm gonna work there.
Yeah.
And my other plan is to go to military. So I'm planning on going to the military and doing that for a while. And I was thinking about after that, I'd come back here and then keep working here after that. So I just feel like I can help a lot more people, not only serving in the Army, but also helping people understand God while I'm in the Army. I feel like that would
Have
help.
you gone and talked to a recruiter yet?
I did talk to one, but right now I'm currently on parole.
Okay.
So I'm waiting off. I got 2 more months on parole, and after that, I'm gonna be able to go through that process. Yeah.
There's a guy coming in 2 hours or so named Charlie Hall, and he runs a veterans organization here in town. But man, if you need to talk to somebody, like pepper their brain about what that looks like or how to make the best decisions about getting into the military, you should go talk to Charlie.
All right. Well, there's a dude in here right now who has done 15 years in the military, and I've been talking to him a lot. And he told me the number one thing I need to do is make sure I get fit before I head to the military.
Yeah.
In the first place.
Well, what you doing? Let's get it.
I'm waiting until the weather gets better.
You don't get to wait till the weather gets better in the military, Matthew.
I know. I'm just waiting though, because it's not just me. It's a friend of mine who's coming with me and another friend that's also coming with me. So.
All right, so you got a plan.
Yeah.
One step in front of the other, one day at a time. That's another key point, man. One day at a time.
Yeah, definitely.
All you can worry about is today.
I can only ask God for guidance and keep trusting in Him. That's it.
That's right. Man, well, I appreciate you coming and talking to me.
Thank you, man.
All right, man.
You have a good one.
Yes, sir. Back at you.
Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you.
Mariah.
Oh, yeah?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah. My wife brought me more layers. So if I get cold, I add some more layers.
Oh, hey, another trick.
Yeah, pipe.
It keeps my hand warm.
Yeah.
Feel it.
Well, I got gloves on. I don't want to take them off right now.
Oh, well, it's warm.
Okay.
It keeps your hand warm. Another trick, brother.
Another
but
trick.
But you don't smoke, so...
Yeah.
You know, a lot of you guys don't smoke. Like
Ryan, this is Mariah. Ryan.
Come on in, Mariah.
How are you?
I'm good.
Don't.
Nice to meet you as well. Come on in, have a seat.
How's it been out here?
Cold.
I'm telling you. I was like, I'm glad it wasn't yesterday and you didn't have to sit through snow. That would have been insane.
Yeah, it would have been insane. This is a little insane as it is.
I mean, it's a good thing that you're doing to try to step in their shoes, though. I think that that's really great. Definitely, like, help people understand that you try to get an understanding of the people that you're working for. So
Right.
I think that's great. I think that that's really great.
What brings you down tonight?
I actually had a couple of questions.
Okay.
I seen on the website and I was just intrigued. So I just wanted to ask a couple of questions
Sure.
and kind of get through that. So I guess my first question is, like, what is your view on, like, homeless people and people who are, having to seek out the shelters in the first place?
Like, why are they in that situation?
No, your view on them.
Yeah, so we believe in the value and dignity of all people created in God's image, uniquely image bearers with great values and gifts. I think that the people that I'm talking to tonight or checking into the cold weather shelter are just as valuable as I am, and that they have just as much to offer society as any of us. And I am honored to know them and walk alongside them.
That is amazing. That is amazing. It feels refreshing to have someone so high up the chain be able to still remain and feel like they're level with the individuals. I think that does speak volumes to your character. I guess my next question is more so for the shelters that you have. I know that you have the Rescue Mission and then you have the sister that is Shepherd's Gate. Are those shelters more so geared towards individuals that are struggling as far as like the everyday person, or are they more so geared towards like people who are struggling with like drugs or things like that?
All of the above.
All of the above.
So, homelessness, everybody's story is unique. Certainly there's some commonalities, right? Like we see lots of people that struggle with addiction, lots of people that struggle with mental illness. But we also, over the years, we've had airline pilots and college professors and people of all different walks of life that find themselves from one situation or another in the experience of homelessness. And so our strategy is not like one size fits all.
Mhm.
It's, hey, I need to know who Mariah is, and we need to know each other as people, and then we can figure out a path forward for that person. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. So do you guys have like specific partnerships with different like companies in order to help assist them with like getting jobs and things of that some sort, getting them, into housing, legitimate housing, permanent housing?
Yeah. So yes, we don't pretend to be all things to all people, right? And we know where we don't have expertise. So, for instance, we partner with Greater Greenville Mental Health, and they come in and provide a lot of the mental health services, the majority of them. We partner with New Horizon Family Health Services. They operate the Healthcare for the Homeless grant, so they are in our facilities every single week helping people get the medical care that they need. We partner with dozens of upstate businesses that employ our people. I think about Mark and Sarah Lynch over at Jeff Lynch Appliance and TV Center. Mark and Sarah have probably hired more of our guests than any other business that I know. I'm gonna make up a number, but I think it's accurate. I'm gonna guess that they have hired well over 100 of our people over the years. But additionally, we also operate a staffing service, so we help place people into employment. I think the biggest struggle that we have and that the upstate has is the housing piece. There's just not housing, right? So right now, while we're talking, there's 150 men residentially staying in this shelter. There's another 100 plus checking into cold weather shelter. And in the residential section, I'm going to guess there's 30 guys that have come in, have fully stabilized, and they got nowhere to go. So, if I'm going to be transparent, there's some expertise that we probably should gain, probably some partnerships that we need, but man, that doesn't help us if there's no units, right? It's a big gap. So, and without a good solution, there's efforts underway to add more affordable units, but if somebody says, "Oh, I'm going to do it," they're 5 years away from doing it.
Yes. So are you guys looking to be partnering with like housing communities or like the Greenville housing authorities and things like that?
Yeah, we partner with all those.
Already.
So there's an effort right now, a Greenville task force that is looking at these issues kind of corporately, and all those players are at the table. So everybody is involved in a conversation trying to figure out how to solve it.
Okay, that is amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And then I guess based off of the partnerships that you guys have, what programs do you have that are like more so internally as far as like the different tracks that the individuals are taking in order to be reestablished?
Yeah, so there's two main programs in the shelters. The first one's called Crisis Shelter Program, and that's for people who check in the front door and say, I want somewhere to stay. I really don't want much of your help, but I need somewhere to stay. And so they come in and they kind of do their own thing. Ideally, these are people that just kind of have an economic hardship and they can get back out pretty quickly. The second kind of program in the shelter is called the New Life Program. And for those individuals, they can stay really as long as they need to stay, as long as they're meeting with a counselor, case manager every week, and they're developing a plan, to find a different path out. And those paths look as varied as the people that come in the front door. We operate two addiction recovery focus groups, Overcomers for Men, Renewal for Women, that are designed for people who additionally have a serious substance abuse problem and they need assistance. And then, we employ a fair amount of our guests in our stores, in our programs, and we have our staffing agency. Like, we have different programs for like an economic mobility purpose that also add a social good back to the organization.
Okay, that is awesome. I was looking on the website for both the Rescue Mission and Shepherd's Gate, and there's a lot of reviews that are a little disheartening, if you will, and I will take a look at some of them. I just want to say they're more negative and disheartening about the staff and things like that.
Sure.
what are your plans to ensure that you uphold the vision for compassion and support to get the people back on track through their difficult times without dehumanizing them?
Yeah, I certainly don't think our goal is to dehumanize anybody. I mean, our goal is one of equality, that we think that we want to come alongside people in relationship. Certainly, people leave us dissatisfied with the experience they've had for a variety of different reasons. But I can speak equivalently for our staff that none of our staff in our shelters have a position of dehumanization of anybody that they're serving. You know, I certainly would love to talk to someone if they feel that way and hear their complaint. And if there was an issue where we had a staff member that was doing that, man, we would deal with that day one.
Immediately. Okay. Just a little bit about, so I actually was in Shepherd's Gate.
Okay.
I more recently checked out of there for the fact of them being very rude and mean and just not trying to get to understand the people that they have in there.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if they just come desensitized to it or not, but I know that we all have a job and things like that. But I have a degree myself. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology.
Me too.
Nice. I just happened to fall on hard times, and I just really needed a place to stay, but also like a leg up. And I sought out Shepherd's Gate specifically because that is what it seemed like the mission was there.
Yeah.
But that didn't seem to be what was happening once I actually got through the door. It was a lot of negative energy, and it does seem that they seem to treat a lot of the individuals as if they are a number and or as if they are all addicts. Not once did I have a counselor that legitimately reached out to me and said, hey, what's your story? What are we going through? What can we do to help assist? It was more so I had to reach out to her, and then it seemed as if she didn't have time. So I leveled with a couple of the ladies that were actually in the shelter as well that said that they had the exact same experience, and that's current day. So what can be done, like, as of now to maybe, like, refocus what's going on as far as the mind frame that's happening in those shelters, because it's already a hard time that people having to check themselves into the shelter, and to have someone who doesn't necessarily care to understand you and also is very dehumanizing and disrespectful and rude. What can we do to try to, or what will you do to try to help assist that?
Yeah, Mariah, I am sorry if that was your experience. It's certainly not our intention, our philosophy. The ministry is not set up to have that experience. So I appreciate you coming on and sharing that with me. I'm sorry that that was your experience. I'd love to sit down and talk to you further and hear more about your story so that we can address it. I feel like I can speak for Minda to say that she would love to sit down and talk to you about those things as well. So I'd love to get your information, get it to Jacob, and then maybe we can sit down and talk about it further.
Okay.
Would that be okay?
That'd be okay. And I just hope that the conversation that we do have also, like, spills over to the ladies that are in the shelter, because a lot of them are, you know, feeling down about the experience that they're having within the shelter and things like that. And it's really hard to find a pick-me-up when you're already in the dirt. So, but yes, I would love the opportunity.
Certainly didn't want that to be part of your experience. So I'm sorry that it was.
Well, I appreciate your time. I think that it's amazing that you're out here and even trying to step into our shoes. I know that there's a lot of ladies and men, both alike, that come from different walks of life, and taking the opportunity to try to just see things differently, I think speaks volumes. So I appreciate your time.
Mariah, I spent 2 years in this shelter. Right? Like I came into this shelter with as a high school dropout with a GED, and met Jesus in a rescue mission, and went back to school and got a bunch of education, and lo and behold, here I am.
So that's great.
Who knows how I got here, but here I am. And so, man, I'm not trying to play homeless. Like, I've been homeless. What I'm trying to do is shine the light on it. So I appreciate you shining the light on the issue, and Jacob.
Yes, sir.
Will you get Mariah's information so she and I can connect after this thing?
Yes, for sure. We'll do.
Well, awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Ryan.
So nice to meet you.
Enjoy the rest of your night.
Oh, we'll try. Oh man.
Well, before you call,
Yeah.
Nick's not here yet.
Okay.
But Hathaway's here.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna let. He just want to come say hey.
Okay.
And
Bring him
then,
on.
We got
Dan.
We'll put Dan on there.
Do what? Okay. Good. Well, I hope you enjoy it. Okay. Good. It's a little rough.
They ain't too much of this rough.
5 hours in. Venus, are you next up, or are you, or
Next up.
She's close to it.
Check in.
I think maybe these guys are gonna real quick.
Oh, Venus! Hey!
I don't know which we want to
They're
do
gonna
first.
pop in real quick. They just want to say hello.
Okay.
Come on.
Oh, you are the bomb.com. You're up.
Hey, I'm Ryan. Good to see you. What's up, buddy? Good. What's up, man? It is cold out here.
It's a little chilly.
This is what middle schoolers do. Are you middle school? Yes.
I don't think he owns a pair of long pants.
Okay. They wear shorts.
I think
So
he
you're going to
outgrows
tell
the
me you're not cold. No.
I
When-
feel like the slightest little breeze, that's it.
Okay, so when you guys went skiing last week or the week before, did you wear long pants or shorts?
Well,
We made him wear long pants. I worry that he would have been this kid.
Okay, so will you tell the people who you are and why you're here?
Yeah, so I'm Andrew Ross. This is my son Henry. I happen to run a foundation in town that supports Miracle Hill.
Okay.
I was listening to your live stream, and he got in the car after basketball practice, hence the shorts.
Yeah.
And he was like, I've never met Ryan. And I was like, tonight's the night.
Tonight is the
Tonight's
night.
So here we are.
Okay, good. So, the foundation supports Miracle Hill,
Yeah.
but your heart particularly geared towards this subject. Why?
Goodness. So I did this work. So, quick background. I went to seminary and I felt called to do ministry, and then it kind of shifted from church work to actually helping people directly. And the first job I got out of seminary was here in Greenville, working for a partner agency of yours called New Horizon Family Health Services.
Yeah.
And I did their homeless outreach. And so it was me on the street with a backpack, under bridges,
Yeah.
doing stuff I wouldn't do anymore, just because it could be dangerous.
Do it.
I probably would. But when I think back, some of my greatest spiritual experiences were on the street with people. And so I just always kind of had a heart for it. And then my son came along, and I feel like God granted him this just deep desire to help people. And so we're always trying to encourage that behavior. So let's go see what's going on tonight. Let's see what's going on in your community. How can you be a part of the, helping these people out and stuff like that. So, he's just always been one of those kids, like every time we go downtown, I'm like, we're going to have to help somebody, because he's going to be like, we can't just walk by. Like if somebody's struggling, we have to intervene. And so, it's great job to parent a kid like that.
What do you think about all this, Henry?
true, very true. Yeah. I mean, I think I
Speak up a little bit so they can hear you.
I think I got into it the first time I saw like a homeless person on the street. Like
Yeah.
we were walking by, like with my two younger sisters. We were walking by, I see him, and something just like clicked inside me that I need to help this person out. So I tried to convince this person over here he said if he's still here when we get back from shopping, we'll go help him out. He's still there. We go over, we ask him what he wants. He just wants some food. We go grab like Jersey Mike's, I think. Help him out, grab him some water, help him. And I think I just clicked at that moment. That's when I just felt that I need to help people out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that day. We were actually, this was years ago, and we were shopping for Mother's Day. So I took the kids to do that. We were at like Mass General. and we walked by a gentleman in a doorway. He wasn't asking for help. And we go in, we're just like, I just kind of noticed it. You're just like, when you're down, you notice everything. And I was like, okay. And so we walked in, and it physically affected him. And I was like, he just looked down. I was like, what's going on? He's like, we have to do something. And again, back to that, how do you say no to your kid? It's like, how do I want to encourage this behavior? Because I want him to have that when he's my age, right? So it's like, okay, what do you want to do? And he's like, we need to go talk to him to find out what he needs. And so that's where that comes to.
So several years ago, we were leaving Sam's Club on Woodruff Road, and I can't remember where we were going, but there was somebody, there with a sign, and we were busy, like we had to be somewhere, and so
it's never convenient.
Yeah, and so I turned, and from the back, my son said, "Dad, you're not going to stop and talk to that person?" And I was like, "No, we're busy." And I made it like 200 yards down the road, and the Holy Spirit was all over me.
Yeah.
And so I whipped the car around and went back. But man, out of the mouth of babes. Keep that heart, man.
Yeah,
you're the next generation.
Yeah, I think sadly as we grow older, it gets kind of worn out of us. Like I think it's naturally there to help each other from the get-go. And it's like, okay, so it's either going to get encouraged or it's going to get discouraged, right?
Yeah.
So we're parents that are constantly encouraging
Good.
as much as we can.
Well, thank you guys for coming down.
Yeah, man, thanks for
Wait, can I ask one quick question?
You can ask anything you want.
So, on the car right here, I always wondered this. When you help a homeless person out, and you see the smile on their face, what do you feel inside you?
Well, I think that depends on the person. But certainly it should be joy. Not necessarily about, personally, I wouldn't say, not because we're helping them, but because we get to engage with another human being that has value and is deserving of relationship. And man, if we can be a bright spot, as a person of faith, if we can be a bright spot and a representative of Christ in that moment, then man, now that's a good thing. Yeah.
Have a good night, man. Good to see you.
See ya. Well, let's try. There we go. All right. Go put some pants on, Henry.
Yeah, you're going to freeze to death. Look, things already turning red.
Thanks, guys, for stopping by. Have a great night. Next up, you got Miss Venus Dixon.
Okay.
And then Dan's he's gonna ladies first. He's gonna let her.
Okay.
All right. Let me get her.
Bring her in.
We don't want her to freeze out here. Yeah, we gotta go. I gotta go.
We got a little ways to go, don't we?
For nutrition and all that. Well, what a way to do it.
Care package for you guys.
He's downstairs.
Nick is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Come on in, Venus. Come on in, have a seat. And I saw you brought me a blanket.
I brought you a blanket. Would you like
I'm
it?
gonna sit.
And it's
I'm gonna
warm.
sit on it
Want your
right
latte?
now.
No, I bought the lattes for you.
For me?
For you.
Oh,
God.
Oh. That makes a difference.
Well, I'm
right
glad.
there. Hey, friend.
How are you, friend?
Good to see you.
It's good to see you, too.
All right, tell the people who you are.
I am Venus Dixon, and I'm the director at Miracle Hill Renewal Center, the addiction recovery program for women.
Okay. Tell them a little bit more about Renewal.
So, Renewal Center is a long-term Christ-centered addiction recovery program. We serve women from all walks of life. Most of our population has been in addiction for a lot of years, and we actually promote physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being.
Okay, so people get to you by way of the jails, the shelters, just word of mouth, and when they show up to Renewal and they check in, what's their experience going to be for the next 7 months?
Well, when they check into Renewal, first of all, they're going to be greeted with a lot of love.
Yeah.
Because we understand their plight, we understand what they're going through, and we want to make them feel welcome. So they, when they come in, we actually kind of give them an introduction to the program, let them know what they can expect over the next 7 months. They will meet with a counselor. So they will meet with the counselor that they'll be working with for the first 30 days of the program. We actually offer counseling every week. So every week they'll be meeting with a counselor through the duration of the program. They will be attending classes. So it's about learning a new way to live. It's not like school, but it's like school. So, but it's the school of life. You know, it's about learning about addiction, how it affects every facet of our life, and how to overcome. What we know about addiction, Ryan, is that substance use disorder and other behavioral addictions is just a symptom of a much deeper rooted problem.
Yeah.
And so our goal is to help them to be able to dig deep, find the origin of those problems so we can get in a solution.
Why you do what you do?
Well, I do what I do because I can remember being out on a whole night trying to get one more. So I'm in recovery myself, praise the Lord. This year will be 26 years.
Wow.
And I love telling people that they never have to use again.
You know, and that is, regardless of what the statistics say, if you are stuck, you don't ever have to use again.
No, you don't.
There is another path.
Yes, there is.
And it is available to you.
That's right.
Right?
It's available to everyone.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody has to do it again. So what percentage of the ladies that come to Renewal come straight off the streets or straight out of a homeless experience?
I'm going to guess, Ryan, probably, I know it's definitely the majority, so it's going to be somewhere between 80 to 90%.
Yeah. And what are, I know everybody's story is unique, but like, what are the common things that you see?
Well, the common things that I see is that addiction has robbed them of everything. Family relationships, careers, homelessness, just robbed them of their dreams, robbed them of self-esteem, just everything.
Yeah. And so what's the common solution?
The common solution is Jesus.
That's right.
Yes. Yes.
That's right. And you don't have to be a Christian to be at Miracle Hill. We are going to love you regardless of who you are or what your story is or where you come from. What we tell people all the time is you don't have to be a Christian to be here. You're just going to hear a lot about Jesus while you're here.
That's right.
And what you do, that's between you and him. So if somebody's watching and they seeing us out here breathing fire out of our mouth because it's freezing and they want to get involved, what would you say to them?
Well, what I would say is give us a call. You can call us at 864-242-2166, or you can visit our website, miraclehill.org. You can actually apply online, or you can walk in. So we are located at 19 Graves Drive, and you can come into our administrative office. Someone will be happy to tell you more about the program, sit down and talk to you. You can actually fill out an application. We do generally have a wait list, but what I tell people, we're on a first come, first served basis. So as beds open up, we can have 50 people on a wait list. But as we go down that list and we call people, it's who's available. So this is a fluid population. Oftentimes, when beds come available, we can't reach someone right away, and we just continue to go down that list. Right now, we do have available beds. So we welcome you to put in an application. Don't tarry. Help is available.
Don't tarry. So, I've been asked a couple of times before today, like, Ryan, when you were out there, did you experience this? And I didn't. I was never out when it was 20 degrees out. But you were?
Yes, Ryan. I must be honest. I actually share this with the ladies at Renewal. I specifically remember one incident that it was like the whole city was shut down. Everything was iced over. I think I made it in the house about 24 hours before I had to get out. Nothing was moving in the city but me. So I was, probably walked about at least 6-7 blocks in the ice. I actually laugh about it now because, I had to take little bitty baby steps to keep from falling. But that's where my addiction went.
Yeah. Out there in the freezing cold.
In the freezing cold.
Trying not to trip on ice.
Yeah. Didn't have to be, but that's the way addiction is. Oftentimes people, have the misconception, why don't you just stop, or you're better than that, you're stronger than that. But addiction is a beast, and it's not something that we have control over until that cycle is broken.
Yeah. Which, back to the main point, it can break, right?
Yes, it can.
There's 200 guys behind us that never have to use ever again if they don't want to.
That's right.
But they may not see that, and I think that's what I try to keep in mind, is that when I was doing the wrong thing, I didn't see another path, right? And I needed a heavenly intervention to get there. Well, I can't believe Reggie let you come out in the freezing cold. Is he waiting in the car?
He's out there. Yeah, we had quite an experience in the ice last night trying to get home.
Well, you go get warm and say some prayers for me.
I sure will.
Okay?
I appreciate you. Thank you for what you're doing.
Oh,
you know
man.
I love you.
Yes, ma'am. Love you.
Thanks for coming by.
Dan Weathers, get up here.
All right, sir. You want some hot chocolate? Because somebody brought something.
No, man, I'm sipping on this hot coffee. I'm good.
Hot chocolate right there, buddy. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
Give you a pocket.
Well, I've got a
There's
pile of them.
There's about 200 of them floating around this building.
Pile
I don't know
of
if you
them.
know that, but. So, how's it going, buddy?
I'm cold.
I bet you are. You need a hunky.
Man, I got more layers on. I'm going to have to add some more layers at some point. Dan, tell the people who you are.
I am Dan Weathers, Assistant Kitchen Manager here at Greenville Rescue Mission. At one time was a resident here at Greenville Rescue Mission about 7 years ago. Right back there. Spent 3 days trying to get in here, right back there.
Yeah.
Which is why I kind of want to come out here and talk to you. But, I heard people talking about how it, why does it take so long to get in here?
Yeah.
And I agree, it does, and I agree that's something that needs to be worked on, and you and I both know that is being addressed right now. But I was willing to do whatever it took. I knew that I had hit rock bottom, and I had seen, you've seen in the video. I remember looking up at that sign saying, "Jesus saves, man. I hope he does, because I need it."
Yeah.
And I mean, that was a very spiritual time for me. That was like, it was in ways, it was cleansing. It was a cleansing thing for me. And it was so impactful to me. I want to show you something. When they tore those steps down.
Yeah. You took a chunk of that rock.
I got a chunk of that. And I have a rock collection because I'm into hiking. So while I'm out hiking, I'll get little pretty rocks and stuff. But this right here is my favorite rock. And to most people, that is just a chunk of concrete.
Yeah.
But to me, that is 3 days of, man, I hope these people give me a chance. If you just give me the chance, I swear I'll run with it. I swear I will. And that's what brings me in here every day. Because, I've heard those guys talking. There are the ones that are, not necessarily, I hate to say this, but not looking for a hand up, a hand out.
Yeah.
But that 1 in 10 Dan Weathers that is going to take it and run with it, that's what gets me up and brings me in here every day.
Yeah, so what's the day look like for you?
Well, I get here at 10. Lunch, as you know, lunch is due at 12. And it's one of those things where I'm a chef, so normally, you would pre-prep for something of that kind of thing. But we can't do that here because every time, I have horrible luck, every time I pre-prep something, a hot donation comes in, and that prep work I did the night before is now trash. So we have to shoot from the hip 24/7. It's the Iron Chef challenge every day. Lunch is pretty stressful. Lunch is pretty stressful. I get here at 10 and I have 2 hours to figure out something and get it hot and get it ready. And then usually that, but the good side of that is we have a lot of guys that work, so I only have about half. Numbers wise, I shoot for around 75 for lunch and 150 for dinner. Dinner is more, but I have more time to work. But you know, people, anybody watching this that wants to send donations, please by all means do. You make my job a lot easier.
All right, so a mile from us as the crow flies, your face is 15 feet tall on the side of a building.
Yes.
Tell the people where it is, why it's there.
Okay, it's the Seen, Heard, Valued mural on the side of Triune Mercy Center, my personal church. And it is a mural dedicated to people who have suffered through homelessness and built a successful life afterwards. And I highly encourage anybody watching this. It's the Seen, Heard, Valued mural at Triune. Very, very moving and a very, very worthy cause.
Yeah. So you were saying earlier that you and I both know this work that's happening. Tell the people what you're talking about.
We're talking about Greenville Together, or GVL Together. It's a citywide housing. I mean, help me. That's part of the problem I'm having, is explaining what it is.
Well, you try and I'll fill in the blanks.
It's a citywide housing effort to reduce homelessness, and our goal is to come to a functional zero of homelessness. And functional zero meaning if someone experiences homelessness, it is a short and unfrequent event.
Yeah, you're mostly right. So it's a coalition task force of individuals, service providers, city, county government, philanthropic sector, other concerned people.
Lived experience.
Very
important.
Gathered together to come up with solutions for both the people on the streets in the short term and the gaps in service in the long term to reach functional zero.
Yep.
Functional zero is a math equation. However many people enter homelessness, the same number or greater exit it in the same period of time.
Okay.
So it's about system efficiency, and frankly, it's about a philosophical agreement. Like, some people want to say we're going to end homelessness, and you and I know that's not going to happen. But we can reach functional zero. We can create a system that works for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to see that, because being in this work, something that has really stood out to me is and beyond even homelessness, I'll even go bigger picture and say even crime is affected by lack of community.
Yeah.
Lack of community is a big, big issue. And rather than looking at all of our societal ills, so to speak, as let's treat them like they're sick and then they're fine, but then you eventually get to that point to where you and those demons, or however you want to word it, are together again.
Yeah.
If we start building communities, because that is one thing that made a big difference in my recovery, and I say recovery as far as homeless recovery as well as drug recovery. When I had a community and a purpose, it made a big, big difference. And I think that is a lot of our problem right now with these guys that are coming in here, and I heard that one guy talk about, the people that get in here and stay here. Well, this is the only community they've known in their entire life. So rather than, this community, and then all of a sudden you're finding your own, and then we're re-traumatizing them. Let's start, and I agree, this is a utopian idea, and it's not going to happen tomorrow, but it's refreshing for me to see at least the tide turning in that mindset.
Yeah. Amen to that. The tide turning, that people are trying to work together for the better good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what would you tell the people? Like, what's your message?
Anybody can do it, and anybody can be homeless. Anybody can become homeless in the blink of an eye, like that.
Hold on 1 second, Dan. What's up, Armando? You bringing some stuff?
Yeah.
Whoops, oh, I got you. We are good. Very little spillage. Armando, everybody. Dan Weathers, how you doing?
This is live stream
you're
on the internet.
You're on YouTube right now.
You just jumped on the middle of the broadcast. Yep. Jumped in the middle of the broadcast, and we're happy to have you. Thanks for stopping by. You doing okay?
Yeah, how about you?
A little cold, but that's okay.
Yeah. I brought you warm gloves.
Yep. Well, I got 2 sets
I
of
see
gloves.
that. I see that.
Yeah. We're trying to make it happen. Yeah.
I appreciate what you do every day.
Thank you, brother. Back at you. Thanks for stopping by.
Sure.
That's what it's all about right there, y'all. That's what it's
Yeah.
all about, right there.
Don't trip going under there now.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
All right, Ryan. Thank you so much
you,
for
man.
everything, man. You've made a big difference in my life, buddy. I wouldn't be here without you. I love you, buddy.
Love you. All right, Benjamin.
I'll probably watch. I'll be upstairs watching for a bit.
All right.
Y'all have had to wait and experience a little bit of the cold. Come on
Yeah.
in. Hey, I'm Ryan.
Hi, I'm Ben.
Good to see
Hi,
you.
I'm Ella. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you. Come on in.
Yes. We want to introduce ourselves. So we're high schoolers at Riverside High School.
Okay.
And we're here today because we're a part of the organization HOSA, and we're doing an event under that, and it's called Community Awareness. Our topic is healthy habits, and under that we're talking about malnutrition.
Okay.
And this is we thought would be a perfect time to come here because we knew this was happening. We wanted to learn a little bit more about Miracle Hill and some of the things that you guys do.
Okay, as it pertains to nutrition or
It can be
just
nutrition,
generally?
Nutrition, generally, any of that.
Okay, so we're the largest provider of residential services to people experiencing homelessness in the upstate of South Carolina. About 650 people in care on any given night. I think that based on what you guys just said, I think my angle is going to be a lot of people when they are experiencing homelessness or addiction or brokenness or whatever the case may be, they'll come into a shelter or a program and they'll think if I can get physically healthy, then I am healthy. And that's not true. We want people to be mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually healthy. We want them to address every element of what, however they would define health in their own life, to include, whatever physical nutritional needs that they may have. The guy that we just had on here, I wish you guys would have been sitting here with him. He's the assistant kitchen manager here. So, 95% of all the food that we serve is donated, which makes it really challenging, right? We're trying to figure out what to cook, in real time based on what's donated. It can also mean that it's challenging to make those meals nutritious. You guys know what the #1 donated food is in America?
I'm sure something canned, so maybe corn.
It's not canned.
Really?
No. Matter of fact, we'd love more corn.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. It's breads. Because breads have a short shelf life.
Okay.
So all the breads in the grocery store that don't get sold, those get donated to rescue missions. So the guys here eat more bread and donuts and pastries.
Really?
It is donated, but in giant boxes.
That's so unexpected. Yeah.
Yeah, we would love to have more, fresh fruits and vegetables or canned fruits and vegetables. But man, bread is the thing. There's so much of it. Let me say this. There's so much of it that we can't eat it before it starts to go bad. There's so much of it. So we actually have a pig farmer.
A pig farmer?
That will come, once it goes bad, it goes to a bin that the pig farmer picks up the old moldy bread and takes it to his pigs. That's real. Because there's so much of it.
We don't feed them only bread.
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, we have nutritious meals, but we just have a lot of bread at the point.
For the donations, I don't know so much about Miracle Hill, so I'm just curious, for the donations, how do you guys, or where do you get the donations from?
Yeah, so let's stick on the food subject here. So, man, we are blessed that tons of grocery stores and restaurants like when they have stuff that's getting close to out of date, or they have damaged goods that they call us and we come and pick those up. Likewise, like like pick a grocery train, Food Lion. If Food Lion gets a tractor trailer of food that has damage to some of the boxes for some reason and they can't take it, they'll call us and we'll either go pick it up or they'll drop it off. So it's a lot of food that that otherwise would go to waste because people won't accept it for one reason or another. On top of that, we have a lot of food drives. People do those a lot, where they'll do canned food drives, or we'll say, hey, we need coffee, and some church will do a coffee drive. So things like that.
Yeah, I have some other questions with me. So
sure.
My first question is, what made you decide to come out here specifically for 24 hours?
Yeah, so I'd love to say that it was my idea. It's not my idea. We work with a national association. It was somebody else's idea, although I think it's a really good idea. So the idea is just to raise awareness and keep the conversation going as it pertains to homelessness. Like when you guys leave in just a few minutes, you get to get in your car and turn on the heater and then go home, right?
Yeah.
And that's not true for a lot of our friends, that they're going to be out here in this tonight.
Yeah,
and so it's really just raising awareness of, man, this is life and death, right? Like if you are out here tonight and you don't have the right gear, you won't survive the night.
Yeah, you would get frostbite for sure.
Yeah.
So what does a typical day like this entail for real people?
Yeah, so we've got shelters and programs and transitional houses, and so I guess if I had to summarize the whole thing, we're available to our guests to come alongside them and to help them figure out what they need, whether it's help dealing with a trauma or some counseling service or case management, because everybody's story is unique. So it is a beautiful chaos of relationship happening between our guests and our staff, where their lives crash together for the better good of both parties.
Okay, our next question is, why did you decide to do this as a profession and dedicate your time to this organization?
Yeah, so I am a person in recovery, and I'm a person who experienced homelessness. And the really long story short is, the Lord won't let me do anything else. So He has honored me with the ability to come alongside other humans and help them find the same help that I once received.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and our next question is, what would you tell someone who's struggling to afford proper meals?
Yeah, I would say there's help available.
Yeah.
Miracle Hill has an app. It's called the Miracle Hill Help Kit. Likewise, a person could go to 211, which is a website, or the Greenville Homeless Alliance website, and there is a list of hundreds of service providers that spend their every day handling different issues. One of those issues is food. So there is help to be had to find nutrition, extra food. We even operate a food ministry where, especially for underserved low-income families, they can come to From God to You, our food ministry, and they can get a food box as well as some help and some case management.
Yeah, so for your app, once you download it and you're on it, how does that process all work?
Yeah, so on our app, there are two buttons at the top. You're gonna love this. One of the buttons says, I need help. The other button says, I'm helping someone. So if you are a person who's in need of help, you press the I need help button, and then it comes up with a list of different types of help you may need. Housing, shelter, addiction, food, transportation, and then you click on that and it's going to give you a list of providers in your area.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
So another question is, for one of your mission, one of your missions is to help support those who have drug addictions.
Yeah.
And so how do you go about encouraging them to lean off those typical habits?
Yeah, so it's never a simple solution. You know, each person needs to address the issues that led them to a life of addiction while also coming up with a plan for how they're going to stay substance-free moving forward. I would say that the secret sauce to that is finding a healthy community and embedding yourself within it. But the solution is unique to the individual, although there's some commonalities like relapse prevention and changing your your places, your playthings, and your play friends.
So another question is, there's actually a location of Miracle Hill near my house. It's called, I think it's a boys' home. Could you explain like what exactly you guys do there?
So if it's the facility on Wade Hampton,
yes,
it used to be a boys' home. Currently, it is an expansion of our renewal addiction recovery program for women. So there's 20 beds in there for women coming off the streets, experiencing homelessness, in need of help with addiction issues.
And our next question is, what ages do you typically see and help most often?
We help people from 18 to 80. The average age is in the mid-40s, so that's the average. I would say that over the past decade that we see more older people than we used to see, even to seniors.
So is there not like a lot of like children?
Yeah, so we have a foster care program, so we work with kids from that perspective. There's another organization in town called Pendleton Place that works specifically with homeless youth being defined as 18 to 24. We do see, some people that young that are in the shelter right now, but true youth, like teenagers, are, for the majority, are going to be in DSS care.
So why do you think there's like a big like a lot more homeless, like older people now?
Boy, that's a great question. I think there's lots of probably things that contribute to that. One of the things that I will say kind of drives homelessness in general that probably contributes to this is, let me help this guy. You all right, man? You got it?
I got it.
Okay. Is in 2025 in the United States, we're in, 4th, 5th, 6th generation poverty. And so homelessness can be traced back to, for many people, to broken relationship. And so a lot of our seniors, like, they just don't have any family that they can call on for a variety of different reasons. Maybe they've broken the relationship. Maybe there's other contributing factors. I think that if you go back just 20, 30 years, there was a lot more resources for women experiencing homelessness and a lot more resources for seniors that just seem to be void today for those purposes or for those reasons.
So one of our last questions is, could you give us some advice or words of wisdom for youth my age or younger or older too?
Yeah, be a part of the solution. So, man, what you guys are doing, and I don't know much about this organization you're with, but just getting educated on the issues and seeing yourself as part of the solution rather than a bystander, that's the name of the game. Right, like, man, do that. Keep doing that.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't just let the world go by, but figure out how you can impact it. Because, like, it's cliche, but you guys are the future, right? Like, not me. I'm getting old. You guys are the next generation to step up to the plate and do something different.
Do you have any other questions?
No, that was it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank
for your
you
time.
guys.
It's so cold, so I'm like,
Yeah.
it's really crazy that you're out here for 24 hours.
Yeah, it is crazy.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Y'all check on us in the morning and see how we're doing.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Michelle Shan?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I was just talking about Pendleton Place.
Oh, well, Michelle, you ready?
Yeah. You got the heater going in there? Why not?
I didn't do anything.
You don't have one? Come on in.
Robert brought you hot food. It may not be hot anymore.
Okay.
Michelle.
I know.
We
Good to
sat at
see
your
you.
table. I was with,
Brian, hey,
Lizzie.
I'm Michael Shane.
My
Most people
husband.
call me Mr.
No, they don't.
Mr. Michelle. Yeah, I get Mr. Lauren a lot.
And he's on the board of United Ministries.
Okay.
And so we're trying to just connect.
Okay, come on in, have a seat.
And I brought you blankets and pullovers and gloves. And
Thank you.
So I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
try to sleep.
Well, we'll see if I try to sleep or not.
Do you want me to open any of this food for you right now?
No.
Okay.
No.
I'll open it shortly.
Anyway, so when you started telling about this, I couldn't believe you're doing it actually, but I think what a great idea.
Yeah.
To help not just the point in time count. Most people, I've never done it.
Yeah.
Can't even fathom how you find them all.
You don't. Is the real answer. You don't find them all. You know, you have a better chance of finding more people because it's 25 degrees out.
And
right?
This is
Like,
probably the best time to do it.
yeah, you're going to drum up more people to come into a cold weather shelter because it's so cold outside. I mean, it's dangerously cold outside. So that's a good, bad thing.
Yeah, it is.
Right?
So at Pendleton Place, you know.
Yeah.
ours is-
Tell the people who you are.
Well, I'm Michelle Shane. I'm the interim executive director for Pendleton Place, and it's a shelter for youth and kids who've been in foster care or DSS care. Some have run away, some have escaped a situation, and so we provide services for them beside a bed, food, case management, try to help them with education, try to help them get a job, try to help them get counseling for what they've experienced. Many of them have a lot of trauma.
Yeah.
And they're young, and they trauma that they did not cause. And so it takes a while to build confidence and try to help them get through it. But we want them to thrive. And so our goal is to help them get to a point where they can move out of shelter into transitional living, and then eventually into an apartment or a house that they will continue on the path to progress. And so I think it's for us, like you, we're on the young end of it, and we're like a feeder to other programs, and hope to not send them on to you. We hope to break, the cycle where they keep stumbling. That try to provide services that they will come to participate in. You can't make them, they're teenagers and they're young and they're smart and they're survivors, and I think they deserve a shot too.
So you're the interim, but what's your heart? Why are you here?
Tonight I'm here because the homelessness situation in Greenville is trying to be addressed.
Yes.
And I want it, like you want it, to be addressed in a humane way.
Right.
And with dignity and respect.
Yes.
And I want it to be so that we don't arrest people for it, but that we can help them through crisis intervention or some kind of other emergency plan, help them get into a system that will advance where they are,
right,
if they want to be. But also many of them need permanent supportive housing. And so other cities have done it really well. I hope we can too. I know that we've started with it with United Housing Connections, but we're not there yet.
Yeah.
And so the need is great, and you've taught me that.
Yeah, so for the people watching, so permanent supportive housing is housing specifically aimed at people with kind of chronic mental health issues, and the name is confusing. So it's not the housing that's permanent, it's the support. Permanent supportive housing. So helping somebody to find a stable place to stay where they additionally have some permanent support. And to put it in context, prior to the 1970s, there was like 600,000 mental health beds in America. And today's there's like 60,000, when with population growth there should be like 1.2 million mental health beds. And so where do those people go when they shut down all the mental hospitals in America? Well, they came right here, or they came right down the street to Pendleton Place. So it's kind of trying to fill the gap with the supportive services that somebody needs when they've got an organic mental health issue that, you know, is dominating their life.
And it's not going away.
And it's not going away.
So I think, you know, the city of Greenville is so entrepreneurial in spirit. Let it extend to this. We could find a way.
Yeah.
So I think that's the people who are involved in the homelessness initiative. Some of them are providers, but some are funders. And so I think they're looking for, you know, a more intentional strategy where we band together and not just do silos. And I think that's really why I'm here tonight, to support you in this, because this hasn't been done before.
Yeah.
I'm cold. I know you are.
I'm freezing. I'm getting ready to go to my next layer.
Okay.
So I've got another layer to put on, and we're gonna get some more hot feet and put them on the top of my feet instead of just on the bottom of my feet. It's brutally cold out here.
Well, there's an army blanket in that fuchsia bag over there.
Yes, sir.
That will itch you through all those layers. It's so woolly.
But it'll be warm.
It'll be warm.
We figured you might also have friends out here that show up and you can extend some hands in there. So
Will do. That's
thank
great.
you for talking to me.
Thank you.
And
Thank you guys
good luck
for coming.
tonight. Yeah, we applaud your effort.
Oh!
Good
to meet you.
Thank you very much. Good to meet you.
Thank you. All right, we go back this way.
I was
Thank y'all.
involved with the Mental Health Association of Greenville County back
Yes, sir.
for 5 or 6. It doesn't exist anymore, but for 5 or 6 years I was president of it. And what you said about basically all the states just dumping all the folks with mental illnesses out and say, you know, you're on your own.
Yeah.
It is an unbelievable crisis. It's just gotten worse.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. Thank
Take
you.
care. Thanks.
Hey, while we're waiting on our next guest here, somebody is watching this that has a heater in their garage, but they don't want to leave the warmth of their own home to come bring us a heater out here. Y'all, it's cold. It's in the 20s. I'm asking for help. I'm hoping somebody will bring it. All right, Jacob, what do we got next here?
We got James, one of our own employees. Oh, yeah, you're out. Come on.
Oh, Nick!
And then James.
Sorry about that.
No, you're okay. Hey, sir.
Maybe It's cold, Nick.
It is cold.
All right, tell the people who you are and what you do.
All right, so my name is Nick Bush, and I am the AD of Homeless Services at United Ministries. And so I've been working at Place of Hope, which is a day shelter that serves those who are experiencing homelessness for about 15 years.
Why?
Why? Oh, Lord. Oh, that's so many things. I would say that's, I'd say first it's just a calling.
Yeah.
And it's, the work is something that I love and something that I just felt always called to.
Yeah. Nick's also one of my golf buddies.
It is, yeah, absolutely.
So for people that are just tuning in, you would have been here anyway tonight.
Yes, the home. I was going to talk about it. So the point in time count is tonight.
Yeah.
So we do this every year nationally, and so we have a group of folks downstairs of providers and volunteers who are asking folks who are in the extreme cold weather shelter down in the Mission. I think there was 120, they said last night. I don't know how. I'm sure it'll be very close to that tonight.
Yeah.
And so what we do is that's where we gather the data, and we will go back to HUD, and that is how we get the funding for HUD every year.
Yeah. Yeah, and what would you say is the commonality and the differences? I'm setting you up for a good answer. Of the people that come to Place of Hope versus the people that come to the shelter, or are they the same people?
I would say it's 99% the same people. I was thinking about it this morning, there's probably 10 that I know of right now close within the city who don't come to the cold weather. Some it's because they're couples, others it's because they have animals. This is my first year in a long time we've had, at least 10 dogs, like folks with animals. And so that's been a new hurdle that I don't remember having to have.
Yeah. What do we do about that?
Oh, Lord. Well, one thing we have is, so we have a relationship now. There's a guy named Brian, he works for the fire department, and he does like harm reduction for folks. But so he has a relationship with the Humane Society, and so we're actually getting the animals neutered and all their shots and chipped. Yeah, it's like a big thing. They're doing it in the camps now too. So if they're interested, so they're taking the cats and everything. So it's
and like probably giving them like flea stuff.
Yeah, everything. Yeah.
All
So and if something's wrong, we can call them, and they've been very helpful to come out and kind of help fix some issues for them.
Yeah, probably something that you guys don't think about, like, what do you do if you have a pet?
Yeah.
Right? Where do you go? Like, we can't have 70 dogs in here. It would be chaos. So, and some people love their animals so much.
It's their child, their family.
It's their child, their family, that they're not going to leave them. They'd rather stay out in the cold. And it is cold. It's deadly cold.
Oh, it's brutal.
Yeah. So what do you think that we as a community are doing good, and what could we do better?
All right. On the case management level, on the level where we are working so well together, I think that we're always in constant communication, like with Coffee Club. We talk about, so you want to talk about that quickly?
Sure.
Coffee Club is a group of folks, Miracle Hill, Salvation Army, United Ministries, the VA, the hospital systems, New Horizon, mental health, to name a few, United Housing Connections. And so that's where we talk about the most vulnerable and trying to get those people off the streets. I think we do that really well. I think we need to work on identifying more housing options, which we're starting to all do, and just creating more housing solutions for folks. Thinking outside the box.
Thinking outside the box. So, 120 people downstairs last night in cold weather shelter, unhoused for a variety of different reasons. Like, what do we do about that?
For me, I think personally we need to identify everyone who gets a disability check to start, or who target those folks, and I think that we need to just put those people in housing and start with the housing first, just automatic. I feel like there's so many opportunities for those folks, and for some reason we do just keep slipping back every month. The check's gone, it disappears. I think that's where we start, is just with the targeted. The next thing is, I think we need to see the folks who really are chronic folks, who know have a disability, but we haven't been able to get them to go through the process. And we need to put them in either shelter or housing if that's available, and we need to get those folks ready for the disability piece. The other thing I think has been on my mind a lot is our aging population of homelessness. Isn't it? I think we said 40? Is it 50 now? It's high. And so I just sit and think about, do we need to have better relationships with a community long-term care? Because we'll have people who have checks, but they're not appropriate to go in a boarding house or a nursing home, and it takes time. And what if we had a better relationship there? Because that takes 6 months to a year, and that's so they can get the extended Medicaid to have more money to be able to do something like that.
Yeah. Okay, what message would you leave the people?
I would leave the people with the message of thank you for all of your support. Thank you for doing this. This is awesome. And I would just say, blanking all I would say think outside the sandbox, and that community is very important.
Yeah.
Thank
All right,
you.
brother.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being out here.
Thank you, sir.
Just so you know, that is one of my guardian angels.
Yeah. What's up, James?
What's up, man? How you
Come
doing?
on in. Good to see you. Good to see you.
I'm here to check on you, man.
Yeah. Well, tell the people who you are and what you do.
I'm James.
Hold on a second. What's up,
Not
man?
ready for me yet.
You gotta go get in line and
just
get
running
you.
around with you know.
You doing okay?
Always.
Good.
Always.
See you, bro. I'm James Hedrick. I work on the drive team. I'm one of the assistants, and it's a blessing to be a part of this ministry. And just wanted to come down here and tell you that the drive team's praying for you.
Good.
We're planning on doing a drive-through tomorrow, a circle around.
Okay, that'll be
we'll
awesome.
Come down and check on you. Yeah.
Yeah, like the whole team.
The whole team. Yeah.
Good. Good. Well, man, I appreciate you coming down here. You need to go get warm.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, brother.
All right, bro.
Appreciate it. Love you.
Love you. See you.
Take care, guys.
Oh man, David White.
How you doing?
Hey, good to
How
see
you
you.
doing? May or may not be the right question, but I'll take it. Can I warm you up?
Yes, please. Good to see you. Oh, that's helpful.
That's good. Well, I brought you something else, Ryan. Everybody wants to give you a gift out there, and I thought you're going to need chapstick at 2 a.m.
Thank you.
So that's my gift from you.
Thank you, man. Good to see you.
That's good to see you. You're a good guy. You're really building a lot of awareness and helping people, myself included. I was just on Facebook. I said, my wife said, why don't you go out and talk to them?
Yeah.
I said, why not? So,
how many people were on? Could you see?
Yeah, well, at any given time, I don't know how to figure all that out.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do Facebook, but a lot of people, and they're all warm. How are you doing? I heard
I'm cold, man.
Your wife came out and got you better clothes. Now, whoever your wife is, congratulations on that.
I've got to go put some more of them on, man. I'm cold.
Are you going to put your long underwear on here on the show, or are you going to do it
I'll
outside?
do it in the bathroom.
Oh, good idea.
So, David, tell the people who you are and what you do.
So I'm David, and I run a charity, a nonprofit that is a lovely partner with Miracle Hill, focused specifically on children in foster care, their journey from place to place, and we respond as a community in any way we can. And the importance of it, as you and I have talked about on one of your podcasts, is that a lot of kids from foster care, or a lot of people who are homeless now, have experienced foster care before.
Yeah.
In fact, about a third almost have experienced foster care. And that's a tragedy, because we have got to stop this pipeline of no relationship, uncertainty, leaving foster care and going homeless. It's a horrible thing, and it hits completely.
Somebody said earlier that was sitting on the bench, they said homelessness could be best defined as death of relationship, right? Which, man, what a commonality with the people don't think about foster as homelessness. Like they just don't, that doesn't compute in their brain. And I talk all the time about the experience of foster is trauma by definition.
Trauma by definition.
Trauma by definition.
Well said, Ryan.
Like, so even if the kid's house is a disaster, it's their house.
Yeah, is
right?
their dog, is their room, is their brother and sister right there.
Yeah, so they're snatched out of it, maybe for really good reasons.
Right.
But it's trauma by definition, and then it's death of relationship. Hopefully that can be resurrected, like that's the goal.
Yeah, that's lovely.
But that's not always the case.
Right.
Yeah,
You mentioned about 2 hours ago, we've been watching you like a lot of people, how building the community when you were dealing with all the difficulty. You said that you didn't ever want to live alone again. It's about the relationships that you had to have in order to rebuild yourself, right?
Yeah. And frankly, I'm my own worst enemy, right?
Yeah,
like,
well, that's a great statement. I mean,
very true, though, right?
It's a realization.
I can't speak for women, obviously, but us men,
right?
We get into trouble when we're alone.
We do. It's ridiculous.
In a variety of different ways.
Stupid.
Like, we just don't do well.
Dumb and dumber.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys, you create mentor relationships.
We do. We create mentor relationships, and we have for many years with the youth you serve in your foster care environment. And within that, we've even had adoptions from the youth you serve who are in your foster homes, who now have one of our mentors, one of our volunteers, who stay with them through this entire journey called pleasantly foster care, which from a kid's standpoint is what the heck is happening to me?
Yeah.
Care.
What's the difference? Like, if somebody's got a foster family, why would they need a mentor?
Excellent. Because the foster family is for a point in time. I used to be a foster parent. We had no idea what was going to happen to the child in our care. There could have been a moment where she left us because we were like, we just can't do this anymore. Our family situation says we can't do this anymore. Or something occurred and she went back to her parents.
Sure.
And she might have re-entered foster care. A quarter of all kids re-enter foster care. The journey of the child in foster care is so uncertain, just like a person whose journey is in homelessness and getting the right care and finding the right pathways and the right goals. It's so uncertain that having a mentor, a volunteer who will stay with you through your entire journey, wherever you're at, whatever foster home you're at, can be very supportive for that foster parent. We're going to be helping the child in your care to learn what they are, who they are, the dignity of that human being that you mentioned earlier tonight. And we're going to be with them the entire journey, no matter what happens in foster care and after foster care. That's the beauty of being a volunteer. And those volunteers, those mentors, help to build relationship so that young adults do not then enter into the uncertainty of life without relationship.
How does DSS view the mentors?
DSS, Social Services, loves our mentors.
Okay.
They find it the most beautiful thing around because there are stories of glory. We've had 14 of our mentors, volunteers, adopting their mentees, including some who were in y'all's care.
Sure.
And that's just a beautiful thing. And everyone wants permanency for these children who are in foster care because we need relationship. We all do. And these children do. And a mentor provides that, and so DSS applauds it remarkably well.
Okay.
We're always looking for volunteers, and it's a lovely thing. But homelessness is really difficult for anyone. I've never experienced it. You have, right, from what you were saying? 2 years here?
2 years total.
2
Two
years
different
total.
times.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I'm not some dumb. I'm
No.
plumb dumb,
Yeah.
David.
Keep it going. Don't keep it going. All right, stop. But from an aspect, if we can stop the uncertainty of relationship, the dearth of relationship, one great way to do it is by bringing ourselves out to another person's life and being that person on their journey through foster care, on their journey through whatever.
Yeah. Okay, so if somebody says, man, I don't want to come to the rescue mission, I can't, do foster care, but man, this mentoring thing, that sounds like my jam.
Why not?
How do they get in touch with you?
So this is like a commercial. 1-800, it's on your screen. Fostering great ideas is easy to find. Type it in and there's a how do I get involved. We have a once a month training and you can become a mentor for a young adult or a teenager who's in foster care, being the constant so that they have that relationship regardless of what happens while they're in the system. It's a good thing. It's a very good thing. And it definitely helps lower homelessness for later on for a number of people. It's beautiful.
So, my wife took care of me and your wife sent you down here, so I
She
appreciate
did.
you coming down.
Oh, it's been great. All right, I'll give you another hug. Keep it going.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
All right, you got Steve. Let's go. Leach is up here. They brought you some hot hands, but I was like, you gotta say something while you're here. And then you got Travis's name.
Okay.
I think he'd just be a second.
Take care.
Oh, you too.
What's up? What's up, man?
How are you?
Good.
You warm?
No. Yeah. Have a seat.
Should we sit down? Should we just get down and skivvies and see?
I know, and I'm saying I'm cold to the wrong guy, right?
No, it's...
Yeah.
It's not windy.
All right, hey, tell the people who you are and what you do.
Well, I'm Steve Leach, Steve Moby Leach, super easy to find. I am husband, my wife is Kelly Leach, who works with Miracle Hill, the foster team, and came out to support this guy because, Miracle Hill is amazing what they do. Been super grateful to partner with them. I do ultramarathon channel swimming in cold water, and we did it to raise money for foster family counseling. Now we've just started Rising Tides Ministry for long-term mentorship housing for men out of biblical recovery.
Yeah.
And
brand new.
Brand
hot
new.
off the press.
Like this could be the first announcement.
Yeah. What?
Yes.
How cool is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Just means I've been on the inside.
You've
I've
been
known.
Yeah. So I actually like the cold now, but I still don't know how. Like I just feel for people. You know, it is like choosing to do it.
Yeah, it's a different act. It's a different act of the will.
Yeah.
Like I'm out here by choice, and I'm not comfortable, but I know that in 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 hours, I get to go
You'll
home.
be back to your comforts.
Yep.
You know, and back to your meals, back to your cozy bed, your fluffy pillow. You know, and so yeah, it's
18
hard wrapping
hours. That means that I am a quarter of the way done.
There you go.
Come on, this is easy, no problem.
Where did you find all this clothing? Did you have it?
I packed most of this, yeah.
Have people brought you stuff?
Yeah.
They probably brought you more than most people get, too.
Oh yeah. So like that, and that's one of the points. Like this isn't homelessness. Like I got tons of support here.
Yeah.
Right. Like I've
Kelly
got
brought
more
you hand warmers.
Yeah, more food than I can eat. If I started eating right now, I've got plenty of stuff. I got support from all over the place. Like this is a cakewalk.
Yeah.
And I only have to do it for a night.
Right.
Man, other people don't have that choice.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And I think, we've talked about this before. I like to put myself in situations to push myself physically, spiritually, emotionally, but it's a choice.
Yeah.
You know, like to be there. It's not a survival. It's like at any point when I'm swimming, I can touch the boat and get out.
Yeah.
So how many other people are doing this? How many other CEOs?
Yes, so 14 other CEOs, coast to coast.
Right.
So I've been on with a couple of them already. Talked to the guy in Fresno, who's doing it, Fresno, California. Talked to a gal up in Winchester, Virginia. So she was cheating. Lauren, if you see this, you're cheating. She had plastic around her, and yeah. But I would take plastic. I would take heaters. Yeah, I've been asking for a heater for hours, and nobody's brought me one yet. I don't know.
This is the first time I've seen it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's so good.
It's
So good.
amazing.
Is the water frozen?
Yes. It was running earlier, too.
We had a good laugh yesterday. It started snowing, and the pool's around 38, 37 degrees right now, so I don't even have to get in my cold plunge tub. And it starts.
You get in there and swim.
And yesterday it started snowing. I'm like, Mallory, she's like, I know, it's epic conditions. I'm ready. So we go, we get in, we're sitting there. I'm not swimming. I've got a few friends who just did the World Ice Swimming Championships in Italy, and I'm messaging them. I'm like, how would you get past the brain being frozen cold? And they're like, after 30, 40 seconds, it goes away, and I'm like, oh, that means you're numb.
Yeah, that would kill you. It's dangerous.
They had a 74-year-old guy in the World Championships.
Yeah, I feel like there's like some Zen control of your body involved in that, where you insulate your core, but how you get your limbs to move, I don't know.
I was talking with David, and he said he was doing the 100 meters freestyle, short race, right? He's like, I had nothing left for the last 25 meters. I was so cold. And I thought I was thinking about that. Like, you're sleeping outside in these really, really cold nights. Like, you just sleep.
Zaps you.
Like, no energy, no nothing. Sitting on cement.
Concrete will freeze your bone.
Yeah.
Is Kelly off camera?
Yeah, she won't get on camera.
Kelly Leach, get over here.
I didn't sign the waiver.
It's okay, you're a staff member.
You're an employee.
You've already signed the waiver.
Hi. Are you warm?
I'm trying
He's
to
freezing. He's South Carolina.
I've got sensitive South Carolina skin. Thank you guys for coming out.
We just want to support you. I brought a bunch of hand warmers.
I know.
If anybody
Where's that
needs them,
bag?
Rob can go get them.
I'll get them.
Jacob confiscated them.
I'm getting ready to take my.
I love that you're out here in your cowboy.
I'm gonna need them in a minute. I'll do them after Travis.
We'll start popping for you.
Yeah, because those things are. Put them on your feet.
I've got them in my hands, and I've got them on the soles of my feet, but I don't think they're working. So
Is the shelter full tonight?
yeah, shelter's full,
Yeah.
and cold weather shelter's probably got 150 people in it. Yeah, it's
Now,
very full.
When do they have to be in by? Is there
So there is a curfew for the shelter. I don't know what time it is. It's probably 9, probably right now. And then the cold weather shelter opened a while ago. Yeah. So everybody's in for the night, hopefully. You guys need to go get in for the night.
Are you gonna try to sleep?
So I think my last guest is at like 12:30.
Okay.
So then I don't know that I'll be able to, but I'll try for a few hours because my first guest back is 5 a.m.
Well, I drive pretty much by here to go swimming. I'll be swimming at 5:30, so I might stop in early morning and say hi.
And if I'm like this?
Yeah, you look like
Yeah, if I look like the statue.
Come watch his feet.
Yeah.
I'll be like that.
You come by in your Speedo.
Come down.
All right.
Careful
Hey, if somebody wants to follow your races or be a part of Rising Tide, tell the people how they can get involved.
Rising Tides, we don't have a website. We don't have any information out there yet. But you can find me, Steve Moby Leach, as in Moby Dick, the book, the famous whale, you know. It's my grandpa name. And yeah, so Steve Moby Leach, Beyond the Shoreline, is the Channel of Bones is on Tubi. You can watch our documentary, and it's actually on UK and Ireland's Amazon now.
So that means I'm on Tubi?
Yeah.
Yes!
You're on Tubi.
I made the big
You're on
time.
Tubi. Yeah. Oh, and that's the funny. I just got my royalties today for my book for January, $2.60.
Yes. I haven't gotten mine yet. I'm trying to get a cup of coffee.
Okay.
I think you're gonna have more
I was
than
laughing
that.
yesterday. I was like, Ryan's gonna love this.
Oh,
Got
yeah,
my
man.
January royalties.
It's not about that though, right?
No.
It's about,
No. What
about
the
getting the message out.
It's the message of Jesus. You know, like he changes our lives. I got to tell you, if you want to read a book, read this guy's book.
Amen.
It took me back to memories I didn't actually want to remember about myself.
I've heard that quite a few times.
And I was in tears the first time. Like I literally was in my living room in tears because I know what Jesus has done in your life, and only Jesus could have done it.
Yep.
I was actually talking to Brenda about it today, and I said I've had a hard time getting through the book.
The second half is way better than the first
No,
half.
not because of the writing. In fact, I think you're a great writer. But I'm
depth
just
of content.
like
yeah.
it is so hard for me to know you now
Mhm.
and imagine that was your life. And yet, how can I not imagine that when I know what our God can do?
Right.
And it is
Amen.
just so cool to see how he has worked in your life and continues to. And thank you for writing it.
Yeah.
I mean, that was
pleasure.
raw.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's like the PG-13 version.
Oh, I'm
right?
sure.
Like I dumped us way down.
I'm sure.
That's what I was thinking. I was like,
But-
you know, I actually know a lot more of what goes along with the backstory of all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just even the rooms, conversations you end up in.
Yep.
So, anyway,
Yeah.
God is good.
Yes.
All the time. All right, y'all go home.
Okay.
Get warm.
Well,
Or if you need anything,
too.
text me.
Okay.
He'll
Will
be
do.
coming by.
I'll swing by my Speedo.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you want me to get you some more here?
No, I'll get him. Travis.
Okay. You can get our information through him.
Steve Leach. Oh, you want to learn how to swim?
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I need
See ya.
help. Hey, Bob.
Hey.
How you?
I'm cold. Yeah.
I got hot chocolate from the church.
Did you?
This is the only warm mug I could find.
Oh, you're bringing it to me?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
That's
okay.
it for me.
I'll switch to that. What's up, kiddo?
Well, come see how you doing.
I'm chilled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I looked this morning. I woke up and I had this like daily thing of like praying through my calendar, and I was like, "What am I doing at 9 o'clock tonight?" Because I told you a while back we were gonna do it, but anyway, so it kind of hit. So.
Yeah. So, guys, this is my pastor. This is Travis Agnew, Rocky Creek Church on Woodruff Road, and he has come out to support. Yeah. Why do you care about homelessness?
You know, it's interesting.
first week I was on the job, you and I hung out at the Overcomer Center, and I told Ryan that one of the most intriguing things about Rocky Creek was that 15, 20 years ago, they had opened their doors to be a part of the Overcomer Center for their rehab program. So the guys that are going through the program would come to church with us for a while and just help love on them, disciple them, mentor them where we could. And there was something so incredible about a church that wanted to open their doors to some guys that are going through the roughest time of their life. And I told a group of Overcomers a couple of years ago, they were probably the reason that I came to Rocky Creek, was because I think so oftentimes we can think of church as a place where everybody is all put together and everything's safe and nice and tidy, and then you start living life and you realize just that's not reality. And so I think that what's, for me, when Christ says to be able to meet the needs, and whether you have gone, he talked about the difference between the sheep and the goats in Matthew 25. And those who took care of the needs were those who ministered to him, really. And those who avoided it, ignored it, were the ones who just cast them aside. And
Don't be a goat.
Don't be a goat. Don't be a goat. You know, there's sheep, wolves, sheep, goats, and wolves in the Bible when it comes to stuff in the church, and just like don't be a goat and meet those needs. And so obviously, we know that people need more than just the physical needs, but oftentimes we see Christ meet a physical need and then go to the spiritual ones.
Yeah.
And so I think that's what's so important about this ministry and other ministries like it that want to say, hey, we're going to do something about to meet those needs so that the most important ones can be addressed as well.
Yeah. Good. So, you know, speak to the church, Big C.
Yeah, Big C.
Clearly, and I've already said this on here tonight, I am biased for Jerusalem.
Sure.
But what's our call to our neighbors?
Yeah.
Like, what does this mean for the church? How does the church become a part of the solution?
I think the church has to be get over the fear of almost this desanitized kind of version where, you know, we're fearful of getting down into muck and mire where people are and trying to help out needs. And so I think the reason that not only does Scripture say that we are saved from something, we're saved to something. So years ago, I memorized Ephesians 2:8-9 that talks about how we're saved not by good works, but by His grace. And then I memorized Ephesians 2:10 that we're His workmanship created for good works, and didn't realize they were beside each other. You know, so it's like, hey, we're not saved by good works, but once we're saved, we should do good works. And you know, as much as we can, you see Christ in His ministry. You see the needs of the Old Testament and the New Testament, that the people of God are supposed to reach out to people in their needs and not to turn a blind eye to it. And so it's, you know, I think something like this and what you're trying to raise awareness to, hopefully for the church, would number one, walk away with this thought of like, man, I think there's things that I probably don't thank God for, and then B, what do I actually need to do to help somebody else out? And I think sometimes the church doesn't want to embrace needs because sometimes it's messy, sometimes it's costly, it's sacrificial. And I said this while I was helping a family out, I think through foster care and adoption one time, and I said, I think everybody in the church wants to know that orphans are cared for. They just may not want them in their homes. I think that a lot of people want to say, hey, somebody's taking care of the homeless, right? It's like, yeah, it might be you. Like, you might have to be involved in this. And so I think we want to know. It makes us feel better, makes us sleep better at night. It helps us when we're getting off the exit and bypassing somebody to think somebody's going to take care of that guy. And, you know, there's a lot of old lines, whatever, that talks about, man, Lord, I'm praying you'll send somebody to that guy's way or whatever. And the Lord's like, yeah, it's you. You just passed him by. And Scripture would say you're basically passing Christ by in that need as well. So it's such a desperate need for the church to be active in this. And I think honestly, what's happening is there's a lot of ministries that are just meeting physical needs and avoid the spiritual ones. And then there are some that are just addressing the spiritual ones and are neglecting the physical needs. And they're not enemies to each other. Christ that make them an enemy, we can't make them an enemy either. So,
or they're addressing both, but with no relationship.
True.
Like it's a service.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Rather than a ministry of equality.
Yeah,
right.
That's right. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we got to do it all.
I got to do it all.
Yeah. And if you, to the people of faith, like if you don't know what to do, you can pray right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
That's
like,
right.
pray, be a part of it.
That's exactly right. So it's funny because I left, left midweek at our church tonight. Of course, school's canceled today because the little bit of ice that was on the road this morning and whatnot, and the extreme temperatures. And it's like, one of my biggest decisions during the day is like, do we open up the buildings, and the parking lot's clean, just to get people in and whatnot. And I think sometimes we think that's the kind of the biggest decisions, but really it does need to open our eyes to just apply to what people are going through. And I think one of the things that you've always told me is that there's a cold can be a powerful motivator.
Yeah.
For people to know they need change, right? And sometimes when the helping hurts kind of thing, when we make things too easy for people, we've almost got to say, hey, let the cold drive you here to the shelter tonight so that they can actually get what they desperately need. And so you and I have spent a lot of time talking through that, and even some issues that happen in our church with some of our folks. We have these great college students that are some of the best folks in the world.
Yes.
And they would come downtown and on the weekend and just share Christ with some of the homeless community and share food and pray for and try to meet needs and whatnot. And so then all of a sudden one of them came to me and was like, Pastor Travis, do you think we can start bringing some of our friends to church? And I'm like, we don't check anybody at the door. You can bring whoever you want to. It's always good to bring friends. Like, no. Some of our homeless friends. I'm like, no, that's great. And I remember it was January that this happened in. Okay, so it was kind of cold like this. And so they started bringing some guys over. They'd go pick them up on Sunday morning and say, hey, we'll get you breakfast and come on over to church. And now they didn't sit at the back row. Yeah. They sat front and center. That's where they're like, hey, if I was going something else, they're going to come right down front. So that's what they do. So just imagine, here come these college students, and then some guys that are coming in with them and whatnot, and they just sit down. And got to go talk with some of them. And I remember one of the first weeks we were there, now as a preacher, I'm used to people sleeping in a sermon. Okay, it can happen, okay? No matter how animated you can be, whatever. There was someone there that was on the front row, one of our friends from downtown Greenville, who was snoring so loud. Someone looked up behind him, I think they thought a plane was landing. Just it was so loud. And he's second row. He's just snoring right there in front of me. And so I try to get more loud and more expressive to try to wake him up. It ain't stopping. He's he's sawing logs. And afterwards somebody was saying, did you hear that? I'm like, yeah, how could you not? And different people were commenting about it or something. And they said, did that frustrate you that he was snoring in your sermon? And I said, honestly, it encouraged me. And they said, what do you mean? I said, it's probably the first time in a long time he was warm enough and comfortable enough to take a good sleep like that. Going to church that day was the temperature was, regulated to 69 degrees or whatever, and he's sitting in a cushioned seat. Why wouldn't he fall asleep? It doesn't matter, the most exciting thing that happened in the world. And I said, I'm glad, because he walked out of here today and he thought that was a place that was warm. I got a good nap, and they didn't get mad about it, right? And so we started striking up, relationships with some of these guys. Then what happened was some of the guys stopped doing, some of the college guys weren't always consistent in picking up some of the guys off the street. And so one Sunday, I see these young college girls getting out of their cars, and here comes a bunch of grown men getting out of the cars with them. And I said, hey, I'm going to talk to you like your dad for a second. Yeah. I said, tell me what's going on. They're like, well, none of the guys showed up today, so we just brought them over. And I said, hey, you're going to have a little combo with me and my friend Ryan, okay? Yeah. So we got together, and you started your whole thing. Hey, Travis and I would do exactly what you did. And I'm sitting there going, yeah, that's right, Ryan. We wouldn't tell him why. It was just and you said, hey, look, because you don't know what's going on or what could be happening. And I said, so Travis would sit in the back and I'd sit in the front, and we kind of, make sure and whatnot. And but you girls are just getting in here and just bringing them in you can't do this. And so then you just volunteered. You said, hey, Travis and I will go with you this weekend.
Was that in my idea solely?
That was your idea. I was just sitting there thinking we were coaching them, and you're like, yeah. And I said, oh, we will? You're like, yeah, you got nothing going on. Like, you check my calendar or something. Okay, so you and I went downtown that weekend, followed them, and the hearts, right, were just goodness gracious. I mean, we just mesmerized.
Bottled it up, man.
Oh,
yeah. Great.
Mesmerized by these 18 to 21 year olds just doing it just because they were out of the kindness of their hearts. But we also saw things that y'all are doing, and you think it's good, but it's not helping. And so we tried.
It's dangerous.
It was dangerous for sure. And so there is this level of, you want, like you said, bottle it up, bottle that energy, bottle that passion, that vibrancy to go help people. But like, we want you to sustain this in a long-term thing, which means you're going to have to think and operate differently here, right? And I think that was some of the things that we try to teach them that night. And it was in some ways kind of precious, because some of them were doing things, and I'd look at you and I'm going, do they realize that who they're talking to is not going to remember this in the morning? And like, no, they got no clue. They're just being as kind as they can. But
probably
also
saved the same guy 15 times.
Oh yeah. And even some of them, and part of this would be, I think some of those students had gotten a little bit jaded with ministries like this, because they're like, oh, this guy said that y'all won't help him. And to you and I, we go, we know what that means, right? It means that they're unwilling to get the help because they're unwilling to put certain things down. And so in that situation, not all of the scenarios, but some of them where they're actually enabling them a little bit longer to stop getting the help that they need, right? And so I think you were a really good coach that night, as we were trying to say, hey, keep the momentum, the energy, the passion, but man, we got to change some stuff, because you're helping them for a moment, and what we're trying to do is help them for a lifetime, right? And I think that's what's so key. I was talking to one of the guys at church on Sunday who was homeless, and going through the Overcomer program. We had just fed him a good, one of the famous senior adult soup meals, on Sunday nights after church. And one of the guys just said, hey, I don't know why. Just been saved, just been baptized. I'm getting some things clean in my life. I haven't been in this good shape for a long time, and I'm thinking about leaving. I said, why? I don't know, man. And I said, I've heard this 1,000 times. And it's almost like this sense of, man, I'm missing out something right now, getting help, right? And I had to look at him and said, hey, 7 months of your life investing might give you 70 back. 7 months of just investment to get this thing cleaned up and to do what you need to do right now might get you 70 years of life to enjoy kids, enjoy families, enjoy all these things, but not to do the hard work. And sometimes I think you've taught me this very well. Sometimes we almost deprive people of that struggling moment to come in and know that they need help, to humble themselves to get where they need it. And it's hard. It's difficult.
Or the dignity of achieving the goal on their own.
For sure.
Whatever it is.
That's right.
Yeah. They need to figure that out on their own. Or earn it on their own, whatever the case may be.
Yep. The butterfly thing. You've always talked about the butterfly thing. Yeah, that's right. I don't say it as eloquently as you do.
No, it was great.
So,
all right, man, go home. Get
you
warm.
good?
Yeah, I'm good.
What else you need?
Nothing.
Love
Prayer.
You. Yep.
Love you. See ya.
All right, man.
Where is Jacob? Jacob, can you give me 2 minutes?
Indeed.
All right.
Got you, brother. At some point, you need to come back and open these gifts these people have been bringing.
Well, I'm looking for hot hands right now.
Okay. There are hot hands.
Hot feet.
And I got some in here as well that was brought in. Oh, we got somebody with a heater.
Somebody bringing the heater out.
Is that you, bro? Is that Brown? Yes, it is.
Where'd my wife bring me clothes?
Yes, she did, and they're in the tent.
They're in the tent?
I believe so. I believe I put them in there. She brought them out. Yeah.
Really getting lucky here, brother. A lot of people bring me stuff
Yeah.
that we don't get. I mean, they really are.
We're going to point to that. All right, how's everybody doing? How many are hanging in with me?
You got about, at any given moment, we got about 100 to 120 watching.
Get out of Dodge. 120 people.
At any given moment, so it's probably been thousands throughout the day.
All right, talk for a minute.
We will talk. Hey, man.
I'm waiting on you to get cold, Jake.
I'm not cold yet.
I'm waiting on you to get cold. It's getting colder out here. Let's see what the temperature is. I'm on the phone here.
It's kind of a cool setup with the way the Jesus Saves cross is behind us.
That's really cool.
Isn't
the
it?
way that is like that. Too bad the top couldn't light up.
Yeah, it needs to say something on there.
That would really, yeah, that would really.
I think it says
really,
Greenville
really
Rescue
good.
Mission, right, but it doesn't light up that top part.
Okay, it's 24 degrees now.
Oh yeah?
And it's what? Almost 25 after 9.
25.
Just dropped 5 degrees in about an hour or so. You got about 2, maybe 3 more degrees for tonight. I don't think it's supposed to get under like 22, 23 tonight.
And somebody has shown up with a heater, which again will point out obviously a luxury that people don't get when they're sleeping on the streets. Now, the one perk is though that if they're sleeping within vicinity of the Greenville Rescue Mission, anytime it would ever be this cold, the cold weather shelter is open. And when the cold weather shelter opens when it's 40 degrees or below, and it's open 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. and then they extend the hours sometimes depending on how. Hey guys, what's up, fellas?
Hey,
where you want this? Yeah, let's put it right there. Yeah, that's fine, right there. We'll let him wiggle. Thank you so much.
All right.
We appreciate you, bro. That's amazing.
bring your stuff to you.
You're ready to go.
It's
too cold out here.
Thank you. He will greatly appreciate it.
Love you, man.
Love you too. Be good. God bless you, man. So again, Justin just brought us a propane heater. Obviously something the guys wouldn't have on the street. But like I was saying, on cold weather nights, our 4 rescue missions will open up the cold weather shelters. So temperature drops below 40 degrees. And we've actually had some record numbers here at the Greenville Rescue Mission over the past week or so. Last year we would have close to, I think at max we had like 118 additional men coming off the street. Well, last night or the night before last, they had 139 men coming off the street for cold weather shelters. So that's in addition to the 142 men who call the Greenville Rescue Mission home. Some other fun facts about the Greenville Rescue Mission and Shepherd's Gate. Inside we have a respite care facility here at the Greenville Rescue Mission. That was a partnership that we entered into with really several folks, but New Horizon Family Medical, they provide a nurse to treat men in a respite facility here. We obviously provide the shelter, the food, the counseling, but they provide medical care for certain levels of individuals who are experiencing homelessness, who have been released from the hospital. And so Prisma and Bon Secours, I believe, can both refer people here, but that's the way that they would get here. So, if it's someone who's recovering from an amputation, or maybe they've had a surgery where they can take care of themselves, but they need some medical attention, it's a great partnership that we get to be a part of there. I think we have 6 beds for men and 2 or 3 beds for women in respite care at Shepherd's Gate. While we're waiting on Ryan, I'll tell you guys another one of my favorite stories, my favorite Miracle Hill stories. So there's a gentleman named Jason who was a guest here at the Greenville Rescue Mission. And when he came to us, he was wheelchair bound. My understanding is that Jason worked in the food industry, and that he, during the early parts of the pandemic, he was living down in Florida. And one day he had some type of vascular event. I think he had a stroke, and he hit the floor. I think he almost lost his life, but he lived, he survived, and he has short-term memory loss because of that issue, but he had also lost the ability to walk. So when he ended up here, somehow came here from Florida, ended up at the Greenville Rescue Mission, and he said that when he got here, he found such a brotherhood in the staff, the counselors here, and in the guests. And he said that at one point our elevator went out, and so the only way to get downstairs to the kitchen would be to come outside and go down and around. Well, when it was raining, that's an inconvenient thing to do. So Jason actually had guys carry him up and down the stairs, and eventually Jason just regained the ability to walk. He kind of took his first steps here and regained the ability to walk, and then he got to turn around and got to bless an individual who had some mobility issues. He got to bless that guy with his wheelchair, many weeks later. But just a cool story about how God's restoring people physically here, spiritually, emotionally. And remember, every time it's one person's life getting changed here at a shelter, it's dozens of people's lives, their family members, their children, their spouses, their loved ones, their lives are affected too. We've actually got in care right now one of our recent graduates of Renewal. My understanding is that her mother is in our program, and her son is in our other program. So we got 3 generations of one family receiving shelter and care here in Miracle Hill. One of the newer additions to our ministry has been the opening of our Family Ministry Center. January of last year, so 2023, our foster care team relocated from where our administrative offices are, and we opened up a Family Ministry Center. And the objective of that Family Ministry Center is to reunite families, truly. So people can come and receive counseling, and the goal is that if we have an adult guest in our care and their immediate family members have experienced trauma as a result of what they've been through, they can come and receive counseling at our facility. They can have reunification meetings. DSS and bio families can come and see their children that are in foster care. We're teaching parenting courses there at the Family Ministry Center, providing counseling to children in need. And it's a beautiful picture of that. We're in the holism business, or people becoming whole, relationships being restored. And if anybody is interested in taking a tour of any of our facilities, of any of the rescue missions or the Family Ministry Center, we'd love for you to let us know. You can go to miraclehill.org and request a tour that way, or you can call our administrative offices at 864-268-4357. We'd love to give you a tour. We'd love to serve a meal with you up here. If you want to engage with some of these men, but you don't feel comfortable taking a tour, we'd love to just serve a meal with you. Let you experience a little bit of what it's like. On our YouTube channel right now, there is a mini documentary that we just released about cold weather shelters. If you go to our channel and you go under the Stories of Rescue playlist, it's kind of a 3-perspective video about what it takes to put on the cold weather shelter. I mentioned they've got 139 men that have been coming in here for cold weather just at this one location this week. But it's this video is like a behind-the-scenes documentary that shows you a little bit of the preparation, what it takes to get those mats ready for all those men, and the care that they get food when they come in. They get obviously we have chaplains that go around and talk to those guys, but they get a mattress and blankets and towels, and they can get a shower if they want. But it talks about the setup process there, and then it goes into the cook's perspective and a volunteer's perspective. So check that out on our YouTube channel, maybe in the morning or whenever the stream resolves. Ryan will be right back. I'm just a placeholder. A little chilly out here.
A wee bit.
Somebody just blessed us with this space heater, though, man.
That's huge.
That's a game changer.
Yeah, that's completely different.
Yeah, we keep pointing out that that's not a luxury that they would get normally.
No. Hope there's another gas tank available for them too.
Yeah, that one will go pretty quick, won't it?
Is there another one?
I think we can get our hands on some more propane. There's other people texting me saying they were going to bring some stuff.
So the weather forecast was not part of the plan to do this, was it?
It's part of our big City Gate network. 17 other rescue missions are supposed to be doing it on the same day.
Yeah.
I think the weather deterred some, so it's down to 13.
Yeah.
And
I mean, at some point you're like,
yeah. Well, we got guys up in like Virginia and New York and stuff, and it's 20 something here, but it's like 3 degrees there.
Yeah.
So we'll give them a bye.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
Hey, Jacob.
Hey, Kirby, what's up?
I brought snacks.
You did? Awesome.
Here, I'll come around.
Okay. Ryan's run to the bathroom real quick. Here he comes.
Jacob?
Yeah, man.
Somebody said, what would you say is the biggest need on a normal basis? What's the thing that always needed a donation?
Okay, so the things that we need the most, canned foods are like we can use them all the time kind of thing. We need them at our food warehouse, but I would say that those papers, paper goods, paper towels, toilet paper, all those things are things that we regularly need on a routine basis at our food warehouse. And that's located on Keith Drive here in Greenville, near the little downtown Greenville airport. So we'd love for you to bring by donations at any time throughout the week. Usually they're taking donations. When do they stop taking them normally? They take donations till 5 every day of the week.
Where are we at?
Food warehouse.
Yeah, they're there till 5.
Till 5, Monday through Friday. All right, I'm going to get up. I'll let you guys have a seat. Swaps.
Swapsies.
Mr. Ryan.
Hey, buddy.
Long time no see, man.
You doing okay?
Yeah.
Good.
How are you, Ryan?
Been a while.
Good. Come on in.
Hey, how are you?
Been a while, Andy. Been a while.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You staying downstairs tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What you thinking?
They can feed it better. The home feed better. The other day they give like a swap bowl.
Yeah?
Yeah, they can feed it better than that. Get it.
Well, that's good feedback. Thank you.
And you might need to go undercover one day down here.
Well, I've been there.
You might need to go undercover. You might need to go undercover. Good time.
We'll go down there and get something warm in your belly.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey,
how are
have a
you?
seat.
Good to see you. I brought some snacks.
Thank you.
Brought you a water. I'm losing
Thank
my
you.
voice. We'll make it work.
Okay. All right. So,
Thanks for doing this.
man, I'm excited.
I'm
So,
too.
tell the people who you are, why you're here.
Hi, why am I here? My name is Megan Barb, and I have the pleasure and honor of leading United Way of Greenville County. And I'm here because you invited me, Ryan.
Yes.
Like so many invitations. It's how it happens. Reaching out and saying, let's connect and let's talk.
Yeah, so, you're in Greenville, you're in the community, and then you don't get to know people strangely. Like you find yourself where you've avoided the opportunity to meet somebody. So we got connected, 6 months ago?
6 months ago.
6 months ago. And kind of the powers, the forces that be that
That's
brought us
right.
together are what we now call Greenville Together.
Greenville Together.
Tell the people what Greenville Together is.
Listen, it all started as a conversation, right? I sometimes say if you would have asked me a year ago at United Way, our strategy is called How We Win, and we've been focusing on affordable housing and transportation, education, and childcare, really important issues. And it started bubbling up for us that we needed to pay more attention to the unhoused folks in our community. And as I said to you the very first time that we met 6 months ago, man, I wish we would have met sooner and gotten to know each other. And so a lot of work has unfolded around how we're focusing on this issue, and you've been a critical partner in that, and somebody who is not afraid to have tough conversations, and I value
like
that.
a tough conversation.
I've noticed. So do I. I think that's maybe why we get along. Yeah.
So all this work is kind of culminated, and we've danced around this a handful of times on the live stream over the course of however many hours we're into it at this point. But it's culminated in kind of this 1-year plan and a 3-year plan, and then kind of governing plan. So let me unpack that a little bit more for the people. So imagine that there's the people that typically talk about this issue. So, those of us that are boots on the ground, like we're talking about this stuff all the time. But as a change of course, we have all these unusual suspects at the table, all the funders who, they dibble and dabble in it, but all the funders. City and county government. I had the mayor on here earlier.
I love that.
How
Go
cool
Knox.
is that?
That's cool.
Yeah, go Knox. All the people are at the table, and we're all begging the question, what are the gaps? How do we solve for the gaps? Where not solving for them is no longer an option.
That's right.
Right? We're going to solve for them.
That's right.
So it's resulted in a short-term plan, a long-term plan, and a structure. Talk about that a little bit.
And urgency.
And an urgency.
Right? I mean, what a perfect night, actually, to be talking about this in our incredible community. So
I just got a heater. My life just got way easier.
Yeah, no, that is true.
I was on the struggle bus 15 minutes ago,
Yeah.
like really cold.
Yeah.
Now I'm like,
You're
I'm
feeling good.
on a beach.
You're like, let's do this.
Let's do it.
Yeah, all right. Hey, listen, I think you touched on a couple of really important points, right? We brought together sort of an unlikely crew, people with very deep expertise and experience in this work, present company included, other providers, people who care about this issue, who maybe didn't have as much expertise, myself included, but know that we need to do something in our community that really rallies a collective response. And it's moved with urgency. That feels really fast sometimes for a lot of us. But knowing that on nights like this, even with our cold weather shelters open and some options, we still have people that are not only struggling on our streets, but are dying on our streets. And I believe at my core, and I know you do too, Ryan, that we can do better for our community. And as I started getting to sort of know this issue and chat with you and others, what was really intriguing and quite frankly disheartening to me is if we went around the room and said, how many people do we have in our community who are struggling, we'd get different answers depending on who you talk to. And, how big is the issue? How, is it possible to solve this? We didn't have a collective response to answer that. And we're working towards that, right? It's a work in progress, but it's at least putting a stake in the ground to say, we can do hard things in Greenville. We have a history of that. Brian, look around where we are right now. I mean, in a lot of ways, you're in the epicenter of the growth and the development that's happening. And if we can do incredible things like this for Greenville, why not solve for the people who are unhoused on our streets? Why not do that? And you play a critical role in that. So that's really what Greenville Together is about. And if it was easy, somebody would have solved it by now, right? Yeah. Hard things are hard.
The right down the street from us, Unity Park. Is that a charge or ironic? We don't want it to be ironic, right? We want it to be a charge. I've had 2 or 3 people sit here in this chair tonight and hit me with gaps, like say, this is how I'm not being served. And frankly, Megan, I have got nothing for them but to apologize. Like I can give you a reason why you are not being served in the way that you're asking to be served, but man, all I've got for you is I'm sorry. Like we got to do better.
We got to do better.
We got to do better. We got to find a solution because the one guy that was sitting here, he wants help. And there's no room at the end.
That's right.
Right? And that's real. And it's 20 degrees out.
That's right. That's right.
So, I'm all about the urgency. And, the tongue-in-cheek, you're not afraid of the tough conversations. Like, we're down here in the what used to be the Bible Belt. We love to avoid, right? But we can't avoid. We need to have the hard conversation, and call it like we see it, and then be willing to step into the messiness of that and find a path forward.
So listen, Ryan, like that wasn't tongue in cheek, by the way. That was the real deal. Here's what I will tell you, and what I think the power of experiences like this are, right? Having somebody sit in the seat who is right now struggling. I think one of the challenges we have as a community is that it's really easy to go from point A to point B and see all the lovely things about Greenville and never really interact with anybody who is different than us, whether that means they're struggling or not. Like there's a real ability here to be around sameness and be in our bubbles, whatever that means. And I believe that one of the ways to start getting at this, to find those solutions, is deeper connectivity as human beings, right? I think that's one of the beautiful things about Greenville Together, is we have people with lived experience on the council, and that has gotten real really fast.
Is Neil's been here?
Yes, I
He's
actually,
still
the
there.
reason why I was a few minutes late coming up here is because Neil and I were chit-chatting and catching up on, life and what's happening, and warm clothing techniques that we need to embrace right now, right? So like that to me has been one of the most powerful things. How do we create that environment that's not exploiting people, right? That's not what that's about, but just real human understanding, because at the end of the day, we're not that different. We're not that different. So you talked about we have to get into the nitty gritty and the rub of this and do hard things and have hard conversations. Yeah, we do, right? So I have to laugh because this has cracked me up since it happened. In our last meeting last week, when we go around the circle and we talk about like what's the one thing, I'm like, we're gonna fix 211, which by the way is one of the,
it was wonderful.
You literally did a like belly
laugh,
like laugh, and I'm like, all right, I see you and I raise you.
I just like that you were owning it,
because it's broken. Like we're not at the table saying, we have all the issues figured out and all the problems solved. Now you all go change because we're doing everything. Like we're not. 211 is broken. It's broken at the state level. It's broken within our community of connecting people in a real way. There's some good that happens for it, right? Like there's some good. We're making some strides, but it's not at the level that this community deserves. So we have the power to fix that. So let's fix it. But that means it's action, right? So I will forever have that image of you kicked back belly laugh at that, like that.
Right
that
there.
was actually what you did. And I'm like, okay, that's good, because everybody knows it, but nobody wanted to say it, and I wanted to own that because we have
and
work
you
to do,
acknowledged
too.
it in a room of people that are on the receiving end of the phone calls when 211 doesn't work.
Or someone doesn't answer,
Yeah.
or they're on hold for 45 minutes, or they get disconnected, or
Yeah.
they get told to call another number that tells them to call 211. Like imagine being on the phone for that long, sometimes with limited battery, or borrowing someone's phone, and calling and waiting only to hear call this number, and then you call that number and they say call United Way, right? Like that's broken, that's ridiculous. We can do better. We can do better.
And it's a tangible, fixable thing.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we might have to go rogue, but that's okay.
Is it a rogue thing?
That. I mean, a little bit. It's a little complicated, but I'm happy to share it all later. But yeah, like we would have to maybe get a little creative on how we did. We did it during COVID. Let me tell you that we did our own very specific Greenville County resource line, and it worked really, really well because we ran it here, and it was resourced well to do so. So there's some things that we can do that can fix it, but we have to rebuild that trust.
Well, you tell me how I can help.
Trust me, I will. Be one of my secret shoppers on whether or not it's working. When you call
man,
in.
I need secret shoppers too.
Yeah.
But I got some tonight that
Cool.
weren't secret shoppers. They're like, hey, I'm a shopper.
Yeah.
And you're not selling me good goods. Well, good. So what would you, like, the people that are watching this that aren't in this world, what would you say to them?
A couple things, right? One, like the very biggest level, or the most broad level, I would say, is our community has a history of doing really hard things for the betterment of our community. So I think about the amazing stories. I've only been here for 7 years, right? So I think about the amazing stories I heard when I joined this community in 2018 of Falls Park and the bridge. and how so many people said, why would you ever pull down a perfectly good 4-lane highway that gets us from point A to point B? But there were leaders who had a vision of what was possible that is now really one of the crown jewels of our region that has made Greenville, and it's brought a lot of good with that, and it's brought some challenges with that. And from what I understand, the naysayers at that time were like, you can't do this and you'll never be able to do this, were the same people standing on the bridge clapping and excited that look at what we've accomplished for our community. So that just tells me sometimes you have to bring people along and meet them where they are to do those hard things. I think we're at this inflection point right now of we have to make a choice as a community. We have to say, do we choose solutions that invite everyone into the quality of life that so many of us experience here? Or do we want to say, that's not our problem, and push people out? We don't want to see them. We don't want them to be part of our community. Back to sitting down and connecting with people, I haven't yet met anybody in my entire career, which has been dedicated to this space in Greenville and other communities, where I've sat down next to them and they say, I love not knowing where my next meal is coming from. I love not knowing if I can pay rent. I love not knowing if I can get my kids to school. I don't care about my kids or my education. No, you don't hear that. You hear, I want the same things for my family and for myself that other people have. They've just had a different set of circumstances that have created that. So when I think about this community, I invite everyone into having a conversation, to connecting on a human level, to not starting from a place of fear. There's so much fear. I was at the farmer's market during Helene, and there was a gentleman who was struggling with his mental health, and he was walking down the street and talking to himself, and there was a group of police officers standing in the corner, and someone came up to the police officer and said, why aren't you doing something about this man who's walking down in the farmer's market talking to himself? And they said, ma'am, what would you like us to do? Like, what is he doing? Well, he's talking to himself. Let me tell you, there are many times where I'm talking to myself about things. Thank goodness we're not policing that, right? Like, I think there needs to be a deeper understanding and narrative shift for people about what it means to experience hardship and what it means to struggle, and then join us to be part of the solution. That to me is, this is not they're no different than us, right?
Yeah.
Our people that are struggling, or people that are, we're all human.
One of our longtime staff members, okay, I am running out of room here. One of our longtime staff members who's been helping women's homelessness for a couple decades. She loves to say, like, no little girl in her kindergarten class says, I want to grow up to be a homeless addict.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And I would add to that every person you see is somebody's child.
Yes.
Or parent.
Yes.
Or sibling. And we would not wish this on our, even the relatives we don't care for.
Right.
Right? And if we can all sit down at the table and not have this not my monkey, not my zoo attitude, and not necessarily get your hands dirty. We don't need everybody to get their hands dirty. We need the people to at least say, do what we got to do as a community.
Right.
And I'm not going to get in your way.
Right.
Because there's so much of that, so much in every community around this country. There's 14 other rescue mission CEOs doing this right now simultaneously.
I love that.
And in every community, there's this element of NIMBY, not in my backyard.
Right.
Like, just fix it, but don't fix it here.
But I don't want to see it.
Yeah. And that's not an option.
Agreed.
Somebody's got to see it.
Agreed.
Yeah, and really, in 2025, these mixed income approaches seem to be the most effective.
Yeah.
Right? Where we intentionally mix.
Yes.
Right? We normalize that people are at different places in life.
Right. And there's some great examples where that has really worked for communities on every single level, right? Mixed income, mixed age groups, right? There's some really interesting work happening with our aging community members and younger community members in that mixed living environment. There's just a lot of creative ways that I think we can get at this that we're just starting to scratch the surface on.
Yeah.
But I completely agree with you on that front.
I thank you for coming down here in the cold.
Oh my gosh, it's my pleasure.
Yeah. we're gonna be out here all day. So if you want to stop by tomorrow, let me know.
You know, I will take you up on that. And thank you for all that you're doing. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Yeah.
Good to see
yeah,
you.
Good
Mitten
to see you
to
too.
mitten.
Yes, mitten to mitten. Neil's like, I
Neil's gotta go
have
home.
work
Yeah,
to do.
Sherry's
Yes.
calling.
I bet she is calling you. Good to see you.
I need a pen.
Yeah.
You
He's
got
ready
one for
for
me?
you. He's
All
ready
right.
for you. All right, Neil, I'll see you soon. Tell Sherry, hey. Okay. All right, good to see you. All right, love you too. I'll see you soon. Thank you so much.
All right,
Bye,
see you,
Ryan. See ya.
Megan.
Take care.
Hey guys, I don't mean to be the camera, y'all. This man's doing a good thing right here, guys. I just hope he don't get too cold on us. I'm worried about him, I really am. It's hard being out here, guys. It really is.
Apparently that
Well, he's got him some heat now. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. At least he's not going to get too cold on us. I'm just probably praying for him all night to be stay warm.
I did bring some like warm sandwiches.
Get him some sleep because he's going to need it. It's very hard to sleep in the cold.
Yeah.
Unless you're like somebody like me who's from it, I can sleep like a baby.
Thanks, Neil.
I thank you, brother.
See you, brother. Thanks for coming out.
You are welcome. I'm going to come check on you in the morning. I got to come to the shelter and load
Okay.
up. So we got to do our outreach thing. Got to go load up and get some stuff done.
All right, brother.
All right, brother.
All right, see you, Neil. See you. All right, we got David next.
David, come on in.
Okay. How you doing?
Good to see you, sir. Come on in, have a seat.
I didn't know it was set up like this. I thought you'd just be hanging out here. I was trying to see if you needed anything.
Yeah, no, live stream.
Yeah,
the world's watching.
Being taken care of.
Yeah, you know, and that's like, look at this pile of stuff. Right, this is not homelessness.
No.
I have a heater,
Yeah.
a pile of food that I could not eat if I worked on it all day.
Yeah.
What's your connection to the issue?
So, I've always had an interest in that. When I moved here about 12 years ago, I went to Tri-University Center. And Deb Richardson was there and all that, and just got hooked into it big time there. Recently, I've been involved the last 4 years with the Jobs for Life program here at the Mission.
Yes.
So I'm one of the facilitators, and just really appreciate and enjoy that opportunity to meet some of your guys and help a few out along the way.
Help a few out, help them get some skills.
Yeah, exactly. That's the key is is getting a job and getting employed and having a good job when you build a career off of. That's the goal. I mean, almost anybody can get a job. Just walk down to flip fries or flip hamburgers or serve fries, but you get a job and a career in an area that you're really interested in. It's a different story. That's, I think, a key step to getting out of this scenario.
Sure. Economic mobility, being able to provide for yourself in some way.
Yeah.
And you've seen some successes?
Yeah, I really have, and it's really cool the relationships that are built and even maintained after the program is over. It's really hard to see.
Yeah.
So it's been good.
Well, were you just came down here tonight for this?
I heard about it. So I thought I'd walk down and see if you needed anything, and I had no idea it was set up like this. I didn't spend a lot of time on the internet researching it.
So you're a volunteer.
Yeah.
For somebody else that maybe was, nervous about coming into a rescue mission, like what would you say to them?
It's great. It's life changing, and you know that. And it just a matter of stepping out and getting out of your comfort zone and showing up and seeing how you can help. And not walking by the guys if you see them out in the street, downtown, whatever. You can look at them, acknowledge, say hello, how's it going? That kind of stuff. It's not complicated.
It's not complicated. It's about seeing human life for human life and engaging in relationship.
Yeah, and I really wish people would understand it's something that you actually gain more out of it than you put into it. That's the secret sauce, is that you come out and get engaged. And it's not so much I feel like I'm helping somebody, it's more like we're helping each other.
Yeah.
Experiences. So I think I wasn't listening to your conversation with Megan, but there was a lot of conversations back and forth about the needs of the community and all that kind of stuff. And what it really takes is just people being willing to show up and do something.
Show up and do something.
It can't be a government agency or anything.
Don't talk about it, be about
just
it.
Just do something.
Yeah.
That's not defined. There are so many opportunities in Greenville to serve in any capacity, and the need is huge. So, yeah, let's do it.
Well, I appreciate you coming down here and, in the
Glad
cold.
Glad to see you're taken care of. That's good.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what to expect, but
Yeah, no, this is great. This is great.
Good luck with the program.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for coming down.
Thanks.
All right, Kurt.
Hey, Kurt. Before y'all, they're just dropping in some Earl Grey tea real quick.
Just bringing you Earl Grey.
Give him a high five.
Yeah.
They're not sitting to talk.
All right, guys, this is Len and Heather Steeman, good friends of mine, my best friend's parents. So, thank you guys for coming down.
Electric blanket.
Oh man, ooh, electric blanket.
Yeah, that extension cord should be able to. You'll be here 2 nights now.
No, this is great. Thank you guys.
Awesome.
Thank
It's
you
been
guys.
great watching you and all the guests. Just amazing to see just how many opportunities are to serve in the Greenville area. Just amazing. So
endless.
Thanks for highlighting all of it.
We haven't done it yet. We trying to, right? We're trying to be a city that cares.
Amen.
Good, good. All right, thanks guys. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Hey there, Kurt. Ryan Dirk, come on in, have a seat.
Yes, man. This is not my forte. I'm an introvert.
Okay. Well, it's just me and you talking. Forget about the camera.
Yeah, really. Like I could do that. But no, I serve at Grace Church.
Okay.
Pelham with Wes Cabin.
Yes.
And
love Wes.
I work with him on the AV team there at Grace.
Okay.
And I serve with him on Saturday mornings at Overcomers.
Okay, great.
So the Miracle Hymn Ministries is on my heart. Being a testimony to the guys and having them be a testimony back to me. Graham and Kirby, just again.
Kirby brought me some hot hands a few minutes ago.
Yes. I talked to her before she left. And just, again, seeing the grace of God in the community and dealing with the guys week after week and making sure they understand that just because they're in that program doesn't mean they're any worse than me.
Right.
Or our other guys, that it's all a work of grace and that we're all sinners. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. I really enjoy serving there. I'm still not quite out of my shell. I'm an introvert. I prefer to be alone a lot of times. But I run slides for Wes at Grace, and I'm trying to get to those guys more and shepherd them while they shepherd me.
So I'm gonna let you in on a secret.
Yes, sir.
I am an introvert. Having a 24-hour conversation is like my worst nightmare.
Amen. Amen.
But man, we got to get out of our comfort zones to help people. And if I can be a little uncomfortable, both physically and emotionally for a day, then I'm willing to do it. Whatever we got to do.
That's what I'm working on. I've been to Nicaragua with Wes a couple times and just trying to make myself share my life's love of Christ, what he's done for me with the guys at Overcomers as well as the guys at Grace. And the Lord's opened many opportunities at work. I'm a supervisor and work from home, but I've had opportunity after opportunity to share in how I discipline my staff and show them grace and show them Christ. And it's a blessing. And, it's just, there's so much the Lord has done for me that I want to give back. And especially for the guys at Overcomers, to give them hope that they're going to fall down and grace will pull them back up. The Lord of grace will pull them back up and not let them get discouraged. But we try to show up week after week to fellowship and sing with them, and it's a blessing to be around them.
The Cabins are a powerhouse. I got Leanne on here tomorrow to talk about Front Porch. So man, they don't talk about it. They are about serving fellow man. Yeah, you're in good company for sure.
I'm learning. Wes is the extrovert. I am not.
Yeah.
And he is determined to to make me into an image of him in some way.
Okay.
And it's quite funny because he's put me in situations in Nicaragua and here in Overcomers where I'm like, I don't know if I can do this. But again, the Lord's always gracious. And the guys at Overcomers are so forgiving. So if we mess up on the music or the slides, they're just singing right along with us anyway.
Yeah.
So
How are you,
it's worth
Megan?
Well, good. Well, thank you for your service to those guys and for being part of the solution. That's what this whole thing's all about.
Indeed, indeed. It like I say, it's a joy for me because they encourage my soul. And again, just to know that I'm giving back to them what God's given me and the hope. I don't want them to, sit there and stew in the past. I want them to look to Jesus and go forward.
Yeah.
Thank
Amen.
you so much for what you do here. I haven't been on this side of town in ages. Years and years ago, I was a paramedic stationed here at
Is that right?
So I've driven these streets in a truck before, but now I live in Taylor's and I don't get out this way much.
My wife won't let me come down here because I spend all night talking to people and trying to help them, deal with their issues, whatever the case may be. But man, we have a beautiful city here.
Yes, we do.
Even though other than work, I don't get down here a whole lot.
Well, thank you, Ryan, for what you do.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down.
And thank you for talking. It's great.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, reporting for James.
Come on, Charlie Hall.
So, Starbucks is closed, so you get a Hall family decaf.
Okay.
Complimentary West Point mug. Caramel oat milk.
Okay.
That's what me and Elizabeth drink every morning. So.
Okay.
I didn't realize Starbucks was closed at 10 at night.
What in the world?
And I happen to have not that you need it, but I happen to have a UWS.
Okay.
Large for you.
Yes.
For your
I will take that. Thank you. Come on in here. Oh. I'm in the lap of luxury now with this heater.
That's decaf too.
Yeah. Perfect. I was on the struggle bus.
That's your talking points.
Now this
So
is
get my name.
Whoever's up next.
This is recording now.
You're live streamed, man. This is wild.
Hey, Katie Smith.
She was on here earlier.
Katie said she was going to watch us tonight, so
okay.
I was going to tell a Katie Smith story to embarrass her.
Well, but before you do that, tell the people who you are and what you do.
Yeah. So, well, first off, Ryan's kind of bougie. He asked for a decaf Americano with oat milk, and I didn't realize Starbucks was closed at 10 at night. So, I got the old decaf out of the Hall family
It's
freezer.
delicious.
And brewed it specially for you. But yeah, I'm Charlie. I'm the CEO of Upstate Warrior Solution, a local veteran-serving nonprofit, and I've enjoyed getting to be friends with Ryan over the last probably 5-6 years. So yeah, it's good to be out tonight.
You're my second golf buddy on tonight.
Yes.
The first was Nick Bush. He came by.
Well, I was telling Megan Barp about the famous Ryan Dirk golf story. I don't know if I can share that on Facebook Live.
I think we can share it.
So
to put it in context, before he tells this story, I had been playing golf for like 2 months.
Yep.
I had just learned. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this guy has the great idea to ask Ryan Dirk, the novice golfer, to play golf at Legacy Pines the week before it closed. I'm sure you Greenville folks remember Legacy Pines and
the old He-Jazz.
When you're out on the golf course and you're kind of standing off to the side of somebody and you're like, I feel like I'm maybe a little in the line of fire. And as I was thinking the word fire, Dirk fires from 100 yards out, and I see a ball screaming at me, and I just turn in time to get clipped right in the side where it's nice and fleshy, thankfully.
Yes.
And it hurt. It was rough, but I played it up, and Dirk comes running over. Oh my gosh! Like, I've killed the guy, and I did send him my chiropractor bill for the adjustment of my right buttock cheek. So
Buttock
that's
cheek,
the story.
you can say that on Facebook
That's the
Live.
story.
Yep, and I will never live that story down as
And
long as we
I
know
will
each
say,
other.
we played a couple times since, and the game is coming along. But stick to your day job as well.
I finally picked up a hybrid just today, so I'm on my way. So where is the intersection of veterans and homelessness?
Yeah, so, you know, we've had homeless veterans as long as we've had homeless people, but, you know, homelessness in the veterans community really didn't become like a thing until after Vietnam. I think post-World War I, World War II, there were, like I said, there have always been homeless folks, but I think our community embraced their returning warriors more so after the first two world wars. And then after Vietnam, that was obviously controversial. And we had just a lot more rampant drug use and everything else. Veterans homelessness became a much bigger issue. So it's been a big tasker for the VA really since Vietnam to combat veterans homelessness. It's like cold. I'm like,
It's very cold.
But and you know, it's a, you know, the kind of, you know, a lot of the reasoning is veterans, when they get out of the military, are already kind of missing the community of the military. So when life happens, whether it's relationships, divorce, drugs, alcohol, loss of employment, what have you, and folks are in a vulnerable position, it's kind of like a double whammy for veterans because life has happened to them in a hard way and they miss the camaraderie of the military. So that's kind of created a bit of a, just a kind of a tougher population when those folks are homeless. So I will say the government and the community have put a lot of resources towards veterans homelessness over the last really 20 years especially. And we put a major dent in. A lot of communities have ended veterans homelessness, and you know, in many ways most communities shouldn't have homeless veterans because we have so many resources for them. So, yeah.
So, we've talked several times over the course of this thing about this idea of effective zero, right? Of having as many people exit the system as enter the system. And I think it's important for the people to understand that when we're talking about veterans homelessness, there are more resources available, arguably, for veterans homelessness than any other population in our society, and yet still we struggle to achieve effective zero. What is the rub? What stops us?
Well, one, I'm trying to figure out how many layers you have on. So
lots.
Good work. And with the rain jacket on top, that's...
Well, it's a ski jacket, so it comes layered.
I mean, a lot of it goes back into that kind of, you know, there's a little bit of this male pride, ego issue where the military is about 80% male, 20% female, so pretty heavily male dominated. Those folks come home, life hits them in the face. So, hey, even though I could get this resource, I'm tough. I'm going to handle it on my own. I got this. And then that leads to just, you know, going down that path. So there's that kind of stubbornness of vets. And, you know, there's also just a lot of vets aren't in the community where they grew up. And I think that's why a lot of people that were struggling after World War I and World War II didn't necessarily face homelessness because they went back to their communities and their church, their family, their old high school teachers was like, hey, let's help this guy, and help them get out of whatever they're struggling with. Whereas I think in today's age, most vets go to a new community because they probably didn't want to go to where they grew up and go back to the hood. So they're in a new community and they've got that pride issue in a new community, and it just becomes, it kind of exacerbates the problem a bit.
Yeah. So even with all the resources in the world, it's still complicated.
Yeah, and it's a we always say it's a one size fits one approach.
Yeah.
There can't be this like, hey, let's just put all the veterans in tiny homes and give them all a cup of hot chocolate and a job. It's just like case management. You've got to look at each situation as a one-size-fits-one approach. It's complicated. Like, you know, a lot of the service providers here in the Greenville area, they're like, what's up with you vets? You have all these resources, government, community, nonprofit, but we're still talking about veterans homelessness, and we got all these non-vets that don't have nearly that. And it's hard to explain that sometimes, but there's a lot of factors there.
Yeah. So how much of the veteran community, like you work with vets in all variety of different situations, how much of the veteran community works to take care of the veteran community? Like, is that brotherhood still there?
Yeah, it is, and I mean that's why we started Upstate Warrior Solution in 2012 to really take care of our own. Pre-2012, we had, you know, a lot of great resources. Miracle Hill's been forever, but really, I think until the last 10 years, you've got more of a, hey, let's us vets like really put our arms around this problem as a veteran community. Veterans can talk to each other more uniquely. You know, I've met Mr. Dirk, Ryan's dad. Like, he wants to talk to another Vietnam vet. Like, that's his kind. We don't relate as much as well, but I talk very well to other Iraq, Afghanistan vets. So there's a camaraderie that's built there, and there's kind of a trust level, and we can level with each other a little more. But we're still extremely stubborn, and that's, you know, that becomes problematic at times.
So there's some generational challenges.
Yeah, there's generational challenges. Your next guest, Matt Alexander, he's one of the most stubborn vets I know. I mean, wait till you talk to this guy. I mean, he's a handful.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to it. So
hey, Matt's here.
Yeah. So if somebody wanted to get involved with Upstate Warrior, do they have to be a vet?
No. I mean, obviously, there's this whole vets talking to vets thing, but we've seen a lot of value in veterans having friends, mentors outside of the veterans community. Actually, some of our best mentors in our pipeline of volunteers are non-vets that are just good-blooded Americans that can sit down and have a conversation with someone. It's all about the heart as opposed to what you've done. So yeah, we have a lot of ways to get involved. We have a great veterans treatment court here in Greenville that Judge Chuck Simmons runs, and some of our best mentors have been civilians that just have the time and energy to give back as opposed to being a veteran. So yeah, lots of ways.
So Judge Simmons, man, what a guy. So he runs all the courts. I feel like he runs all the courts.
Yeah, he runs all the diversionary courts for the circuit.
So veterans court, drug court, what else?
And when he's the master of equity, so he deals with all the like landlord-tenant disputes and everything. Like that.
Yeah, he's a gem for this community. Okay, so if somebody wants to get involved at Upstate Warrior, what do they do?
Yeah, so come to our website, upstatewarriorsolution.org or uws.us. We also have a new center over on Pelham Road, 770 Pelham, the Rupert Hughes Veterans Center. And that's been kind of a one-stop shop for our vets, but also for our community just to come in and learn more about ways to give back, ways to dig in. And we're also it's been really cool. We've got some good vets here at Miracle Hill that are in all layers of management. One of my favorite people in the world, Mike Todd, former Army chaplain, is a counselor here at the Rescue Mission. So part of it is we just have a pretty good veterans network in the upstate. So if you talk to Mike or Tim Brown here at Miracle Hill, they can tell you about ways to get involved. And it's not all about our organization, but it's about the whole network and the whole community and getting plugged in. So anyway, folks can get plugged in, veterans or not, the better.
Yeah, great. Thanks for coming out, man.
I got to introduce you to my friend Matt.
Okay, well, bring him in. Get in here, Matt.
Can we do a 3 people on the bench?
We can do 4. We can fit 4.
3 men on the bench.
So I don't know if you've met Matt yet.
Oh, yeah. Good to see you.
Come on in.
Good to see you, man. Yeah.
Pass it next to you.
Yeah, come on.
I was watching from home, and the far side of that bench is pretty dark. So
is it?
I don't want to be in the shadows, and so just get in closer.
Well, you're supposed to come bearing gifts. What you got?
It was a long night tonight in the Alexander household, so I apologize.
You got yourself here. That's good enough.
Yeah, I had a neighbor come over to stay with the kids, and I built it over here.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, so Matt and I have been friends through church. We go to downtown Pres, literally right around the corner, and Matt's been a good friend for years. And Furman guy, former Army helicopter pilot, that flew medevac in Iraq, and now wants to be a politician. So
I'm not about that. It's about them.
So what's your connection to this issue?
To the Miracle Hill?
Homelessness in general.
I'd say I've been involved with Homes of Hope for years. And
Okay.
Don Egglesby will be here in about an hour, I think. And I have loved watching just the kind of relationship with Homes of Hope and Miracle Hill. And I think you said a little bit earlier how you can't be great at everything. You got to pick and choose what you're good at. And you guys do a fantastic job of meeting people where they are, building that relationship. You know, the mental, physical, spiritual, emotional aspect of it. And then, you know, once they get to that point, and Homes of Hope kind of takes it from the Overcomers program to their men's workforce development, and just, you know, as the men launch back into society, it's just amazing to see that life change happen.
Yeah.
And just using the unique gifts that the Lord gives each of us in ways to positively impact individuals. It's amazing. So I've loved watching that. I've loved sort of partnering with Miracle Hill with Downtown Pres. And what you guys do.
I think we've got a couple of our pastors from Downtown Pres, I think, teach at the mission during the week. Sam Town.
Sam does, for sure.
Yeah. Maybe Jeff Heiser. Maybe occasionally Brian Habig. So that's been cool for us.
A lot of mission guests are members of your church.
We've got a few folks that have joined the church.
Yeah, so Michael joined a few months ago as well.
Yeah. So, well, I'll bid you adieu. It's time for bed.
Oh yeah. The old Marine's getting creaky.
Actually, Matt's a golfer as well. I told the infamous Ryan Dirk hitting me with a golf ball story.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you that sometime.
Called plus 20 handicap, above 20 handicap, average golfer, but that's not my definition.
Ryan, I'm one chapter shy of finishing your book.
Okay.
Well done.
Thank you.
Writing a book, especially at your ripe young age. But thank you for writing that. It was eye-opening to me. Just seeing, obviously, your story and how the Lord worked in that, but just, you know, with my work with vets that, you know, fall off the proverbial wagon after 4 years or 20 years of service, and how, you know, there's hope in Jesus, but there's also hope in just this model of how you guys work. So
yeah,
we've got a vet right now that's going down that path, and actually mailed him a copy of your book. I don't know if he's reading it, but Zach, if you're out there, read Ryan's book.
Yeah.
It's a good one. If you finish it, he'll sign it.
I will sign it. I've signed several on camera tonight, which has been
Only
weird.
if you finish it and give me a book report with 300 words.
Yeah.
But yeah, cool.
Hey, you
Thank
got any
guys.
as a military? You got any advice to me on how to stay warm all night?
Stand up every once in a while. Stamp your feet. Don't take your boots off and leave them out in the snow like I did when I was a second lieutenant. I think my guys were setting me up for failure, but we're in Fort Riley, Kansas, and it was this cold or more, but there was a lot of frost, and they were like, yeah, just take your boots off when you get in your sleeping bag and just kind of put them out there right by your sleeping bag. I got up the next morning, my boots were frozen solid, could not get my feet in them. So I had to walk around for the next 2 hours going through the breakfast line in my socks. And let's just say that it did not go well for me.
I went on a
What
3
do
week.
pilots do?
I went on a 3 week training exercise and unpacked my bag in the tent. I realized I did not bring any socks. And that's a really bad thing to forget in the Army. If you're outdoors.
Yeah, what do they say? Take care of your feet.
So if you got socks, you got.
Trust me, I saw this guy's packing list last night. He sent me a video of his packing list. He's got on a lot of clothes right now.
I believe it.
Yeah, I was good for the first 2 hours, and then it really started seeping into my bones, and I have re-upped on layers several times.
But I will say, I'm a little disappointed because I was expecting you to be roughing it, but we've got a heater, we've got stuffed animals, multiple cups of coffee, like all kind of various and sundry feel-good things.
My daughter brought me this red
is.
panda, Charlie. I am not ashamed of my red panda.
My wife has a heated vest. I almost brought that, but I figured it would.
Len and Heather just brought me a heated blanket, which we'll kick up here at some point. Did you guys get a heater in there yet? No. Good.
Well, I'll roll if y'all want to finish up your conversation. So.
All right. Tell Elizabeth hello.
I will. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Yep.
See y'all. All right. So we can see each other better. We're just doing the body heat.
No, man. It's good. So,
Well.
what brings you out here tonight?
Charlie Hall it's been fantastic for all the years I've known him, saying, Matt, you need to do this. And so he has not let me down yet. And he's a great friend.
Yeah.
So, excited to be here and be a part of it.
Yeah. So, like, as a community member, like, what would you say that this, like, a general community member, not a service provider, but a general community member, what ownership does the community have in affecting change on an issue like homelessness?
I think what you said tonight one time was don't be a bystander. On the way over, don't talk about it, be about it. I think that really kind of captures it right there. And it's easy to, whether the issue is, Greenville's a growing city, whether it's affordable housing, homelessness, traffic, those are all real things that are a part of the growing city, and it's really easy to talk about them, but for anybody in the community to talk about it, but actually getting engaged and doing something about it, I think that's what a community member can do. And not just saying, well, Miracle Hill has that covered. What can we do as individuals to affect change in a positive way?
So we can't quite hit DPC with a rock, but we can kind of hit DPC with a rock.
Yeah.
And you guys have like a committee devoted to outreach?
So that's a city serve committee. We call it a downtown pres, and that is eight local ministries that we support that financially, that if we have members of our church, attendees of our church that say, how can I get involved in Greenville? We say, these are great organizations that are doing great things in our community that we kind of vouch for and that are great ways to get plugged in. And so Miracle Hill is one of 8 of those. So that's kind of what's that about. That the church supports, and also that we encourage our members to get involved with and support as well.
Well, how did you get on that committee?
Charlie and I are both deacons at Downtown Pres, and as part of deacon, you're on Presbyterians love committees. And so if you need to talk about anything, they say, okay, let's make a committee to talk about that. And so Charlie and I are both on the City Serve Committee, and I am that's the City Serve, one of them that I'm on.
Okay.
And I'm the liaison to Homes of Hope. We each have different roles, and so in mine, I'm the liaison to Homes of Hope. there's each person that's a liaison to each one of the 8 ministries.
Okay. So, I mean, Downtown Pres is a huge partner of ours at this point in the game. As we pointed out just a minute ago, several pastors that teach here throughout the week. We have lots of guys that go down the street to the church. What would you say is like the church's responsibility to be a part of these solutions? Not DPC, Big C Church.
Kind of what I said earlier is churches are great at talking about the problems, encouraging members to get involved, see these people as brothers and sisters in Christ who are in a unique, difficult position, and come beside them and find a way to love them. And I think that's what the church can do. Provide avenues to do that, which is what I think what Downtown Pres tries to do with the City Serve Committee, saying, here are 8 great organizations, you can write a check to it, but also here are tangible ways to give up your time and your background, your network, mentorship, whatever it is, to come alongside those people.
Okay, great. Any last words you want to leave with the people?
I'd say we live in an awesome community. Greenville is beautiful, it's thriving. A lot of people want to move here, but that fact brings challenges.
Sure.
Some of them are good problems, some problems that other cities would like to have. Cities that are not growing also have their own unique challenges. But I think it's get involved, find a way to use your unique gifts, skills, and abilities to affect positive change for our community and individuals, and each of the individual humans inside this building behind us too. That's the way it happens.
Yeah. Good, man. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you for doing this.
I'm not going to say my pleasure. I want to say my pleasure.
Yeah.
But you know what's feeling good, Charlie? Charlie's off camera. Carolina Indoor Golf. We've been talking about heading out there sometime in the next couple
I
weeks.
thought you were going to say like Moe's Barbecue or something. I'm tired of talking about golf.
All right, thank you guys for coming out. All right, Colt Smith.
How you doing, Ryan?
Good, man. How are you?
Thanks. I got a couple questions for you.
Come on in.
Oh. So I've been staying in the cold mat shelter trying to get your program. That's going good.
Okay,
I'm on
good.
day 3 of checking in.
Okay,
But
good.
The question I wanted to bring to your attention is, how did this rescue mission start? I heard it started as a soup kitchen from some friends. And I've heard it started from a church. And I just keep getting different answers. So
Yeah, so great opportunity for a history lesson. So 1937, you know, kind of on the heels of the Depression, a group of individuals, not churches, but Christian individuals that saw a need in the community, opened up a soup kitchen in downtown Greenville, right down that way. They saw the need expand and very quickly established the first Greenville rescue mission, which was a couple blocks in that direction. And then, so we've been here for all those years on this street. We're in our 3rd building serving Greenville.
do you guys plan to, because I'm on like day 3 of trying to get to bed, do you guys plan to expand, or what's your growth for 2025?
Yeah, so great question. We don't have plans to expand shelter services. We have plans to dig deeper on shelter services and try to get more people through to open up more beds so that you don't have to wait 3 days to get a bed.
Absolutely, that's where I'm at.
You got enough warm clothes, Cole?
This is all the clothes I got, so I'm working on that.
Well, we are going to make sure before you get out of here downstairs that we get you some more warm clothes, because I'm freezing and I got 10 times as many clothes as you do on.
I do appreciate it, Ryan. You have any questions for me?
No, man. You know, thank you for coming up here and talking to me.
Thank you.
Yep.
So it started as a soup kitchen. That's so cool.
Yeah. Hey, Jacob.
Here's some more socks.
Hey, can we get? Can you call Brian Newton and see if we can get him some warmer clothes? He's going down to the cold shelter.
Yeah. Be right back. Or you can hang out right there until I get them, or whatever you want to do.
All right. So Laura, you're next. Come on. And then we're gonna get you, young man. We'll get you in a minute.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh goodness. So I'm friends with Lizzie.
Okay.
And she had posted something. We go to church together at Augusta Heights, and so she had posted something about it. And then so I tuned in when it got started, and then I saw her interview.
Yeah.
And so off and on today, I've been looking at it and watching interviews, and I said, okay, I'm gonna go down there. And so I don't live very far from here, so
Yeah.
I got in my car and came down, and I just wanted to say how much this means to so many people in this community. I've been involved in a lot of different areas in the community as far as with homelessness, and years ago I used to bring a group of people over for the Thanksgiving dinner, a group of people that live just in low income housing areas.
We still do that.
I know, and so I need to get back into that.
I got the whole Beber clan here this year.
Well, I really enjoyed it, and the ladies that I brought, we really had a good time doing that. And then I brought different, brought clothing over here before, and just come and brought food before, and I will say that's one thing that is discouraging to me here in Greenville is the food waste, and I have tried so hard in like, and I'll name them, Harris Teeter, Publix, to get them to donate all the food that they throw away. And it breaks my heart to go in there when they're just sweeping through and dumping it in the trash can. And I don't understand that. I know it's liability, but I don't even understand that.
A lot of the grocery stores do donate. I'd say a large chunk of all the food we rescue comes from different grocery chains. And
well, like you said, the breads, the donuts, those kind of things are easy, but all these
perishables and stuff like that. Yeah, and I'm sure that there are probably some governing laws that you and I don't know on why they do what they do, and they have like policies that it's not even at the end of the life cycle. Like they have to get rid of it when it still has 2 or 3 days left. Which certainly we could use. So I'm with you. We need more grocery stores to give more. We want to provide more balanced meals to the best of our ability, and perishables is the hardest part of that.
Yeah. And I've talked to the managers, they've got to go to corporate, I've sent to corporate. There's organizations out there that will actually take the food from them, but it's a paying, it's a for-profit companies that are out there that'll do that, and they don't want to pay, of course, to have that happen. But every time I'm in the grocery store and they're like you said, still got good dates on them, but you just see them throwing them into the grocery carts, and I'm just like, can I do something with that? So that's one thing I wish we could work better.
Grocery stores, Laura's putting you on blast.
Yep, sorry guys.
Reach out to any of us. We'll come rescue your food before it goes in the dumpster.
Oh, I know, definitely. But yeah, I think this is a neat thing that you're doing as a blast out there to the community, what's going on. I know Red was here earlier talking about churches and trying to get them to open up their doors for people. And initially I was like, yeah, why not? We've got all this space, why don't we use it? And then I know, then your people say, well, the logistics part of it. And that goes all the way back to the food. You open up your doors, and then what are you opening it up for, sad to say, in the world we live in, what might happen?
So, what's interesting, going back to the history lesson that I just helped that guy with, prior to the Great Depression, the Big C Church took care of all social services across the world, right? Like there was no homeless or orphan or food services that the church didn't handle. And the system got overrun during the Depression, so the federal government took a step in and the church took a step out. And so you fast forward, like arguably, Miracle Hill shouldn't exist, right? Like the church should be doing that. Now we do that on behalf of the church, and I love this ministry, and I'm very grateful for it. But yeah, all these issues are inconvenient. Right? And that is what it is. The logistics are inconvenient. Finding volunteers is inconvenient. To get a volunteer to come and man a gym overnight inconveniences that, that person. But man, what if we all said, hey, let's solve this, especially in these dangerous nights like this. It's completely doable.
And and that's what we're placed on earth to do. God put us here to help others. And that's one thing, that I have learned. And I was raised in a family that way. My parents are very giving. And, I learned that. And I love to give back. And I love to help. And, I was telling one of the guys, I've been up in western North Carolina, going back and forth and camping out up there, and staying in Burnsville. And gosh, what an eye-opener that was to me. I'm very blessed.
Yeah, and we got to get out of our own way. Like, I just learned that, and somebody can fact check me on this. The Amish went up there and built all those tiny houses, and the people were removed from those tiny houses like last week because of codes and regulations. And let's get out of our own way. Those people had a home. It's not ideal and it's temporary, but it was something.
Let's kind of put that stuff aside.
Yeah.
While we're trying to solve the main issue that's going on.
That's right.
So yeah, we'll keep up the good work. Stay warm tonight. I know it's
Thank you for coming out here.
And it was great to meet you.
You as well.
And I'll be back for Thanksgiving this year.
Okay, good. Please. And please bring a big group of people with
I
you.
will, definitely.
Okay?
Thanks so
Thank
much,
you.
Brian.
Hey, Josh. Good to see you, buddy. Get over here.
I just wanted to say hey to you, man.
Well, we're going to tell the people what you do because what you do is important.
Oh,
did Keith leave? Hey.
You been all right?
I'm good, man.
Good,
all right,
good.
Tell the people who you are and what you do.
I'm Joshua Scruggs. I work for United Housing Connections. So basically, I go out and I locate people on the streets, help them in any way we can. We get them in touch with you guys, Triune, a couple of other places, and give them any kind of resource that we can.
So you are like boots on the ground outreach to people that are living rough.
Right. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We go anywhere we can. We've been out in the woods, under houses. We've been all over the place. So.
Yeah, I was telling, who did I email? I think I emailed Nick and them.
Yeah.
Behind the Walmart in Taylor's. If you haven't been over there recently, you have been over there?
2 days ago. Yep.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We'll hit it again in the next couple of days. With the
I think a lot of them have moved, but there was a encampment that was growing back there.
Yeah, they keep moving them out, moving them different places, so we're constantly trying to locate new places, but it's interesting, but yeah.
So you've been downstairs for the pit.
Yep, we finished that.
So let's give the people an update. So how many people are in the cold shelter right now?
Right now, if I'm not mistaken, there's about 110 right now, as far as the pit count. For some reason, we did around 50 tonight. We're going to hit it again tomorrow about 9 a.m. We're going to be out on the streets. We have several volunteers, and we actually have several open slots for anybody that wants to volunteer. So,
okay. So if somebody wants to volunteer to go out and try to help us make contact with people, how do they get in touch?
They can call us at United Housing Connections, or they can go to I think it's www.upstatecoc.org.
Okay.
And you can go on there, and you can actually, there's open schedules through Saturday. I know, like Saturday morning, upcoming Saturday morning, we don't have any volunteers. So there are several different time slots. They can go out with us. You get to ride with me, so that's fun, you know. Yeah. But they can go out with us. They help us with the pit count and everything. So.
Hey, we're going to pop you on a Zoom call real quick with Brandon Thomas.
Okay.
We got to squeeze
Good to see
you in.
buddy.
Hey, absolutely. Hey, good luck to you, buddy.
Thank you.
Because we got to do a quick cut at 10:55.
Yes.
See you, brother. Good seeing you.
Absolutely. We'll see y'all later.
Hold on, let me get my. Nah, man, I'm good.
Yeah, the sausages.
Craig, just let me know,
That'd
brother.
be appropriate.
We'll literally keep it 5 minutes.
Is he popping on now?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's got to stay under 5 minutes because we have to crank it up with the pause. Start a new stream.
I'm reaching up here, everybody, because it's where the heater is. If you guys are still on here with us, thanks for hanging tight. I know it's getting late. I don't know what the temperature is, but it's clearly dropped in the past couple hours. Probably in the lower 20s. The streets have gotten really quiet. Not a lot of movement. If there is movement, it's people heading downstairs to the cold weather shelter. So we've been on here for rolling on 8 hours. Man, it's hard to hear with this thing in my ear. Rolling on for 8 hours. I don't know how many people we've talked to at this point. Several dozen, I'm sure. Man, what a complicated issue this is, and how many layers. But how reassuring is it for all the people that we get to interact with? That are involved in this solution.
All right, update. So we're gonna in about 5 minutes, we're gonna stop this stream. Facebook has an 8-hour limit on their stream, and we're gonna start a new one. So it'll pop right back up. But if y'all will give us about 5 minutes to transition, and then you're going to zoom in with Brandon Thomas at that point at 11.
Okay.
And then Brad is here, so we'll get Brad on here with you at 11 as well. But you got about 5 minutes before we cut the stream. You want to say hey to any of these guys?
Yeah, Keith, get over here. Then we'll talk to Carl.
Just here to hang out with you, Ryan.
And we got about 5 minutes before we have to cut this stream.
Okay.
So we'll let you know.
Guys, this is Keith Giddens. This is one of my mentors, friends, brothers, also a Miracle Hill board member, and the leader of my small group. So he's representing the men in the small group. How you doing?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm cold.
Yeah. You want to stomp those feet? And all
Yeah, I
that,
know.
right?
I heard Charles. Stomp the feet.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Get that blood
break
going.
off.
Yeah. So it's been cold, but it's been good.
How's God spoken?
You know, it's interesting to hear the perspective of the guys that are struggling down there in the cold shelter. Like on a 20-degree night. Like the guy that was up here, Colt, just a few minutes
just left.
ago.
He got some clothes. Yeah, they brought him some stuff out.
Yeah, like he wasn't prepared. No. He was in like pajama bottoms.
I saw it.
Yeah. That's terrifying. We can do better.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah. Man. Holding up good though.
Yeah. I'm layered.
Okay. Well, I brought hot chocolate if you want it.
Yeah, I'll drink some here in a little while.
Just the real stuff, real chocolate milk. No
Okay.
powder, no nothing.
Good. Any of the other guys coming out? Or you don't know?
I don't know. I think Andy's coming at 4:30 or 5.
Okay.
Early in the morning. And Sam came. I don't know.
Okay.
There should be some dropping in.
Yeah, good. We'll go home and get warm.
I'm fine. I'm just sitting around here enjoying it.
You're layered up too.
No, just one.
Really?
Yeah, but this is that Canadian Goose thing. So you go and you dial in. You want 10 below, 20 below, 30 below, or 50 below.
Really?
And then they got a cold room, and you go in there and they set the temperature to ensure that you're fine.
And you're fine.
Yeah, I got a 20 below, so I'm fine.
A 20 below. That's
that was when Benjamin lived up north. I mean, so you
Mhm.
just flew into Michelin Tire Man and just one jacket.
And it's Goose Town.
Yeah.
Good.
Give me a hug.
All right. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, man. Love you.
Love you. Okay, guys, we're gonna go down for the 8-hour mark, and we're gonna jump right back up with a new feed. So you're gonna lose us in just a second, but stay tuned and jump right back in.